What color were the walls in Monica's apartment on Friends? 215-263-WMMR. Our number, we're going to go to Noah and see if we can get the answer. Yo, Noah, good morning.
Whoa. Hi.
Hey. Oh, you all right, bud?
I think so.
All right. Noah, what color were the walls in Monica's apartment?
Purple.
Purple. Yep, hang on, bud. Got yourself a 4-pack of tickets, Pennsylvania Renaissance Fair. August 19th through August 29th in Manheim, PA. You can get ready to live the excitement and adventure of jousting, nights, and royal delights. Buy advance tickets at parenfair.com. All right, I have some stories. We're going to start with this. A breakup has occurred. Britney Spears and Sam Asghari have gone their separate ways. Yes, they had tied the knot in June 2022. They have separated after 14 months of marriage. While the reason for the couple split has not been confirmed, the separation allegedly follows a major blow-up between the couple, according to E.T. They have reported.
Leave Britney alone!
The pop star and personal trainer said, "I do," in front of about 100 people and few family members last summer. Famous guests included Paris Hilton, Madonna, Selena Gomez, and Drew Barrymore. So it was a star-studded event. But they have, they've separated.
Did you guys get into a fight?
E.T. had the scoop on the whole thing.
You know, it was always suspect, Preston. Everyone thought he was just capitalizing on the marriage to get an acting career going.
By the way, they met on the set of Britney's Slumber Party music video in 2016. They dated for 4 years before getting married, so it wasn't like they...
he was her trainer, too.
Yeah, it wasn't like they rushed right into it.
That's right.
The couple made their red carpet debut in 2019 at the premiere of Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Her marriage to Asghari was her third trip down the aisle. She had married her childhood friend Jason Alexander, not the actor.
That was for 55 hours.
In Vegas for 55 hours in 2004. And then, of course, she had married her backup dancer Kevin Federline, whom she shares 2 sons with, Sean Preston and Jaden James. And they filed for divorce in 2006, which was granted the next year.
When I opened Instagram this morning, her post was like the first one there, and it was a picture of her on a horse. And I just noticed, listen, I know all of her posts are all about her, and that's fine. But like, I just noticed that she was talking about buying a horse. The horse was cut out of the picture.
Yeah.
Like, it was just her sitting on a horse. Like, the horse's head isn't even, like, it's not even the picture of like the beautiful horse that I'm going to buy. Look at him. He's
you get
so
a
pretty.
discount if you leave off the head.
Yeah.
This is actually the most tame picture she's posted in a while. Her last series of Instagram posts were she apparently purchased a stripper pole, and she's flailing around. And so last night we were talking, Preston, and the conservatorship and getting her free from that was, seemed to be a good thing. And now you see, wow, there clearly was a lot more going on than a lot of people were aware of.
Somebody needs to keep an eye on that, probably.
Maybe the horse.
So we'll see. Maybe the horse will.
Bitch.
After Netflix dropped the trailer for Maestro on Tuesday, many took to social media to express outrage over Bradley Cooper's prosthetic nose in the movie. He portrays the famous conductor Leonard Bernstein in the biopic. Some are calling it Jew face and comparing it to blackface, so there are some people complaining about it. But following this backlash, Bernstein's 3 children released a statement saying that they have no issue with Cooper using makeup to amplify his resemblance, and that they are also certain that, quote, our dad would have been fine with it as well.
I kind of think that's the final word then, right? If the family members like it, is it completely necessary? No, but it's not the first time people have worn appliances to look more, what they believe, more similar to the
real
guy.
life person that they're playing.
So
exactly.
Sometimes it's a hit, sometimes it's a miss. I get it, but I don't think the intent was to exploit his Jewishness.
No, I don't think so.
The guy was like a playboy. I mean, he was making the rounds. I mean, he's a ladies' man.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
And so, he's a good-looking dude.
Yeah, absolutely. So, but some people are having an issue with it, but I haven't seen Bradley comment on it yet. But
it doesn't affect the performance.
But the release from Bernstein's family, I think, kind of covers it. So, Rachel Leviss, formerly known as Raquel Leviss, is breaking her silence in case he's leaving. You don't have to leave, Case. But listen, I do want to report this because it has to do with he's really leaving.
He's a Vanderpumper.
Why does he get so?
He doesn't think
it's
we
a
should be
thing,
talking
I
about
guess,
it.
and we're supposed to go on.
Well, anyhow, he's breaking her silence in her first interview since the Vanderpump Rules season 10. Leviss said that the X-rated video that Ariana Madix found on Tom Sandoval's phone, revealing their affair had been recorded without her consent. She explained.
Is she in the video?
That while in New York, she said, I decided to be adventurous and look at the adult section on the TV, and Tom and I FaceTimed a lot, so I turned it into something more of an intimate FaceTime.
Oh, yeah.
I expect to have privacy in that moment, so that happened.
You're going to be my regular Saturday night thing, baby. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. She also shared that she realized during her stay at a treatment center in Phoenix, Arizona, that she has a love addiction.
Oh, she's got a love addiction. That's different than a sex addiction, right?
She said it's a real thing. It's where you confuse intensity for intimacy.
Ooh.
And those chemical changes in the brain are the same chemical changes that happen when you take drugs.
It's like taking drugs.
She said, so it's addictive. And she said it explains why I couldn't stop seeing this person. She said it also doesn't excuse the fact that it happened, but now I know better, she says.
Okay.
Yeah, so
All right.
there you go.
Do you have you ever had a friend or anybody in your life who claimed to be like a sex addict? Or I did have a friend who was at the beginning when that became something you could throw
thing.
around. I think as defense of your.
Oh, no, I didn't
And
have
I believe
people
there are people who are sex addicts. But
who I never had anyone who said that they were a sex addict, but I knew plenty of whores. And by
Yeah.
that, I mean guys.
Yes.
who
No,
were
and
just
this was a
banging
guy.
everything they could get their hands
Yeah.
on. Absolutely.
and I think now, was there a case where psychologically or whatever he was looking for something, but it broke up his marriage? It was like
I believe
yeah,
it.
Yeah.
I do believe that there are some
Yeah.
people that let it that there's a way to control that if
Yes.
you work on it. And,
Drugs.
but you can it still might be like an addiction, something that's always there, and you have to consciously
Yeah.
make yourself
Like
aware
Terry
of that.
Crews, man, that stuff that he was going through, or is 24 hours of porn or whatever.
Yeah. So what about the actual addiction to being physical with someone as opposed to he had the porn addiction,
Right.
and he broke that, and he's been very candid about that. Nick, have you ever known anyone who was legitimate or at least claimed to be?
Yeah.
Had to go to support groups and stuff like that.
Yeah, and I've talked to a couple of people about it, and actually talked in therapy about it one time, as a subject. And yes, it's certainly a real thing. Some people also just have healthy sexual libidos.
Right.
I think where the issue is when your sex addiction gets in the way with your relationships or your work or anything else in life that is supposed to be take a higher priority.
What if your entire fan expo empire falls apart because you're a sex addict? You can't let that happen.
Yeah.
All right, so Millie Bobby Brown disclosed in a recent interview with Women's Wear Daily that her team takes extra steps to protect her from the downsides of social media. The Stranger Things star said that while she mostly stays away from Instagram, her team censors her feed when she does use it. It's kind of interesting. She said, I personally feel it wasn't adding anything to my life, and I felt positive when I didn't have it on my phone, and I just feel like I could live my life with more confidence and freedom, mental freedom. She said, I just feel better for it, but that doesn't mean that it's that the good social media I don't get to see. I just have a wonderful team that kind of censors it all so that I can protect myself.
All
Yeah.
right. So I would like to hire someone to protect me from tactical ads. For like, because I'm a sucker
Or a
for
shovel,
tactical
or-
shovel,
Yeah.
tactical backpack,
An axe. So she also shared
tactical tire inflator.
that she is drawing the curtains when it comes to her wedding with her fiance, Jake Bon Jovi, who is John Bon Jovi's son. She said there are only so many moments in life that you get only once, and to have everyone's opinions and eyes looking at that just feels unnatural to me.
Look at this picture of her. She looks
Oh,
fantastic.
I follow her on social media. She is beautiful.
I can't believe
She's a
that's 11.
Beautiful woman, and yeah, she's got a huge career ahead of her because she's a great actress.
She's very
too.
good. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, again, they better get that season finished because they had to de-age her for the last season. They had to make her appear, like a kid again.
Yep, exactly. So Ellen DeGeneres and Portia de Rossi are vacationing in Spain to celebrate their 15th wedding anniversary. The former talk show host shared a photo of the couple
Barcelona?
standing on a yacht in front of a beautiful rock formation to Instagram on Wednesday. I don't know if they were in Barcelona or not. She said, to my wife of 15 years, I fall more in love with you every day. My life is blessed because you're in it. Happy anniversary. According to People magazine, the pair were traveling with their friends Kris Jenner and Corey Gamble
What's that?
in Mallorca.
Shay what?
It was Kris Jenner.
Oh, not okay.
No, not
Caitlyn Jenner.
Not Caitlyn Jenner.
What's
Mallorca is where like all the celebrities go when they go to Spain. Like there's a lot of giant, beautiful houses there.
Where's the Popeye Island? Where the
Malta.
Malta. Okay.
Yeah.
So, what's the status of her gorilla sanctuary? Remember that there was a big thing. She was going to spend a lot of time in that. Portia gave her this whole thing. And it's going to be a gorilla. I don't think she has a gorilla sanctuary in Spain, does she? That would seem counterproductive.
I didn't hear a follow up on it, so I don't know.
She still posts a ton like from her show.
Does she?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which I'm surprised. Like it's over, right?
Yeah, right. Interesting.
Nothing's over.
Yeah, apparently
Come
not.
back, Vietnam. Nothing is over. A daytime talk show.
I wonder if Sly was ever on.
Welcome to my afternoon talk show.
It's Rambo's talk show.
I'm dancing now. I like to dance. Just like Ellen. Can't dance. I can't move my leg.
Would he swing from the over the top outraged Rambo to the very quiet, intense John Rambo?
Well, thank you for watching the show. And I would like to talk to you about my gorilla sanctuary. And coming up next, Carrot Top, and we're going to go one-on-one in the basketball court.
You're going to play hoops with Carrot Top?
Absolutely, for charity.
All right.
For my gorilla sanctuary!
There's no in between.
No.
All right, so...
We got to take a break now. We'll be back in a minute with the content. Rambo, there needs to be like a level.
There needs to be a middle spot.
Audience loves you, but you got to keep it a little more level.
Mm-hmm. All right. I wanted to touch on this. Quentin Aaron, who is the actor who played Michael Orr in The Blind Side, spoke with TMZ about a suggestion. And I don't know who made this suggestion or where this came from, that Sandra Bullock should return her Oscar.
No!
In light of
It's ridiculous. By the way, Sandra Bullock's up next. We talk about the 25th anniversary of Speed.
No, he said to make a statement like that doesn't make any sense. He said Sandra Bullock didn't have anything to do with the real story that we're reading as of right now. He said she gave a brilliant performance, and that shouldn't be tarnished for something that had nothing to do with her. It's funny how, it says in this story, it says the suggestion that Sandra Bullock should return her Oscar. Like, who suggested that?
Somebody?
And so, like, one person says it and then somebody splashes it. You know what I mean?
Or the person who splashes it is the one who just floats the notion out there falsely that someone has come forward to say that she should return her Oscar.
Shut up.
So in this case, it's weird because he's getting a lot of blowback because there are apparently a lot of people who are suggesting that that he is listening to people who are leading him down the wrong path, and that the family initially really did treat him very well, and that there wasn't this thing. So I don't know, there's two sides to every story.
Maybe, yeah. Stevie Nicks is sharing her thoughts on Daisy Jones and the Six, the Amazon Prime show that was loosely inspired by Fleetwood Mac. I'm not familiar with this.
So Marissa's mentioned it, and apparently it's pretty good. It's sort of that time period. I didn't realize that the influence was Fleetwood Mac.
Yeah, so she revealed on Instagram on Tuesday that she watched the show not once but twice.
Did you like it?
She said just finished watching Daisy Jones and the Six for the second time. She said, in the beginning, it wasn't really my story, but Riley seamlessly soon became my story.
Riley Keough.
It brought back memories that made me feel like a ghost watching my own story. She said it was very emotional for me. I just wish Christine could have seen it, meaning Christine McVie.
Yeah, her dear friend.
She would have loved it. Hopefully, it will continue. Reese Witherspoon, whose company produced the series, commented on the post and said, "Oh, my stars, Stevie, this means the world to the whole Daisy Jones and the Six team. Thank you for cutting the path."
I think I have to watch it now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Marissa, you thumbs up on that?
Hang on. I got too many papers on the board here. I got to turn her mic up. Yeah.
Yeah, for like the vibe that we like, where it's just like that 60s, 70s.
Almost famous-y.
Almost famous, very much. It's actually based on a book, which I learned. And this woman, Taylor Jenkins Reid, writes books that are kind of like based on Hollywood pop culture. So there's another one called The Seven Husbands, which is kind of like the Liz Taylor story.
Ah,
so
interesting.
it's kind of her vibe. So knowing that it was legitimately based on Stevie Nicks, it all makes sense now.
That's cool.
But it's good.
All right, one last story. Sarah Hyland opened up about the struggles she faced on the set of Modern Family. She told her podcast co-star Jesse Tyler Ferguson that she didn't remember a lot of filming due to her kidney dysplasia diagnosis, which required her to undergo multiple kidney transplants.
Let me ask you, Sarah, was the cast mostly supportive?
She said, I was also focused on essentially just surviving and knowing my lines and being there 100% when they yelled action and then immediately collapsing when they yelled cut. Speaking about a specific episode in which the cast had to push a car, the actress said that she was on dialysis and using crutches because she had gout at the time.
She had, like, during the run of that show, I think it had to be like 4 or 5 pretty major surgeries to deal with all this.
Yeah, she said they put me in high heels, which gout affects your feet.
Right.
You know? She said they had not established my outfit yet, and they insisted that I was wearing heels. So it was tough for her.
Do you remember the time where if Sixers coach Maurice Cheeks had gout?
Yeah, Cheeks had
and he
him.
had to he had to wear socks.
He would wear like one shoe.
Yeah.
And people were like, what is going on? And eventually he spoke out about
Does
it.
that manifest mostly, like, will you get it in your extremities and your feet?
It's your feet, and it's very painful.
Yeah.
Yeah, my dad gets it from time to time.
Really?
And he has gout flare-ups, and it sucks because it's like, and he'll be like in physical therapy and doing stuff, and then he can't do anything because it's so painful.
Does he have to avoid spicy foods?
Yeah, it has a
Yeah.
lot to
And
do with
beer?
dietary, right, Nick?
He never drinks beer. He's not a beer drinker, but yeah, it is dietary, and sadly, his diet is terrible. So whenever he like falls off the wagon and eats badly, the gout flares up again.
That sucks, man.
Yeah, it blows.
All right. Well, listen, we have some clips to play, so we're going to do that very thing right now. In Medusa Deluxe, the contestants of a hairdressing competition gone wrong find themselves in the middle of a murder mystery. Here, director Thomas Hardiman shares his inspiration for the movie's unique setting.
I love hairdressing. My mum took me to the hairdressers like a weird amount as a kid, so I went basically every week, and I sat in the background and I kind of just appreciated it as a skill and as a craft. Like, hair is this kind of cultural monument effectively, and then down here you've got the backbiting and the fun and the kind of background of it, and you pinball between the two, and to me that's comedy, and that was a world I wanted to get into.
I don't think I want to see it.
Medusa Deluxe is playing in theaters now. Here's the next clip. Reinventing Elvis, the 68 comeback, explores how one man named Steve Binder challenged Colonel Parker to spark the aging star's comeback with an iconic TV special. Here, producer Spencer Proffer shares why he chose to revisit the story.
Steve was like no amateur, and I'm thrilled that he not only pulled it off and Elvis loved him and the public loved him, but it's time to tell his story through his lens. That's what we did, and Paramount Plus, God bless them, really believed in the vision, so they stood next to me.
Reinventing Elvis, the 68 comeback is now out on Paramount Plus.
I think the focus of this, Nick, you saw the movie Elvis.
Yeah, they talk about it.
The producer that they're talking about it was played by the guy from Stranger Things.
Yeah, when he leaves, or he's trying to leave Colonel Tom Parker, and he ends up hanging out with these guys, and they think that this is a good idea, which they were right, it was. And so Elvis started listening to them more instead of Tom Parker.
Yeah, that's an interesting story.
I mean, and that's according to the Baz Luhrmann telling of the story.
the from the third season, you know, the brother, the abusive brother who ends up, you know, being heroic in the
Billy.
Billy.
Yeah.
The ad actor is playing this producer in Elvis.
Yeah, they meet at the Hollywood sign, which I think actually, Steve, did happen.
Did happen, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, that's the last item in the entertainment report. We got a lot to get to today. We have wrestler Grayson Waller, who's going to be here in our studio.
Yeah.
He's a villain. He's a bad guy. We have Rory, Cheddar Whiz. We're going to check in with him because he is the mullet champion of the United States. And we also have Tom Bradley, who's the coach of the Media Little League team, who is, when's their next game? Is it tonight?
No, tomorrow night.
It's tomorrow night.
Wait, what's
No,
the
it's
19th?
Saturday.
19th, yeah.
All right. So we'll check in with all those people throughout the course of the morning. We'll come back in a moment with some other things. So make sure you stick around. We're going to have a ride this morning together. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Much anticipated show at Lincoln Financial Field. And you two, obviously, doing the Joshua Tree Tour. And a lot of us were there last night. I think
Yes.
everybody but Casey and Marissa.
I think there was out for a concert. I think that's the most of us of the show that have been at one event in a long time.
Probably.
This was my favorite song, and then the screen behind them, like this. I knew they were going to do something cool with it.
Did you guys notice? So when they did Mysterious Ways, they were flashing pictures of famous women, like Maya Angelou and even like Ellen DeGeneres. It wasn't people that have just come and gone, current people, and Sister Mary.
Yes.
They put her picture.
Oh, that's so cool.
Wow. Yeah, she was one of the last ones. They apparently had solicited, before they get to every town, let us know who a notable woman from your city is. So people nominated Sister Mary Scullion, and she was one of the last ones up on the screen, which is great.
That's so cool.
So I thought that was cool. That's a friend. I'm like, wait, I know her. You know? And then
this is Kathy Romano, who every morning, Monday through Friday, does the news, relates the stories of the day in succinct order, and then reads the sports from Nick. Always a little verbose, but very informative.
Oh, so you heard that too?
I did. Yeah, we were walking to
Isn't
the
that
car where they
were on the way out.
But it was so impressive. Her command of the stories of the day, and a special nod to 6ABC for providing a lot of the influence to that.
But also another friend of ours got a shout out, Senator Chris Coons.
I know.
What?
Isn't that great?
I was like, wait, I know him.
Yeah, he was talking about AIDS relief that the United States has paid for around the world, and it was so Bono went onto a long AIDS. It was really extolling the benefits of and the virtues of the United States and the taxpayers, and
he was thanking us.
And he was thanking a lot of Americans, and he said Rick Santorum, George W. Bush, and he's here tonight, Senator Chris Coons.
Wow! By the way, you may know him because he went out to the Camp Out for Hunger, which is the same show that Kathy Romano I mentioned earlier does the news for. It's a great union of philanthropic people here tonight.
It really was amazing.
And though you just probably eat it for breakfast, we have a man called Pancake here.
Oh man. Let's see. Five Funger
Bung Punch. Five Funger Bung Punch. That's close.
Funger. It's just a funny sounding word.
Great group of new musicians called Five Funger Bung Punch. And they've got a message to tell you. Say, anytime you take a good solid punch to the bung, it's going to be impactful. Like Nelson Mandela told me one time when he was having a large chocolate chip cookie. He said this thing's huge, but it's not as huge as the love on this earth that we live in. Remember that as you're getting your bung punched.
Maybe this winter we could do the Camp Out for Funger.
Have you ever been cheated on?
Cheated on? Yeah.
See?
Actually.
Yeah, see?
Yeah.
It's not so much fun, is it, see?
No,
Where's your idol now?
I remember, but that was totally my fault because
You weren't giving oral.
No.
Oh.
Preston always does, yes.
Not like the king, man.
Oh my God.
That's right. I go down there.
What's that?
Third person yourself.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Preston do that.
I'm pretty good at it, so I think I got to step back.
I want to brag.
Join the club.
I turned into a completely...
He's the connoisseur guy.
He's the linguist. The cunning linguist.
Oh, man.
There it is.
I don't want to talk about
Have I ever referred to myself in third person before?
I don't know, but that was the perfect occasion to do so.
Oh, Preston likes the butt.
No, Preston, Preston does good in that department.
Preston, go there.
Come on.
You want me to go on for a little while?
No,
Kat?
Well, I'll tell you what.
Keep talking about whatever it was. Move on.
I'm interested.
Maybe that's an on-air contest one time. We'll
Who's best?
Yeah. Kathy can judge.
Oh, come on. This is awful.
Come on.
This is awful.
It's not crap. We're not going to do it.
He's just covering his face right now.
We'll just use a cantaloupe.
Like, I swear to God, it's a fireable offense in any other job.
I know. You're right. And yet for us, it's tax write-offable.
Why do you immediately assume an oral sex contest is going to be bad? It's going to be something salacious. Yes, she's going to be sit up on an elevated chair like at Wimbledon.
Just want to involve you, Kath.
I don't think we have an HR department anymore.
No, they did. They shot themselves 5 minutes
You
ago.
guys are good.
Foot foul.
All right.
But so you were cheated on. Do you remember how you felt?
Yeah, so hurt, but...
you understood.
Hurt, and then in retrospect was, why are you getting mad? You completely neglected this girl anyway.
Yeah.
You were kind of tired of her. She was kind of driving you crazy anyhow. And it was, at first, it was like, I don't know. I just kind of automatically got into the "how dare you" type of thing.
Well, of course.
But it was my fault. And you know what?
Yeah, but you know what? It's like it's a reaction that anybody would have, no matter what the situation is.
Because you're supposed to react that
Yeah.
way,
Do you
right?
know what?
I was 17, 18, something like that.
You always see, and in movies, a lot of times they've done good examples of how there are little things where your significant other, you think you're getting away with something, they can pick up on it. There's body, as you said, you just had a feeling with this other person. It's just I couldn't deal with this.
And you know what you also haven't had to deal with, Steve, is the multiple ways people can cheat too. You know, and that's a relatively recent development over the last 10, 15 years of sexting and Instagram cheating.
You are so
direct
right.
message cheating and whatever else.
Have you ever been cheated on?
Yeah, and it was, and I, like you said earlier, I suspected it, and this was post-divorce.
I think there's that interesting delineation, though, between physical and emotional.
Yeah.
I could see people saying...
But it's both.
All right.
Either way, it hurts.
Yeah, I don't know if it was a texter or a caller, but yeah, it hurts, and it hurts in degrees. But it really doesn't matter that much. And I knew the guy. I knew the other guy too.
Really?
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
Bill Weston.
It was Bill Weston.
Oh,
I know. Yeah. He was on his way to the Turtle Show, and he was.
This is what Bill comes into the bedroom to.
Oh, yeah.
He's kind of.
Who wants to ride the silver pony? Not everyone can take a ride on the Wild Appaloosa.
Oh, God.
I'm going to list the things I'm going to do to you, but not in order. Number 4, tickle your butt. Number 2, French kiss. Number 1, meet missile to Tuna Town. Third leg of the stool, third leg of me. Look at that thing.
Look at that thing. got some low-hanging fruit right here, too.
Right there.
Look at those.
Yeah. 2 low-hanging fruits.
Look at those low-hanging plums. Oh, can we do a whole half hour of this?
That is the promo immediately. Go now and cut it up. I'm so getting in trouble for that.
Yes, you are.
Kathy, who did nothing,
dare you,
will be singled out.
We need to get this underway. We
get it.
got to get it. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go to the other side of the studio. We have a table set up where our guests normally are. You guys head on over there.
Going over.
And we're all going to be together surrounding this and opening it as if being in the room wasn't close enough as it is. So I'm going to make my way over. Casey, you're going to helm this?
Yeah,
All right,
I'll be on the other side.
All right, so I'm going to cut into this.
Okay.
Oh, my God.
Did
Wait
you
a
learn
second.
how to?
No.
Just being in proximity to
I
it,
know,
this
it's-
close, it's ramped up 50%.
Yeah.
It is awful.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Where's your puke things? I don't think
They're behind-
this
they're
one's not going to make you throw up.
No,
I
they're
don't
behind
think.
us. Well, wait a minute. Marissa got the directions on how to
All
cut
right,
it.
all right, come on in, Marissa,
over
quickly.
here.
Preston needs to do it.
What's that?
It's
the spine?
it's covered with spines.
I'm going to cut this off
Yeah,
first.
cut that off.
Yeah, the neck.
Okay. Cut. I don't, Marissa.
Right here, like where
Okay.
there's little bulbs.
Okay.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. All right, let me.
Careful. Oh, he's not
It's
wearing
all right,
gloves
guys.
or anything.
Is it really difficult to cut through?
Yes.
I might
it's
actually.
just it's hard to. You know, I need something. Here we
There
go.
you go.
Yeah.
See, that's where gloves.
I need a cloth or something.
Holy crap. What a nightmare. Who's the first jackass who...
Oh, dear God.
Oh, God.
Did you catch a whiff?
Yeah,
oh,
I
my
did.
God.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Oh.
I'm lightheaded.
Oh, my
I've
God.
almost got it all the way open. All right, it's open
Are
now.
you kidding me?
Here, I'm so far away.
Jesus.
Can I get a little?
Oh,
God.
Oh,
Stop
God.
it. I don't want to do the fish.
Oh, my God. That's nasty.
Oh, that's weird.
You like it, Casey?
No,
No.
it actually, it feels like it's sucking the oxygen out of the room.
It is.
Kathy, you took a good sniff of it. I can't believe that.
Holy
I wanted-
God damn. Why would you?
Because I wanted to see if there was like a little bit of a fruit smell or like a nice smell to it.
Casey wants actually
There's
me to
not.
hand the fruit to him. He's going to take a good sniff. Get in there tight, Case. Smell it. What do you think?
There's
Not
it
too
doesn't, it doesn't smell good. But
And it's getting
reminds me of-
worse.
it reminds me of something else that
Liquid ass.
that I do like.
How can you tell if this would be ripe or not ripe?
My question is, who is the first individual in the jungle that said it's worth smelling this crap on the chance it's tasty?
There you go.
I don't like it.
Is anybody going to try to eat
Yes,
it?
give it to me now. I can't. I'm not good for much longer, so please.
Here, Steve.
All right. Oh, this is so sharp.
All right, if it tastes like heaven, I'll try it.
right.
Wait, do you know which part
what am
you're
I
supposed
eating?
to
Am I
eat?
eating its ass?
That custard-looking stuff.
The pod.
Holy God Almighty! I'm not kidding.
Oh, God.
And this is right in my zone. This is like, you know how puke makes you puke?
Yeah.
This is.
All right.
It's like snot.
Uh-oh, Steve hesitated for a moment there.
Are you in your mouth
man.
watery?
Do I? Can I have a?
Oh, you're taking
Dude, you're getting too much.
Oh, well, I don't know. I've never eaten durian before.
All right, go.
All right, I love you.
Just sample it.
Oh,
Oh, God.
All right, it's in his mouth. He's eating
Does
it.
it taste like heaven?
Steve?
It's horrible.
I can't imagine something that smells like this is going to taste good.
Water now.
Water! We forgot about water. We forgot to have water. Here you go. Here comes your water.
Thank you, Maria. It tastes like it smells.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not good. What culture embraces that as food?
It's even worse now that he
ate it?
Yeah, let me stir some of that up.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, don't stir it up.
That's what we need.
Oh, no, it's not
Jesus.
good. The way you would figure it tastes, take the smell and convert that to a taste.
Oh, look at that piece, Preston.
And that's it.
know it.
Preston,
All right.
you eat that piece right there.
I ain't eating.
Oh, you're not tasting
Preston. No.
I had a piece caught in my meat tooth.
Oh no!
Hey, do you want a?
What
I
is
got a-
that?
Oh, so that's like the pit in it, or I think they might call it a stone, but I read that they actually roast them and people eat them.
It looks like an embryo.
Listen, wherever the people that listen, God bless you if you enjoy it, but I never want to meet you. I never want to see you.
Okay.
Are you gonna try it, Nick? You
No,
said you were.
no, yeah, I lied.
Do
I'm
not.
no.
Do not.
Get
Do not.
Wait, no, sweetheart.
Kathy's trying to force feed it to
Come
him.
here.
I'm gonna
Mommy's
try?
gonna feed you.
Preston's pretty adventurous, but I'm going to tell you flat out.
I'm not going to.
Take the smell and
WMMR.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to expand our minds through scientific discovery. We go now to the Just Sayin Institute.
Oh, the Just Sayin Institute, home of the Sly Stallone School of Journalism.
It is a sprawling complex. A lot of people forget just how big it is.
We even have a journalism school.
Yeah,
I
and a
didn't know that.
monorail.
Wow. All right. So this is super interesting, and it involves, believe it or not, Pink Floyd, "The Wall," the song.
I saw this.
Researchers have created the song reconstructed from the reconstructed brain waves of people listening to the song. Another Brick in the Wall, Part 1.
Did you get the audio?
I have it.
All right, good.
I have Marissa's isolated. There were a couple of different. I took the part of the song that they had people listen to,
right,
and then compared to what they have recreated via technology.
So explain the mechanics of this, because it's pretty fascinating.
Okay, well, so here let me give you a little bit of the background here. So ultimately, the research team hopes that their findings are going to lead to more natural speech from brain-machine interfaces that aid communication with people who are, quote, locked in by paralysis and unable to talk.
So for example, Stephen Hawking.
Yes, but he that was not brain activated.
Right.
So, and in fact.
Right. He would actually look at a keyboard.
Correct. So Dr. Robert Knight, who is the senior researcher, said right now, when we do words, it's robotic. He said, consider the computer speech associated with Stephen Hawking. It kind of sounds like that. But he said human speech is made up of words, but it also has a musicality to it, with people adding different meanings and emotions based on musical concepts like intonation and rhythm. So they want to get more of a flow than this kind of robotic sound. So here's what they do. Electrodes implanted on patients' brains captured the electrical activity of brain regions known to process attributes of music, tone, rhythm, harmony, and words as researchers played a 3-minute clip from the song. The recordings were gathered from 29 patients in 2012 and 2013. So they did this 10 years ago.
Yeah.
All of the patients suffered from epilepsy, and surgeons implanted the electrodes to help determine the precise brain region causing their seizures. Starting in 2017, the researchers started feeding those recorded brainwaves into a computer program to analyze the data. And eventually, the algorithm became smart enough to decode the brain activity into a reproduction of the song the patients had heard years earlier. So I'm going to play this for you.
Right.
It doesn't sound just like the song.
It doesn't.
At all. But this came simply from the data of brainwaves.
So the brain waves were converted into data.
Yes.
And then
analyzed.
Because of the advances with the analog, they were able to decode them into these sounds.
Yes.
So we're getting to, you talk about the lyrical sound of human speech. This could be the way in.
Possibly, yes. Yeah. So let me play a little bit of this to you, for you. And the beginning of this clip plays some of the song that they listened to, and then the portion of it that's been analyzed and interpreted. Here we go.
All it was just a brick in the wall.
Okay, and then this.
And here's a recreated version.
So
it's getting a basic sound of the song.
Those are analyzed brainwaves. It's reading what you're thinking.
This is like
musically.
beyond. I can't. I don't understand.
So when you hear the way Stephen Hawking, when it had a very robotic sound to it. This allows, if you can break down the code of what makes the brain process that leads to our more lyrical speech, machines could deliver more human-sounding speech in cases like epilepsy or where people are incapable of speaking. You know what I'm saying?
So they'll be able to hardwire into your brain if you
and then you'll
lost
get this.
Wouldn't you think my collection's complete?
Yeah, if you've lost the power of speech, and you will be able to just think of something, and it will come out of a speaker.
Right. Say you've been rendered
speaking.
You
have ALS.
Yeah, exactly.
And you can no longer speak.
Right.
You will be able to communicate to people, and that will be huge in medical treatment because you can then convey how you're feeling, and because that's one of the most important things is doctors need feedback. They need
bro.
They need verbal feedback.
I mean, if it actually works, that would be amazing. I just don't understand how it could actually.
I think it will eventually. I think it will, especially now with AI.
The only problem is they can only communicate in Pink Floyd songs.
Oh my God,
yeah, that's the problem.
No, bro, it's Friday.
There
Oh
you
my
go.
God,
you did it!
We need to do that. Again.
What?
I forgot, we haven't done bass backwards in a while.
What about Bajmir?
Rim job? Yeah. Do we still have that?
We do, but
okay. So eventually, the algorithm became smart enough to decode the brain activity into a reproduction of the song that the patients had heard years earlier. According to the doctor, this study represents a step forward in the understanding of the neuroanatomy of music perception. The accuracy of sound detection needs to be improved going forward, and it is not clear whether these findings will be directly applicable to decoding the prosodic elements of speech, which is tone, inflection, and mood.
You were just saying this,
job.
I love it.
Brain job.
Imagine that.
Yeah.
If you're sitting there, you're trying to communicate that you feel pain, but all you can say is rim job.
Yeah, rim job.
Well, I don't want to do that now.
Nick, you were going to jump in.
Yeah, but I mean, just keep going, and then I'll add my thing.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
My grandmother had a stroke about 30 years ago, and she had this keypad that was given to her where there were pre-programmed phrases. So it would be like, we need to get milk from the grocery store. I mean, like stuff that was common. And there were, I don't know, 300 of them or whatever, including one that said F you, which was great. So she would hit a button and it would say F you, F you.
Yeah.
So this was 30 plus years ago. This is where I get fascinated by this type of technology, because if even we're getting this stuff now where it's sort of garbled Pink Floyd music, what are we going to get 10 years from now?
Yeah.
The ability to harness brainwaves at all at this point to get something that slightly resembles human speech is fascinating.
It's going to be amazing, especially because all this stuff always proceeds exponentially. As they discover something, it moves ahead quickly. Now, you're basically, the way we speak now, the way I'm speaking right now, it's my brain is sending, a code to my,
your muscles.
Right. It's all the process working. I'm inhaling and exhaling in the proper way, all that stuff, proper modulation. But the truth of the matter is that in the machines right now, it still sounds stilted. But if we get to that point where you are basically doing exactly what the human brain does, That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, I mean, they've gotten to where you can work prosthetics by thinking alone.
When nobody else.
Yeah. But when you're, if you'd be able to think and speak, that's a whole other level. That's pretty amazing.
Like a speak and say.
Yeah. They said, however, these findings do hold promise for improving the quality of signal detection for brain-computer interfaces by targeting the superior temporal gyrus. This offers hope for patients
Could they help me, Preston?
who have communication challenges due to various neurological diseases such as ALS
We're just another brick in the wall.
or traumatic brain injury.
Yeah,
So-
there's the thing. So people who are trapped within their own bodies and can't communicate out. That would be a godsend.
Absolutely.
Right.
So this was a step forward, but it did take them 10 years from when they retrieved that information to get it to where it is now. So maybe the next step
who
forward will be
knows?
a little more quickly. We'll have to see about that. All right.
Just saying.
Yeah, it's the Institute. All right. This is pretty interesting. This is another step forward. Doctors in New York have managed to keep a brain-dead man in a state of sort of suspended animation for more than a month after removing his kidneys and replacing them with one from a pig.
I feel sleepy.
A ventilator has kept 57-year-old Maurice Miller's heart beating and other organs functioning while the pig kidney produces urine and other normal byproducts.
So, okay. So his organs are still functioning, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So the experiment marks by far the longest time an animal's organ has been functional inside a person, albeit one who is clinically dead. One gene in the pig was deleted to prevent the human body from immediately mounting an immune response to the foreign organ.
So I'm sort of conflicted about this.
Okay.
I haven't had enough time to think about it, but I'm reminded of that movie Coma, Preston. Do you remember that years ago?
Yeah.
Where they basically would put people, they'd make them brain dead, and then keep their bodies alive and farm their organs out.
Yes. But they would be farming from pigs.
Right.
No, this was, are you talking about the doing the study on this guy?
Right, yeah.
So here's the deal about him.
Yeah.
Before I get into the whole story. He had suffered an aggressive brain tumor, which meant that his own organs were not considered eligible for donation to a living person. After he was declared brain dead, his family agreed to let his body be used for the procedure for medical science. Because some people do donate their bodies to medical science, and sometimes it's in this form that they are technically still alive.
I tried to donate my body, but medical science took a hard pass.
The experiment was directed by Dr. Robert Montgomery. It said he hopes that by showing the kidney can function successfully in a brain-dead person, it will clear the way for the Food and Drug Administration to approve clinical trials in living people.
When you donate your body to science, I assume you do eventually get it back for the family to,
I don't think so, Case.
Huh.
Because they,
like whatever's left over, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, because there are tons of different things that they can
Usually get
use
a
it
plate
for.
covered in Reynolds wrap.
Right.
You can be sent to medical school and they do gross anatomy and work on that and cut the body into pieces and send it off or they may send you to a one of those decomposition farms and let your body rot and
see how for
see how
police
it breaks down.
investigations.
So,
okay.
But I don't know, Case. I think once you hand it over, you've handed it over.
But that's an interesting.
And then they destroy it because it's medical waste.
If anybody knows
that's what I always assume.
what happens or what you're given or if you're allowed to keep a part or if there's a partial cremation. Wait,
Well, okay, because my buddy was talking about how his father-in-law donated his body to science, but also in the same conversation talked about having the remains to scatter the ashes.
Oh, okay.
So I wasn't sure. Okay, we're going to take what we got, and then whatever is left over
is returned to you
via.
I could see that being part of it.
Yeah,
I'm not well versed in this, but that would seem like it might be something that goes on.
All right, here we go. Yeah, Casey, any tissue not matched with a current science care program is cremated and can be returned.
Okay.
If requested to the individual designated on the consent form. So there you go.
Self-addressed stamped envelope.
So you can consent to have that done. All right. You know who's an expert in all these things? The good doctor. From Fox 29 in Penn Medicine, Dr. Mike Srigliano joins us once again. Good morning, Dr. Mike.
Sorry I woke you up yesterday.
That's okay, buddy. Anytime.
I do love you.
I love you too.
So a couple things. One, let's talk about this xenotransplant, which is fantastic. fantastic stuff.
Yeah.
So you talked about the gentleman that donated his body. They kept him alive on a ventilator, but he was brain dead. They then removed his kidneys, his natural kidneys, and they implanted a genetically modified pig kidney. Now, what did they do? They modified an entity known as alpha gal. Have you heard about getting bit by a tick and then you get an allergy to meat?
Yes.
All right. This is a big problem when it comes to trying to transplant an organ from another species into a human. And so they modified this so that the human body would not have that immediate response. And what they found, and this is fascinating, the kidney is functioning normally after 32 days, which is a world record. And they plan on continuing this until September. So the idea is this may provide thousands of desperately needed organs, and this is just the beginning. This is kidneys. It might work for hearts and a lot of other things.
That's pretty amazing.
Working out the details.
Obviously, a big issue is always like rejection of an organ and things of that nature, correct?
Well, absolutely. Now, they did have to use immunosuppressive drugs. These are medicines so that we don't get an immune response.
Okay.
But this finding that getting rid of this alpha-gal problem is a major breakthrough. So that's number one. Number two, having gone to Penn Med, when you donate an organ or your body to science for medical school purposes, they take it very seriously. The body is sacrosanct, and there are services held and amazingly caring information is given to the patient. We treat them with respect, and we learn anatomy.
And so it's not treated like lab equipment. There's reverence to the donation and to the individual.
Well, yes, and if you think about it, the two take-home messages out of all of this: one, when you do your driver's license, really think long and hard about what you would do, God forbid, if you ended up where your organs could help others. I'm an organ donor.
I am.
And the bottom line is this brings up the fact that we have tremendous shortages, and if you are caring and want to educate future healthcare providers, you consider donating your body to a medical school, and that is an amazing gift.
There are countless stories of people who've had the opportunity to meet someone who is, say, the recipient of a heart that a loved one who passed and donated their organ and helped someone go on and live, and they let them listen to the heart beating in this person's chest, and it makes you cry your eyes out. But what a wonderful gift to be able to pay forward to someone.
Well, and remember, it's a simple thing. If you just think about it, it can save lives, and it can make a tragedy and make that tragedy into something beautiful, like you just said.
What if, Mike, you cause a heart attack in someone you've woken up out of a deep sleep?
What was that?
He's saying you almost killed me yesterday when you called me while I was sleeping.
Oh, come on, man! Get the heck out of here! No, you were. I didn't think you would be asleep at 2:00.
Taking a nap there, buddy.
All
Catching
right.
up. All right.
All right.
We
I
love you.
We love you,
See ya.
Dr. Mike.
Dr. Mike. Yeah, Casey.
He should be an honorary fellow at the Just Saying Institute.
Yeah.
He is. Actually, we have a statue of him. There are a number of texts and phone calls coming in. They do indeed cremate the body and return the ashes to you. I always thought that once you gave it up, it was theirs to do with what they will, because there's so much you can do with a human body for medical research. But I guess they have specific things in mind, and maybe you qualify for certain things. You know, people are texting in like, sometimes they'll blow your body up, like with ordnance, military testing on weapons and things like that.
That's pretty cool.
That's pretty wild.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Like, how do I get on that program?
Right. All right. So interesting, and that's some good information to know that they are still progressing in using, animal body parts or organs for transplants.
You heard Dr. Mike, how encouraged he is. That's a good sign.
This says more than 100,000 Americans are waiting for a new kidney, heart, or lung at any time, and thousands never qualify for a wait list or die before someone else's tragedy makes an organ available.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let me see what else.
Just saying.
Yeah. We're at the Institute. All right.
Next to the Whitey Bulger statue.
This I can get behind. Plenty of workers wish they could grab a quick power nap on their lunch break. And now a company is making it possible, creating office pods for tired workers to sleep in, but they do it standing up. Okay?
What? What? Like a horse?
Like the Coneheads?
Now, I had the same reaction that you guys did. What? But then I saw.
Because you've developed a system that works brilliantly.
I do. And Bill, did you see Bill call me out in the meeting yesterday?
No, what did he say?
For sleeping?
Like, I was exhausted, man.
Oh, yeah,
I
yeah.
get tired after the show.
Yeah.
I am wiped out, and that's why I have a little bunk under my desk where I can go lay down and sleep.
You're taking a nap?
Yeah, we're in the meeting, and I'm like, literally, I'm like shutting my eyes for a second or two, and he's just like, "Oh, you okay there, Press? What's going on?" I'm like, dude, I'm exhausted. I'm still listening. I'm here.
Yeah.
But I'm freaking tired, man. I can't stand our meetings because I'm so tired at that point.
Whenever we have them in a room with fluorescent lights, I can take the one room we're in a lot better than the other room because the fluorescent lights knock me the F out. But how do you stand and sleep, Preston?
All right, so Connor, pull up a picture of this. It's called giraffe nap, believe it or not.
Do you have to glue yourself to a giraffe?
No. The Japanese company behind this invention says sleepy employees can pop into the vertical giraffe nap booths to catch 40 winks during the working day. They add that the pods offer a refresh in just 20 minutes. Corporations could choose from two themes. There's the near future theme and the more traditional Japanese style booth.
Who's going to be the first to jump into one of these to rub one out?
Oh, Jesus.
Right?
Inside the pods, the body is supported at 4 points. The head, the buttocks, the shins, and the soles. So I'm going to try to describe this. It's like a phone booth, and you have a seat that you sit on. Now, there's also a pad in the front where your knees and your shins would rest, and your feet, there's a foot pad as well. And so you lean forward, and there's a kind of desk that's at chest height.
Right.
And you can put your arms up there and lay your head on it. So you're in a kind of a standing position, but your body is supported where you can just relax completely.
For a while, all the rage were these ergonomically designed office chairs that had the same kind of
like that
knee arrangement.
You're almost kneeling,
right,
but you're upright. I know what you're talking about.
So it's okay then to sleep at work because you're upright? Like, what the hell is the difference? Just put a bed in there.
I agree. Maybe it's for space saving.
Well, Preston, you push a button and the tube goes horizontal.
Yeah. I agree, Kathy. You could just have bunks of a sort, but I think it's easier to get in it. The one thing that I don't like about taking a nap under my desk is the crawling under there and then the getting back out.
Have you done a video to show your cool rig?
I think we did, Marissa, didn't we? Yeah, we've shown me.
Yeah, because there is a setup. You have a tub with bedding underneath it. You have a sliding curtain.
I have a yoga mat.
There's one.
I have a body pillow. I have a blanket, and then I have two pillows for my head.
There's one thing you're missing though.
What?
Some outward sign to hang on because we'll be in there knowing that you're asleep and we're quiet.
I know.
People come and go, hey, what's going?
Oh, I didn't know the other day.
You can't see because you have the little curtain, so it's pulled over. And what else you have under there is the mouse poop too, which is good.
There's no more mouse poop under there.
Sure.
It's all gone.
But I bought a retractable, one of those springy curtain rods.
Attention
rod. Thank you. And I bought some drapes, and then I cut them and I trimmed them to the proper height.
You could just go to your car. A lot of people, I see them in the office.
I don't wanna go to
They'll
my
go to the car and turn the air conditioning on and
then let run a hose from the tailpipe.
No, but Greg Scarrato, he used to be in sales here. Yeah, I remember our old general sales manager had to go to the bank. Right by Target.
Caught him in the parking lot.
He was in the parking lot just taking a good old snooze.
I don't sleep as well in the car. If I'm desperately tired and driving and I need to pull over and lay down for a while, I can do that. But I'm not comfortable in a car seat laying in that position. Plus, I have apnea and I can't lay on my back or I'll start. I'll do that whole thing. So the makers of Giraffe Nap say by fixing these 4 points, it is possible to maintain a relaxing standing and sleeping posture no matter how weak you are.
You weak little thing.
Giraffe nap makers say that they have applied scientific research to their creation to work out what level of sleep is conducive.
Harness the power of the sleeping giraffe.
To workers continuing their tasks after a nap. They said through joint research with Hokkaido University and Taiwan's National Cheng Kung University, when sleeping while standing, it reaches to sleep stage 2, which is a sleep that allows you to breathe lightly. And it's been demonstrated to remain in sleep stage 2 for over 30 minutes. You can feel the effect of a nap and not sleep too much, so you can quickly return to work without feeling drowsy.
I just bought a thing called Hippo Nap, where you sleep underwater.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how does that work out
I
for
almost
you?
died.
Okay, nice. Do you want real quick? Do you want to talk to a lung transplant recipient?
Sure.
Yeah. All right, doubling back to our last story. I'm going to go to Andy. Hi,
Andy.
Hi, Andy.
What's up, guys?
Yo, bud.
How are you?
Good, man. What's up?
I just wanted to let you guys know, I was a double lung transplant patient. And my old lungs were donated back to Penn Medicine for science. They asked me basically, do you want them? And my sister was actually answering for me. She's like, no, we don't want them. You can have them. So, but they were, I'm also a donor myself on my driver's license to go help, somebody else after being a recipient.
So the lungs you were not able to use, you donated it back to Penn so that they could dissect them and do research on them. How are you doing?
Oh, if I didn't tell you, you would not know.
That's fantastic.
Hey, by the way, Andy, so they offered your old lungs back to you in like what form? Were they going to put them in a jar and formaldehyde?
I don't know that answer. They just were like, do you want them? And we were, no, we don't want them.
I thought it would be, to be honest, Andy, I thought it was illegal or whatever, that was considered biomedical waste.
Yeah.
And
I mean, maybe when they say that, they don't mean they're actually going to give them to you, but that it's not going to be used for science. Like, you know what I mean? It'll be disposed of or whatever.
Okay. Or like in a smoothie.
Because it's your choice.
Yeah, probably, but, our answer was simply, no, we're okay.
All right.
Yeah.
And they asked if, did we mind that they used them for research? And we were like, no, absolutely. Do what you have to do,
Yeah.
Do they knock the price off of the transplant if you're offering a trade-in?
Right?
No, I don't believe so.
No? All right.
Trade-in.
All right, thanks, Andy. Happy to hear you're doing well, man.
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you very much.
All right, take care, buddy.
That's
We'll
pretty
see you.
wild.
Yeah.
Double lung transplant.
Yeah, double lung transplant.
Double lung transplant.
Oh, my God. All right, let's get to another story.
Just saying.
Yeah. Thank you. Can't do it without the music.
No.
I'm not going to do it without the music. Researchers from Florida have found that popular cliques in school are still very real, and they found out some reasons why people might fall into cliques. A Florida Atlantic University study found that life is harder for middle schoolers who are less athletic or less attractive.
Well, who didn't know that?
I know.
Come on.
That's as obvious as it gets. What, you mean the
Wow.
chubby, awkward kid is not rocking it in middle school?
Thanks for this study.
Well, the more unpopular a student becomes, the more likely they are to engage in problematic coping mechanisms.
I have a friend that I grew up with that, just
Had three testicles?
No, but just looking back on it, and I don't want to say too much because I don't want to reveal. But like, this person was not athletic, was not ugly, but but dude, all the cheerleaders loved him. He was like hanging out with the popular crew. He also was like a top 10 student, like all these. But like, if you were just judging surface level stuff, you're like, how the hell is this dude rocking it so well?
Yeah, some people's personality can rise above that, and that's a gift that you have.
And also,
I think.
people blossom later on, and you find yourself at different ages. Are they saying here? So what is the major takeaway from this survey?
It says here, growing marginalization in turn precipitates loneliness and alcohol misuse.
Okay.
According to the lead study author, who said of
So
those
they're saying alcohol can help.
no.
Oh, no.
Of those who began drinking to intoxication during the course of the school year, almost 2/3 were above average in unpopularity.
I'm very unpopular.
The study included 580 middle school students between 10 and 13 years old. Parents are encouraged to provide opportunities for the kids to make friends with well-adjusted classmates.
You notice how that's not in a yearbook category, most unpopular.
Bottom line is, man, middle school's hard.
It is.
I took my lumps. It was.
Did you find it the worst of your school years?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
I think so. And watching my kids go through it too, they hated it. They hated middle school. And because that's when
You're most awkward.
well, that's when things start to happen. That's when cliques start to form, and
Yeah.
yes, differences between each other start to matter
At different paces too.
Yeah.
You know, like when some
Yes.
kids in 7th and 8th grade are developing and other kids in 7th and 8th grade are still like elementary school kids. You know, it separates you, and then the separation creates these cliques. Do they talk about other coping mechanisms in this article besides drinking?
No, that's
They
pretty much
recommend
it.
drinking pretty much, right?
My suggestion to you is to start drinking heavily. No, but I mean it's an unfortunate truth. I mean that if you're less athletic, you have a more difficult
So
time.
be
If you're
more
less-
athletic and better looking.
Yeah, come on.
That's the takeaway.
Yeah, just be more
Just be
athletic and
better
better
looking.
looking.
The coping mechanism that I was thinking of was that I knew a few young women who found acceptance through sex, and they they used that as a way to gain popularity by flirting with boys, by sleeping with boys, and looking back on it, it's unfortunate, but they wanted to fit in.
So I was less athletic, and that's
You became
when,
a pimp,
and that's that.
I find that hard to believe. I got to jump in here. You might not have liked sports, but I've known you a long time. Your hand-eye coordination is fantastic.
Oh well, thank you, sir.
So I wouldn't say that you were less athletic. I think you just didn't like sports.
No, not true.
No?
Not
Really?
true. Not
you
true.
were
No,
more not good.
no, I mean, so that's when I was going to say in middle school. That's when you started seeing the people who really advance in their ability.
Yeah,
Before
yeah.
that, gym was fun.
Yeah.
We went out and we played kickball and we did all these games and they were great. But then when people started getting really good and you were playing with the athletes and playing these games and they would just essentially just dominate.
That's where they break away from the pack. The ones who are going to have.
And that was in
yeah.
middle school.
Yeah.
And that's when the choosing teams.
Right.
And you get picked last.
Shirts and skins.
That stuff, that's when it surfaces, I think.
And for me, because I was undersized pretty much my whole life, but it wasn't until like those middle school years where I'll never forget, like, because when I used to play like a side yard football or schoolyard, I was great. And then one time, this guy tackled me with no problems, and I was like, what the hell was that? Like, and then all of a sudden, people started developing and getting bigger, and I just did not.
Quick question.
Yeah.
So there's always shirts and skins. Do you think they ever for a second considered shorts and balls?
Probably
Shorts and balls.
In grade school level? Or,
Right.
No, probably not.
All right.
Maybe in the olden days.
In the oldie times.
The olden times. All right. But anyhow, I knew it was pretty obvious, but
Yes, it's worth remembering. So and remember the healing properties of alcohol.
All right, we should probably close up shop here, and but we thank you for stopping by the campus, home of the new
Sylvester Stallone School of Journalism.
School of Journalism. That is correct. All right, it's the Just Saying Institute. We are going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. When we return, we're going to talk to the mullet champion of the country.
Oh, yeah.
And we're also going to get into the bizarre files. So stay with us. We'll be back in a moment. And then after that, Grayson Waller. Very dynamic, over-the-top personality is going to be here to get ready for WrestleMania. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Case, and you,
I'm not saying you took a big bite.
All right, back me up.
Just do it. 1, 2, 3, go.
I'm just.
Come on. Taste it.
Choo-choo train.
Peanut butter.
Open wide.
What do you think? What do you think, Case?
It's horrible.
Did you taste
It's
Aftertaste-
horrible.
I'll tell you what.
You're insane.
The aftertaste is not that great. Now, listen, I just took a little baby bite.
You're
I don't-
insane.
all right, so I'll eat that, okay?
Yeah,
I
eat it.
eat this
Go
part.
for
That's enough. Any amount is go. All right, he's got it in his mouth. He's tasting it, and
All right.
he's kind of has a confused look on his face. Now he's got a disgusting look on his face, and now he looks like he wants to ask a question.
Okay, hang on.
Okay.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Nope.
No.
It's not good.
No, but it's almost good.
Okay.
It's
It if you like, it has the texture of avocado.
I don't like the texture. Like it's almost like I ate snot.
It's like you're eating someone's bunghole.
It looks like snot.
It feels like snot. But Okay.
All right, seal this sucker up.
It's got like simultaneous flavors.
I will tell you this: they were not lying about the sharpness of the spikes on this thing. If you were to slam this against someone, you would hurt them.
Hold on, I'm sorry. I'm gonna just take a little taste, but there's also like some sort of rice cake or something that has this cooked into it. If you want to try.
Oh,
that.
really?
Are you kidding me?
Oh, okay.
No!
It's been
All right, I'll try that.
All right.
All right, Nick will try
No, you're not allowed to have the rice cake unless
all
you
right,
try
fine.
it.
All right, I didn't have my meal.
I just made up rules.
Both Casey and I can have the rice cake.
All right, I'm going to try it.
Nick's going to try it. The durian fruit. Go for it, Nick. Okay. Oh, instant regret. Instant regret.
All right, so
it's disgusting.
Yeah.
All right, so
But,
now
all right, Steve.
you can now try the rice cake.
Does it taste better than it smells?
A little bit.
I think so.
A little bit.
A tiny bit. Okay.
That's not, but it's not saying a lot.
I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try a little piece.
All right, okay.
All right.
Oh God. Is there a little seafood in there?
No, I don't want to do it.
There's a little bunghole in there.
Okay.
That is awful.
Yeah, it is.
All right. We have to get to this surströmming.
You could actually taste the melon in that. Like there was like
Honestly, I understand, Casey.
Gross.
I understand eating things that are not in our normal palate wheel. I got that.
No.
But this is it says it makes you less of a human if you eat this. It's disgusting.
A New Hampshire woman is recovering after a rabid bobcat attacked her. It was dusk when Elise Dabrowski made her nightly trip to lock up the chicken coop and decided that she would.
I'm gonna go out and lock up the chicken coop. I'm just doing what I do every. Oh no! Got my flashlight. I'm gonna go out and lock out the chicken coop. What can possibly go? Oh no! Bobcat attack!
She was while she was locking up the chicken coop, she decided she'd do a little bit of weeding in the garden.
There's goddamn weeds all over the place. I want the chicken coop to look good, if not for the chickens, at least for me. And should I wear my sausage necklace? Oh, no!
The 80-year-old grandmother was hacking weeds near her rose bush with her sickle when the bobcat pounced.
My goddamn sickle.
And the bobcat.
Look behind him at a chicken coop. What was that rose?
I just like how you have these different developments in the story.
So anyway, she was hacking the weeds near the rose bush with her sickle when the bobcat pounced on her and sunk its teeth into her face.
Yeah, they go for the head. They go for headshots. The neck and the head.
She said, all I kept thinking is, why? Why is he doing this? Why is this?
Why? We have so many more days to live.
Why is this stupid cat attacking me? She said.
Mother effing bug. He's back for more. You want more? You want a piece of me? Son of a bitch.
Now she's just pissed.
Yeah.
She's fighting back. Yeah.
We're going out together, you bitch. Yeah, come at me. I'll dice you up. Cut your head off.
She turned her sickle on the beast as some of her 5 dogs scrambled over to help out.
And that's another question. Where are my goddamn dogs?
And she said he just kept.
Lazy mutts.
He just kept scratching and biting, and the dogs came and chased him off. By then, the bobcat had ripped into her in 5 places, causing wounds that would take 60 stitches to close. Her adult son heard the commotion from his yard.
Thanks, Lord Ass. Where were you? I'm out here and fighting Mother Nature, and you're in there watching your game shows.
He was in his yard nearby, and he heard commotion. She said he got the gun and came down.
Now, why don't you go back to the house and put some friggin' bullets in it, you moron?
Came down and killed the bobcat with a shotgun blast.
I know. Actually, you killed one of our dogs, dumbass.
Now, Tuesday, it tested positive for rabies.
Oh, man.
But Dabrowski...
Just not age, please.
But Dabrowski...
I've gone this long avoiding it, and I'm rather sexual.
Wow.
I don't want to get bobcat age. That's the worst.
You've had sexual relations.
Tons of men. There's been an open door policy of this old cooter.
Oh.
It's like a revolving door.
Anyhow,
Times Square.
But Dabrowski considers herself lucky.
I'm very lucky having that bobcat tear my face off.
She said, it could have got my eye, could have got my jugular, could have got anything. I feel very, very fortunate. Her son and her dogs are now...
Just good to be back at home with the... Oh, no, he's back, son of a bitch!
They're all getting rabies shots. But
I hear that they've gotten less...
What, the stomach
painful?
shots?
Yeah, the rabies shots. They modified because it used to be a series of shots in your stomach, as you said.
But anyhow, she harbors no ill will toward the bobcat, which already had a face full of porcupine quills before it attacked her. So it had already been having a rough day. So yeah.
Good to see you, Dr. Smithers. I'll just go out and wait in the waiting room. I mean, oh, no! No, bobcat! The bobcat will not give up. It's a battle royale.
You know what? Just relax. Take a bath.
Yeah, I'm going a little Mr. Bubble. Light some candles. Put on a little Yanni and... oh, no! What the hell? Get out of the... No, you son of a bitch! Where's my loofah?
Where's my loofah? You're going to use that to fight the bobcat off with?
Whatever you have, you got to go for it. I don't bathe with a sickle.
Let me go to Carrie. Hi, Carrie. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Carrie?
Not much. But yeah, so we had, my father was an organist for over 50 years, and he passed away 5 years ago, and he had an organ in the house. Now, his organ was an organ that some churches had smaller ones than this one.
But your dad had a large organ?
He had, yeah, thank you. I have seen my dad's organ. Yeah. Anyway, it was like a full pedal and it was 3 manuals, so it had 3 keyboards.
Oh.
And then 4 rather large speakers along with it. And 2 years ago, we found a church in York County to take it. And because it was a huge weight around my mother, you know, like to see it, like he.
Yeah, it was a constant reminder.
Yeah, exactly. So the church that was taking it sent the movers. Well, they told the movers it was a small organ. It was not a small organ. So they asked, you know, did it come through the front door? Yes, it came through the front door with a lot of difficulty. So my dad actually had the back of the house, instead of a slider for the deck, he put in French doors so that if eventually he moved or it needed to be moved, it would be more easily taken out.
Okay.
And even wider steps on the deck. Well, of course, I'm a woman, so of course I didn't know what I was talking about. So after like 20 tries to go through the front door, taking the door off the hinges, etc., I finally was like, would you please go out the back door?
And so all this time this is happening, you have full French doors in the back of the house and basically a ramp built to accommodate the organ that you didn't even consider.
Right. I told them from the beginning. And they're like, well, did it come through the front door? Yes, it did, but with a lot of difficulty, you Nimrod.
Did they eventually go out the back door, Carrie?
Yes, thankfully.
Yeah.
After much difficulty.
I mean, to be honest, your dad's big organ was meant for the back door.
Oh, my
God.
Yeah.
And we'll
Just
leave
a
you
fact,
with
right?
that, Carrie.
Thank you very much.
The whole phone call was worth it for that line alone.
I love you all.
Your dad's huge organ was made for the back door. Yes. So yesterday was just perfect weather. It was fantastic. It was the zero humidity, nice little breeze, comfortable temperatures. It was great. So we got that. If we could have more of those, it'd be wonderful. But we are in July.
Yes.
And the next couple of days are going to be heating up. So by the time we get to Thursday, mid-90s and humid, it's going to be sweaty, sassy,
moist,
sultry,
sticky, smelly.
And there was a hashtag surfacing on social media. Actually, it was out of the UK because they had been having some record temperatures. But the hashtag is boob sweat.
Yes, it's a big dilemma for the more
Me.
The more Casey-ish.
Yeah. I was not aware that boobs tend to get sweaty.
I know we suffer from under.
From under cheese?
Yeah, from under
cheese. Sweat, I guess.
Yeah.
Is it the underneath part that?
Let's consult our large-breasted traffic reporter.
And now, from the Breast Bureau of the WMMR Morning Show, it's Kathy Romano. And now we go to our on-the-scene correspondent, the buxom Kathy Romano, to talk about booby sweat.
I gave you
That introduction not as good as the traffic one. Okay, so what is your question? Does it happen or where?
Yeah, is that something you have to be ready for when you're heading out and it's going to be really hot, or boobs? One of the things you got to worry about getting all sweaty.
Yes, my boobs sweat, but I think it depends on. I mean, I can't speak for girls with smaller boobs, but I mean, yes, like I have an underneath part and also my cleavage.
Really? Oh yeah. So it's
where there's close proximity.
Skin on
Yes,
skin.
skin on skin.
Now you're not gonna see it. It's not gonna drip through my clothes.
Oh
or
my
anything
God!
like
Are you
that.
kidding me? It looks like you've been shot in the chest twice every time it's warm outside. No,
But-
you don't see it, but you're in air condition when we see you.
Yeah, and also if you if I were to work out in a cotton sports bra or a cotton shirt, you would see it. You would see it there.
It's almost like pits, but with
But
a T.
T.
Yeah.
Well, boobs are the new pits, Preston.
Oh, I wish you could have said it.
Knockers are the new pits instead of.
Why can't we say that word?
I know it's so innocuous. It sounds so friendly too.
In fact, there are birds that are called tits.
Yes,
So
yeah,
there, I said it.
absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Titmouse. All right.
Let's just talk about the birds.
Well, it was quiet Wednesday evening in Blue Springs, Missouri, when the police radio crackled with word that a holdup alarm had been triggered at Cerilia's local adult novelty emporium. When the store manager spoke with police dispatchers, he provided a physical description of the tattooed man who stole $90 of merchandise.
They call it cash.
The suspect fled on foot and was running to the grocery store with he said, quote, running north to the grocery store with two of the biggest dongs I sell.
Dude, now I sell some big dongs, but he took two of the bigger ones.
An officer described the suspect as a white male shaved head tattoo on his neck who stole 2 dildos and a bottle of lotion.
Yeah, he stole one of them there lurches, which are huge, and one of them Sasquatches.
The manager recalled swiped a $47 11-inch All-American Ultra Whoppers curved dong intended for use in a strap-on device.
Yes, I'm curious. Do you have the ultra-wide curved dong?
It's the American Ultra Whopper.
Put it aside for me. That's ROMANO. That is the Ultra American Super Curved Dong. Is it not? What is the vein situation like with that? Oh, very good.
The vein situation.
The thief also stole
Would you say there's the end of it? What is that like? Is it wide? Is it wider? Well, I'll come in and see.
And
Is
also,
it online? I want to take a look at it.
what's the return policy on that, too? The thief also
You can
stole...
always resell it on the yard sale site.
Yes, on your Facebook site.
Kathy actually
Ladies.
saw resale on
a dildo?
Yeah.
It was
Are you kidding me?
It was a glass dildo. A woman sent it to me, and I emailed her back. I'm like, is this for real? She goes, I promise you, I saw it. And she said, WMMR.
Thank you, Kathy. We're going to do the bizarre file. Then we are going to speak to the mullet champion of the world in just a second. And this just added to our list of things for the day. We have brand new music from Guns N' Roses.
Whoa!
I had no idea this was even coming. So we're going to do all of this. And then we got more guests. But let's do the bizarre file first and foremost. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Horizon Services. From clogged toilets to dripping faucets, Horizon Services plumbing professionals are there when you need them. And Horizon also arrives the same day or you don't pay. Book in seconds at horizoneasybook.com. We'll start with this. A 19-year-old who pleaded guilty to falsely impersonating a physician's assistant in 2022 has been arrested again, and this time for allegedly defrauding a car dealership of more than $100,000. Zachary Brent Bailey was arrested on Saturday morning on an outstanding felony warrant. Now, he faces 2 counts of obtaining property by deception. He allegedly sold 2 vehicles that were not his to Cooper Auto Group for tens of thousands of dollars. His criminal activities have been compared to those in the movie Catch Me If You Can.
It sounded like that.
In 2022, he posed as a physician's assistant to gain access to two hospitals in Corpus Christi, Texas for nearly 2 months. He was 17 years old.
I remember this.
At the time. Court records show that Bailey was able to dress in scrubs and obtain a badge from the hospitals, claiming to be a traveling physician's assistant.
Wouldn't you be put off if your doctor was sitting in a booster chair?
His story ultimately unraveled when he made a slip-up and claimed that he went to Stevens College, a private university in Missouri. One ICU nurse realized that it was an all-girls school, so it would have been impossible for Bailey to attend. And after his fellow hospital employees started looking into social media accounts, they realized that he was not who he said he was. He later pleaded guilty to 2 felonies. Now, he was sentenced to 6 years of probation for that case. His criminal record doesn't stop there. According to police, he also gave false information to obtain residency at an apartment complex, used bank fraud to purchase a $52,000 BMW, and stole $4,300 worth of jewelry from a Walmart.
Imagine if he were to turn these talents on something legitimate.
Police in Texas also believe Bailey was preparing to impersonate a police officer after his physician's assistant scheme ended. Officers said that he was found and driving an old police cruiser and was in possession of a bulletproof vest, a gun belt, ammunition, a T-shirt with the word sheriff on it, and a ghost gun. Bailey's crime span across Texas, Oklahoma, and Missouri, and he remains in the county jail in Oklahoma after he was arrested for the alleged car dealership crimes. His bond is set at $200,000.
And as with Catch Me If You Can, a lot of it is just simply has to be based on the thrill of the impersonation.
Possibly, yeah. 2 American tourists were found asleep on the Eiffel Tower on Monday morning after allegedly getting drunk and evading security the night before. Staff at Paris's most famous monument woke the men in the early morning as they made their rounds ahead of the tower's 9 a.m. opening time on Monday.
Are there enough places to go discreetly hide yourself, Nick?
Sure are, yeah.
The pair appeared to have gotten stuck because of how drunk they were, according to prosecutors.
We can see in Paris.
They added that the men were found in a section of the tower normally closed to the public between its 2nd and 3rd levels. A police source said that they bought a ticket on Sunday night and they hopped security barriers while descending from the top of the tower.
Look at a beret that says Rusty.
They intend to file a criminal complaint for that, by the way.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Nick, did you suffer appendicitis on the Eiffel Tower? Yeah, that's what I thought.
I passed out on one of the elevators going from the first floor to the second floor.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Wow. Here's a follow-up story. A former contestant on The Family Feud was sentenced by an Illinois judge to natural life behind bars for the fatal shooting earlier this year of his estranged wife. And in May, Timothy Blefnick was convicted of first-degree murder and home invasion. The judge, Robert Adrian, sentenced the defendant to spend his life behind bars, essentially the state's toughest punishment. And the interesting thing is, in his appearance on Family Feud, he said something to the effect of killing his wife.
Well, your biggest what is your biggest regret? And his answer was saying I do.
Oh, that was it. Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you. Illinois abolished the death penalty in 2011 via legislation. Natural life is the equivalent of what other states describe as life without the possibility for parole. And here's a follow-up story. I love this. Weeks after a police officer took a viral tumble down a children's slide in City Hall Plaza in Boston, the playground portion has been blocked off at night because too many adults are going there to try it themselves.
I felt so bad for this cop, but the footage is just, he rockets down this slide, ostensibly meant for children, and just careens out the end of it.
What is it, though? Is it like the material of his clothes? Like,
I don't
why does
know,
he
but
rock it out like
Kathy,
that?
he shot out like a bullet.
I know, I saw it.
So a local who posted about the fences they put up on Tumblr said that they had been yelled at by a cop after trying to take a trip down the steep metal playground equipment at night. Others who saw the barricades despaired online, with one user pointing out, "I can't believe cops ruined the cop slide."
You can't help it.
It's never not funny.
It's not even like he rockets out, but he's turned over. So he got turned around in
He's
the
face
slide.
down, Kathy.
Going backwards.
He is propelled out of this slide at like 25 miles an hour.
And he's a man. What's a kid supposed to do?
I know his equipment is falling off of him.
And he doesn't
Thank God he didn't shoot himself.
He doesn't really laugh when he gets up.
No, he was hurt. He was hurt.
Yeah.
The Boston Globe reported that the nightly fences, which appeared Thursday, were erected by city officials to prevent large groups of adults from trying to use the slide after the park is closed.
Does he find this funny at all, do you think?
I don't know.
Probably not.
So the spokesperson for the mayor said blocking off the slide was a temporary measure as we were seeing increased activity at night by adults. The slide, by the way, was constructed in November 2022 as part of a $70 million renovation of City Hall Plaza. However, the playground has only recently seen a large influx of visitors since the video of the Boston police officer flailing out of the tube slide's entrance circulated around social media earlier this month. It is classic. And we'll wrap up the bizarre file right there because we have someone we are going to talk to now.
Yes.
Boy, it was neck and neck for a while. We didn't know how this was going to play out. We felt pretty confident. But in the national championship, the mullet national championship, we had Rory on to promote the fact that the voting was available. And he shot to the top in votes. But then a couple other guys started bumping up and down, and they had all kinds of charitable donations that were a part of the equation.
Which is admirable, but, fortunately, there are a couple of different aspects that are involved here, and he hands down had the best mullet.
Yeah, without question. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to welcome the champion via Zoom right now. Please give some love to Cheddar Whiz, Rory, and his mom, Erin. Hey, guys.
Hi.
Hey, congratulations, Rory. How do you feel, man?
My heart is beating so fast.
Listen, I woke up this morning. I wake up at 3:45 in the morning, and I put on the news. And on the national news, Rory, this is the entire country. At least the entire country is up at 3:45 in the morning.
Yeah.
And I'm sure it is going to run all day long. There you were being interviewed on my television. That is so cool. Have you seen yourself on TV with all this going on?
Yeah.
Oh, and
I don't think he really understands how cool it is.
Well, obviously, I have no doubt as a attentive mom, you're archiving all of this stuff because there will come a time where I think, Rory, even you will be blown away by how far this is spread across the country. It was even in the Daily Mail, which is international.
Yeah. So, listen, Rory, coming towards the end, were you keeping an eye on how the competition was going and whether or not you were going to win?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we were really nervous towards the end there. And the final three were released. We knew he was in the top three, but we didn't really know the place. And we didn't really expect to win. So when they said his name, it was like our hearts just dropped.
You know what? I kind of felt the same way. We saw the other ones go. And I'm like, no.
That's part of life.
Like we really pushed it hard, and it would have been too bad, but I'd kind of almost given up hope too. And when the announcement was made yesterday, we were so excited about it.
we were already alpaca shopping ourselves. Well, the breakdown of the information we got here says that ultimately the fan vote portion of the contest, which obviously weighed in the final decision, Rory, Cheddar Whiz, had 16,723 votes. The next highest was 9,032 votes.
Oh,
so that was a substantial gap. And everyone who raised money for the veterans, Wounded Warriors and the whole cause, the charity, that's phenomenal. But truth of the matter is, if this is a mullet contest, there's no question you had the best mullet.
Yeah. And what did you think of the other two that were in the running? What did you think of their hair? Were they pretty good? Did you take a good look at them?
Other contestants, we talked about Camden's, his curly mullet is so cool, and the other contestants, his was like all the way down his back. I think that's what's so neat about these mullets is like every contestant, they just look different.
They were certainly what you have the straight hair. It caught a whole bunch of people. Obviously, you had a number of celebrities that were also interested in you winning this. Now the question is, and it keeps coming up in all the reports, we had originally heard llama, and now we understand that it's actually alpaca that is going to be purchased. Have you gone ahead with that, Rory? Are you looking to do that? When are the plans to acquire this alpaca?
We're going to get an alpaca?
Yeah, we're going to get 3 alpacas.
Three
alpacas. Okay, so you won $5,000. Is that you're going to be able to buy 3 alpacas with $5,000? Oh, we couldn't hear you.
Oh, no, they're
Oh, they froze. Oh, no.
I wonder.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, we can hear you.
There
Yeah,
you go.
so I'm sorry. Yeah, let's ask that question again. Are you going to be able to afford 3 alpacas with $5,000?
Yeah. Well, so Rory's going to treat to.
Oh,
We're losing a little bit of the audio.
Yeah.
So as long as the big question is obviously Rory had told us that was his sister wanted an alpaca, and that was kind of for her. She's got to be ecstatic. Oh, we're losing
all the audio. Oh, that sucks.
Well,
we can see.
They look great though,
We
and
can
that
see the lips
mullet
moving.
looks fantastic.
Well, listen, I've heard that there's going to be a party, a celebration. Aaron, let's see if try one more time. Is there a party coming up? Okay, no, I'm sorry. We're gonna have to wrap it. That sucks. But I don't know what's going on. But there's
The audio's gone, but then we got the
technical
video.
glitch. We
Yeah.
can see them, but apparently, and I'll get the information from Marissa. But there's going to be a party
Monday night
at a wing place.
Yes,
because that's the two things Rory wanted was an alpaca and some wings.
It's at Oli's, and it'll be on Monday night. Yeah, and also the alpacas. Apparently, they all have to be of the same sex, and so it'll be either 3 male alpacas or 3 females. Okay. But Rory is in search of names. I recommended Preston and Steve and Casey, but we'll see if they end up getting boy ones. But we'll see. So maybe we can chat with them down the line and figure out what they named the alpacas.
Prestina, Stephanie, and Casey will still work.
Casey works.
Wow. Well, that's so cool. I'm sorry the audio broke up on there, but we're so happy for Rory.
I
and his
honestly,
mom, Aaron.
I'd sort of consigned myself to the fact that that he was just going to be in the top 3, and that was good. But then it came back. I was like, can't believe it.
He did it. He did it.
I mean, he was the cutest one.
I told you. He had the winning smile.
Yeah.
Had the winning smile. All right, listen, we do need to take a break because not only are we going to have Grayson Waller in the studio when we get back, we have brand new Guns N' Roses. None of us have heard this yet. Like, this was just sent over to us. So we'll all experience it together on the other side of this. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
And a 4-ounce bottle of Doc Johnson's Joy Juice lubricant.
Hi, I'm Doc Johnson. You have trouble in the sack? Think you get a little chafed?
With more than 60 stores, Cerullia's, where romance finds fantasy, describes itself as one of the nation's largest and fastest growing specialty retail chains.
Oh, Cerullia's, where romance finds fantasy. May I help you? Yeah, we got about 50 different types of dildos. Come on in. It's romantic. Yeah, we have this thing. It's a dildo attached to a jackhammer. Very romantic.
Founded in 1992.
You'll be whisked away on this piece of hardware. It's going to tear your bunghole out. Romance is the name of the game here. It's Cerullia's. We got a pneumatic drill with 12 rotating dildos on it. Very romantic.
It doesn't sound that romantic.
Paris and springtime.
It's where romance
Have you walked along the Champs-Elysees?
It's where romance
Did you ever
finds
see American in Paris with Gene Kelly and Leslie Caron? Very much like that. What is it? Oh, it's a bazooka that shoots dildos. Like walking with your lovely one along the sand.
This guy says he's a proper pronunciation.
He's trying.
I got to give him that. All right, so anyhow, founded in 1992, the firm offers an impressive collection of lingerie, vibrators, and adult toys, and romance essentials.
Romance essentials.
The description prompted one cop to...
Yeah, it's like what Wolverine wears, except the blades are dildos. It's very romantic. Very, very romantic.
The description prompted one cop to identify a possible subject by name and suggest that a fellow officer sit by the man's residence. He said, if he shows up, quote, you'll be looking for 2 dildos and a bottle of lotion. Raven Simone and Annalise Vanderpool, who have been great friends since meeting on the set of That's So Raven, returned to the sequel series, Raven's Home.
Raven's Hole?
At Raven's Home, H-O-M-E.
Because I would have watched the first one.
Bold new step on the Disney Channel.
Raven's Hole.
Tonight after 11 p.m., Raven's Hole.
Disney After Dark.
A lesbian unchained. That's so Raven.
Here, Isaac Ryan Brown. That you know what we should find, Steve? We should find some audio from old classic porn trailers.
Oh, yeah.
Because they were just like that.
Absolutely.
Raven's Hole premieres tonight at 10 on Disney Channel.
Raven's Hole.
New video and images show what it was like inside a Philadelphia-bound jetliner that encountered severe turbulence on Saturday. In video taken by Los Angeles area ophthalmologist Evan Fang, the captain can be heard saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain. We really apologize for the unexpected bump. We were expecting some light turbulence."
We're gonna die! We are gonna die! I didn't need to become a pilot! I'm good at math!
Wow.
I had career options anyway. I'm gonna die with you losers.
Wow.
No, he said it was just
unexpected.
totally unexpected.
A few minutes ago, I made some statements that were absolutely inappropriate, and
Apologize.
I sincerely apologize.
We asked our captain to make an assessment, make sure everybody is okay. Again, we sincerely apologize. We don't anticipate any more of that. We want to make sure, as always, that you keep your seatbelt fastened.
Always, man. Listen, I flew a lot on our vacation. We took several flights, and unfortunately, I've drilled it into my kid's head. I'm like, you keep that seatbelt on, no matter. You never know. I mean, it could be, it could just be a sudden, quick drop of a few feet, and boom, you hit your head on the ceiling. It doesn't take much.
Well, that's what this was.
Yeah.
I've seen the stewardess on one flight. I clearly remember she actually held on to the two seats and her feet lifted off the ground. I'm like, it's always when they're not putting that up for the hell of it.
Nope.
Fang shot the footage taken inside.
Thank you, Fang.
American Flight 759, just after the plane shook and dropped in extreme turbulence.
Handed the camera to Uncle Fester.
I actually had a friend in college named Fang.
Flight attendants had just started serving drinks and people, beverages, and anything that was loose in the cabin went flying. 3 passengers and 7 crew members were injured. 2 flight attendants were the first to be treated by doctors on board. One suffered a dislocated shoulder, and the other had fallen and hit her head and shoulder.
Wow.
Dr. Fang says that he worked with 2 other doctors to make sure that there were no major injuries.
Dr. Fang.
Yes. Cousin, it was okay, though. Yeah, nothing. Nothing ended up happening. Wow.
They made sure that there were no...
I would like some of my potion, please. The grog going back with the steam coming out of it.
Right.
This is for you, Mr. Fang.
They made sure that there were no major injuries and that the injured were stabilized.
Just the way I like it.
We're going to get through this.
No.
First day back, man. We got to have some fun.
I got it. FAA officials say the flight crew reported severe turbulence while flying over the North Atlantic Ocean. The flight had just taken off from Athens, Greece.
According to the polling website, Ranker, there's some good polls on there.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll check it out from time to time.
Better than state slogans, right? We found out?
Yes. But they have come up with the sexiest accent in the world.
Is it different for men and women?
You know what? I was trying to figure that out. I didn't see anything about gender
So it's just one.
breakdown. So, yeah. Okay. Because I think it might make a difference between men and women.
Yeah.
It's in general,
The accent that I find, one of the accents I find sexiest is... not so. I wouldn't see it being so for men, but women. I find this accent sexy. So anyhow,
all right.
What do you find, Kathy? Is there a certain accent that you find attractive if you hear it?
Man.
That's just kind of like ooh.
You know what? I like them all. Like I do like Australian. I like you know
like that. It's sort of very. To me, it always seems difficult to be Australian and talks like if you talk like us, it'd be a lot easier.
And then maybe an Italian man speaking English with his, with
penis
his Italian
out.
accent.
Not with his penis out.
Hey, take a look at this. It's a Johnson. It's right there for you to touch, eh?
According to this website, number 1 sexiest accent in the world is the Irish accent.
Oh, wow.
I love a British accent as well. So in that general area, British, Scottish, Irish, though there is certainly distinct differences.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you what, I have a few friends that are Irish from Ireland, and sometimes it is hard to understand what they're saying.
Oh my God,
we were just listening to Sinead O'Connor, and obviously she was in a desperate state when we were listening to her audio back and trying to determine what she was saying.
But while talking to these guys, sometimes there's a pause in the conversation as my mind is trying to process what they. I'm like, okay, all right, yes.
The answer is yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I know what you mean. Yeah, and
There are
especially
flying squirrels in the Poconos. I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. What were you saying?
the second sexiest is a Spanish accent.
I like that. I almost said Spanish.
Now,
too.
I don't know if that means Latino.
My Spanish professor in college, I love the way she talked when she spoke English because she was from Madrid, but she had an English accent because she had learned her.
Was it sexy?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, dear God. Ooh, your gym shorts are muy bueno.
Nick, I have a question
Did
for
you
you.
just come from playing one of your sports? I love the little boy sweat on you.
Sounds kind of manly.
You look like a little girl. In your little diving shorts with your not yet formed body hair.
But actually, I wouldn't mind hearing from people who do have accents. It might be transplants or have never been able to shake that accent.
Give me your sexiest accent, right?
Give us a call at 215-263-WMMR, and let's hear you speak a little bit, and let's see how that sounds, and especially if there's any Scottish ladies listening. I want to hear that. Or Spanish.
Preston, I'm sitting here on my speaker when you talk. Vibrating my lady bits.
So the third place, so you have Irish is first, according to Ranker, sexiest accent in the world. Irish is first, followed by Spanish, then Aussies, Kathy. So
Okay.
the Australians, and then Italians. So that's right where you lie.
Yeah.
Oh, you're batting 1,000.
In sixth place is the former champion, the French accent. And so like Sebastian Letou, who used to come in here. He has the very, very French accent. And would you find that
For me, not as much as
Okay.
the others, yeah.
All right.
I'm going to make a pee-pee in the bed.
Right after that, in seventh place is the Swedish accent. Where I just got back from Sweden.
And we think of it very much like, very lyrical.
In fact, I couldn't really give you a good representation of what
There are subtleties. It's more like,
right. It's a lot like that.
Yes, exactly. In casual conversation, so those are the subtleties that you don't pick up.
Nuances.
The nuances. You can hardly tell.
So followed by Swedish is Japanese. In eighth place for sexiest.
Yes. Now, I wonder if it goes for both men and women, and that's the case we're wondering about the delineation here, because I think there is a sing-songy, lilting quality to a female Japanese.
I would say no for
men. I'm doing a stereotypical.
Yeah, but the thing of it, but Japanese. When we were in Sweden, we were getting ready to fly back, so we were in the international terminal, and there's people from all over the world that are flying in and out. And a group of Japanese came by and very loud.
Yes.
Very loud speaking. They were just having casual conversation. The language itself is just very brash.
Yeah.
And it sounds almost like they're being rude to each other.
Like they're arguing about something, and they're just having regular conversation.
Yeah,
So
that I wouldn't find-
it's
like, hey, a Cinnabon.
And that's what they're saying.
Hungry?
And a lot of and they're they're pausing their our version of and stuff like that. It's like
Thinking. I can't think of the words.
Hey, Fong, do you want to go to the Cinnabon?
Well, where do you want to go?
Chickies and beats.
Oh my God! Hang on, let me get I have an accented individual on the line. I can't say your name. What is your name?
Vincenza.
Vincenza.
Oh my God! I
Right
love
there,
you already.
right there.
Okay, and tell us a little bit about yourself so we can hear some of your accent. Where are you from? What do you do? Stuff like that.
Well, I'm from Sicily, Palermo, and I came here about 15 years ago.
About 15 years ago.
Do you get complimented on your accent?
Yeah, a lot. I used to be a waitress, and I had some people saying, like, when you're at the table, you say the daily special. And some people will be like, "Oh, what a nice accent! Can you say it again?"
Well, you know what? My wife and I were at an Italian restaurant recently, and the waitress was directly from Italy, spoke very, very good English. But I agree, when she rolled out the specials of the day, it made him sound that much
Thank you
more
very much,
enticing.
Kathy. We are stoked to have our next guest here in the studio with us this morning. We've talked about this yesterday. WrestleMania 40 is coming to the Link.
Huge.
2 nights at the Link. That's how big this is.
Yep.
April 6th and 7th, and tickets are on sale tomorrow at Ticketmaster.com. So they're getting the word out, and we are happy to have with us this morning in our studio Mr. Grayson Wall.
Hey. I'm a bit stressed right now. How am I supposed to follow a kid with a mullet? Like, that's a big guest that you got on. Like, how am I supposed to follow that now?
It's a supreme mullet that kid
It was
has.
a very nice. He almost an Australian mullet. Like that's how good it was. I was like, heck, I could. In Australia, I could see that. We like a good mullet.
Aussie mullets are very competitive.
It's part of the culture. You
Yeah,
know what I mean?
yeah,
So if he
yeah.
ever was in Australia, he'd fit in quite well.
Hey, speaking of the culture, you've been taking in the Philly culture. You've been here for a couple days now, and I understand you've been making the rounds all over town.
I've been before, but the last time I came was in December.
Okay.
And I tell you what, it's a bit of a different vibe coming here when I can actually leave the hotel.
Yeah.
But I went for a walk around yesterday. You know, when I saw you got to do the touristy things. You know, see the Rocky statue. I went to
Right.
Reading Terminal.
Yeah.
Where all the food was.
Yeah.
Like that was a good time. So it's very rare I have positive things to say about the city, but here I am.
Did you swing by the Link?
Yeah.
Did you actually go by the Link?
I haven't gone yet, but I'm going tonight for the game. So I was like, I'm going to save it for game time tonight.
Yeah. You got to hang out at the Eagles training camp yesterday, and I was talking to you in the Acme Lounge earlier. You got to meet fellow Aussie Jordan Mailata?
I did. I was very excited to meet Jordan because we're actually from people might not know this, Australia's a very big place.
Yeah, sure is.
So when people go, are you from Australia? Oh, you know Darren, do you? Yeah, I know the one guy. But me and Jordan we're from about maybe 5 minutes away
No
at the same
way.
time. So when I got to meet him, we talked about some similar kind of areas and things like that. So it was
man.
cool seeing two guys from a very small area. You know,
Where do you hail
doing big
from?
things.
Specifically,
Bankstown.
Okay.
It's called Bankstown.
Closest
In Sydney.
There we go. Now we got to. I know it is weird when people say like, "Oh, you're from Philadelphia. Do you know Ed?" Because there's obviously a multitude of places. But Preston was asking earlier. So you're relatively young in as far as the wrestling world goes, but you're taking it by storm. And I told Preston, I said, because we've gone a couple times. We're not live and breathe and bleed, wrestling, but we love it. Having gone to matches and having gone to. There's no entertainment like it, and what you guys do is an art unto itself. But you've cornered something, I think, that it was just a perfect spot to fit in. Well, one of your idols is Rowdy Piper, right? That kind of character, a bigger-than-life character. Is that the kind of influence that got you into wrestling? Was that the first thing that caught your eye and said, I want to be doing that?
I'm not a huge fan of the word character because if anyone knows me personally, like this is who I am, and I think that's what the best performers are. Like it's just that's who they are.
Yeah.
But definitely people like Roddy and things like that. People who can talk. This is an entertainment business. Obviously, what we do in the ring is unmatched. Like you have to go live. That's the thing I always tell people. People might be sketchy, watching it on TV, but if you go live, if you go to WrestleMania next year in Lincoln Financial and you see it in front of you, it's a whole different experience. But I'm very big on the entertainment aspect and being able to talk, and I love talking trash. So I know people at Philly love that type of thing.
Absolutely.
There's nothing I love more than I get to go out and I get to say really, really mean things to like legends of the sport. I get to say horrible things to Shawn Michaels. I got to say horrible things to Edge. Like not many people can say they've done that. The Rock, I've been saying really horrible things about The Rock, but he only came back at me once. I think he realized that the trash talk has got a bit better since he was in the business and he's not ready for what I got.
But I can vouch because I'm watching a lot of you and catching up on your stuff. I mean, this is you. This is you essentially. And you said something that I thought was pretty cool. You said you're showing them respect by bringing your A game because you know they have the A game as well, correct?
Very much so, because you see, and this can be in any sport.
Yeah.
But you see people coming in and there's a legend of the game and they show them too much respect and then they don't play as well. They act like a fan. And obviously in the past I was a fan of wrestling. I grew up watching it. But the moment I got in to WWE, I gave my fan card in because I don't want to be just another guy. I want to be one of the best of all time. And I think going in there and saying the things I do and fighting them as hard as I can, that's how I show them the ultimate respect and say, thank you for what you did. Here's a slap in the face.
And dude, you're funny. Your interactions are. You just naturally you've got that going for you. I have to ask. So there's this young upstart, and you have these guys who built they're legends, kind of doing similar stuff. Do they get it, or have you really royally pissed somebody off?
It's funny because I had some stuff with Shawn Michaels, who everyone knows. In NXT, he's running NXT right now, and he actually said to me once, "It's funny that I kind of feel like I'm dealing with like the young me in a way."
And
he's like, he thinks it's karma for everything he did in the past. Is now he's got me coming in, and now I'm making him deal with what he dealt with.
I love
which is
that.
funny, but I haven't had anyone like really, not to my face at least. I'm sure behind the scenes, I say certain things, and especially online now too, because you see things. I'll tweet ridiculous things, but when you read something rather than hearing it, you don't get the context and all those type of things. You don't get the sarcasm that I'm obviously from Australia. I love my sarcasm. People don't see that. So some people do react certain ways, but I'm not too stressed about that.
Hey, Grayson, so when you were getting started, does Sydney have a specific local wrestling scene, and is that where you began?
Yeah, so I started at a place called PWA in Sydney, which is pretty much the biggest in Australia. Obviously not the same levels as it is here, but we have huge names who've come from PWA. The Iconics, who were in the WWE previously, were both PWA talent. Kyle Fletcher, who's doing some big things. Robbie Eagles in New Japan. We have a lot of people who are over here now trying to take over, because unfortunately in Australia you can't make a living doing it. There's not enough of a scene there.
Is there because Japan has a pretty robust love of American wrestling as well. Was that an avenue for you as well?
I was actually supposed to go to Japan originally, but I ended up doing some reality TV instead. And
you were on Survivor Australia.
Was on Survivor, and it kind of all worked out perfectly, I think, because I made those decisions. The right person saw me on the right day for WWE, and now this is where I'm supposed to be. WWE is the biggest entertainment brand on the planet.
It's huge.
And I think I'm an entertaining guy. As much as I love getting in and fighting and wrestling and that type of thing, I love entertaining the most. So I think this is where I'm supposed to be.
What was that Survivor experience like, and how did you finish?
It was the worst, man.
Yeah?
It sucked. Like I always say, like people think it's like, the cameras turn off and you get food. It's terrible. It's cold. They just leave you. Like 6 p.m., the sun goes down. They just go, all right, have a good night.
Oh,
no food or anything, but very good life experience. I got through halfway. I was too athletic.
Casey, you wanted to?
I want to do it.
You want to do it?
I want to.
I've heard everyone say what you're saying, is that it is unless you're Jeff Probst, it sucks.
It does, because you sore. You do these challenges where you haven't eaten it all. You've got cuts everywhere. But I'm glad I did the experience, though.
You were too athletic?
Yeah, the challenges and stuff, they were too worried about me because I'm going to win every challenge, get the immunities, and so they had to get rid of me. They were like,
they were
too scared of me.
Strategy,
So there is behind the scene a little finagling, because they're like them. They're playing to the audience. They gotta,
If you watch too, like I went in being me. So when we went to the challenges, like I said some wild stuff to people on those. I don't think they were ready for what I was bringing.
The problem is you're a big guy too, so you can say it. And a lot of people go, "Oh, I'll just accept that." It was wild to hear you did a little MMA. You've trained MMA. You haven't fought MMA, but you're a fan of Conor McGregor, and you were at the Eddie Alvarez Conor McGregor fight at Madison Square Garden, correct?
No, so being a big McGregor fan, I got to actually perform at Madison Square Garden recently with Edge, and I actually told the story that the night before I watched the Alvarez McGregor fight again.
Okay, yeah.
Like watched that again, just to see Conor go into that historic venue and just be like, this is my house now. Like that's the vibe I like. I know some people don't respond to it. I respond huge to it. That got me really fired up.
I got you.
So, Grayson, I've never, when growing up, I've never liked the loudmouth, okay?
So you're a dork.
No.
This is the PTSD you're getting bullied in high school or something?
No.
Hey, we can talk about it. We can have a little therapy session later. That's okay.
But it was, and we've talked about this many times on the air. It wasn't until later in life that I realized, and people who've listened to this show, this is like a broken record because every wrestler comes in here, we mention this story. Years later in life, I realized how much I actually loved Ric Flair. I hated him as a kid. I just thought he was mean, and how can this guy be this way? And I found a video on YouTube, a collage of him just freaking out, just doing his thing. And I realized how much entertainment that guy gave me over the years.
He's good at his job.
And I loved him. And I even go back like Muhammad Ali. If I was of age when that guy was around doing his thing, I probably would have hated him. But in hindsight, I see what he was doing now. I see exactly what he was doing. And these sports need people like you, like him, like those guys
to make it all work.
To get it going.
Whenever you watch like a post-game interview and the quarterback comes in and goes, the boys went out and we tried really hard today. It didn't come. It's like, it's so boring. It's just like you have these guys who go out and just say what they really think.
Yeah.
and be honest. Like, they're real people. Where I feel so many times with athletes now, they're too scared to do that because they're worried about the backlash. But
how dare you?
It's boring.
Yeah,
and that's why WWE is great because. They don't want us to be boring.
You're
they want
exactly
us to go out
right.
and say what we think and say what we feel. And that's why people come and watch our show. Like, it's great watching. I'm sure I'm going to enjoy the game tonight with the Eagles, but I know afterwards they're going to give some press conference and I'm going to fall asleep during it.
You want to apologize for your dork comment now?
No, mate, looking at your glasses, lad, the word dork couldn't have been perfect. Like, I walked in, like, I can see why this is a radio show, not a video podcast.
Oh, Jesus.
You know what I'm saying?
I love it.
Thank you.
You've talked about there's two parts of wrestling. There's obviously the physicality, but it's the mic work really. It's who's good on mic. And you've talked about John Cena, and John Cena's super solid. Who for your money is the absolute best to ever take the mic in wrestling?
Well, I think there's different levels to it, and with Cena recently, I actually had the opportunity to be in there with him and standing across from him, and he's one of the best. Just because I think he puts so much effort into what he does. Like, for some people, talking is natural, but when you get in certain positions, you want to take your time and have something that's ready to go. And Cena's very good at that. I think right now, like The Miz too, I think he's very underrated in the sense that you can put him in any situation and he's going to be entertaining. It doesn't matter the interview, wherever he is, doesn't matter if it's the morning, the night, like he's here and he's selling you what he's got. So I think he's someone that people need to talk about more too.
You've been compared to the Miz he came from the real world. Well, that was not came from, but he had that real world reality show experience.
Got that exposure, yeah.
Right. And he has his show. You have the Waller effect, the Grayson Waller effect.
You okay? You can ask the question. I'm not going to take offense if you compare. The Miz he's rich. He's got a hot wife. He main evented WrestleMania. If you compare me to The Miz, I'm buzzing.
No, I think that's all good. I'm saying, do you think that the reality, as you said, do you get a good training in reality television for this, or do you think that people who are drawn to it are just naturally inclined to be good on mic and be good improvisationally?
I think people who go on reality TV are not afraid to make themselves look like an idiot on camera, which is very good for what we do.
Right.
But also, being on like Survivor, for example, I had experience in front of the cameras, and not just when you're doing challenge or things like that. When they take you away for those one-on-one interviews, those are wrestling promos realistically.
Yeah.
And some people take advantage, and you'll notice if you ever watch reality TV now, if someone's getting a lot of those talking heads, that means they're the most entertaining person.
True.
Because they're sitting you there for 2 hours asking questions, and some people are going to give the boring athlete answers. Grayson Waller's going to go out and I'm going to say whatever I have to say about this person, this person, this person to make sure. So I think reality TV is actually pretty perfect for what we do in WWE.
Stephen mentioned, I'm sorry to interrupt, Steve.
No, by all means.
Your show, The Grayson Waller Effect. You're going to have Rey Mysterio on?
Yes, big legend of the game, Rey Mysterio.
I had the chance. We went to Monday Night Raw years ago, and I'd never seen that guy live. That was wow. That blew me away. I mean, he's an acrobat.
And
all of you guys are acrobats.
He's been doing it 40 years, 50 years, 60 years. I don't know. He's been around a long time, but he's still at the top of his game.
It's crazy.
Which is crazy to think about. But I don't know if you saw, I've got him on the show this week, and he won the United States Championship last week, which was huge for him. But his best friend, Santos Escobar, was supposed to have the title match, got hurt, and then Ray kind of stole it. So I don't know. I have some questions about the ethics and the morality of the whole situation. Everyone thinks Rey Mysterio is this good guy. I have my suspicions, so I'm going to have some questions for him on Friday.
No doubt. You're not just going to keep it to yourself. You're going to actually...
Oh, Ray, it's so nice to meet you. Can I get an autograph? No, I'm not like the fans in the locker room. I'm going to go out and I'm going to ask Rey Mysterio the real questions.
Hey, can you be friends with people that you have matches with, or is that out of the question?
I think you can. I choose not to because it makes my life much easier when I'm standing across from someone and I don't like them. But with what we do, the travel, you're around each other all the time, you have to talk at some stage.
Yeah.
So you end up becoming more friendly with some people than others.
Who are your buddies then? Who do you get? Who gets you, and who you?
Well, I'm pretty new to the SmackDown roster. I've only been up here a few weeks.
Right.
So down in NXT, I had a few close mates kind of thing. So with SmackDown, I'm still trying to, I'll say, find my place up here. At the moment, I'm kind of doing my own thing, and I'm sure at some stage someone will get used to the person that I am and deal with me for a few hours a day.
Well, I think, the rising tide raises all ships, and your visibility and what you do makes it good for everyone. It keeps the wrestling world on everybody's radar, so everyone benefits from somebody who can draw attention to the sport.
Very much. And SmackDown that I'm part of right now is on fire.
It's unbelievable.
You've got the Bloodline, who is like the best wrestling story in years type of thing. You got guys like Austin Theory, LA Knight, Rey Mysterio, Edge, all the legends. Like SmackDown is on fire. So I feel very lucky to be where I am right now because that's the hottest brand in wrestling right now.
Grayson, I did for the first time this summer. I did my first shoey. Never done that
This is the kind of content I want to talk about.
So we do this big live broadcast party for the beginning of the summer, and I tried to encourage as many people to do it as possible. I thought it was
Dorkapalooza. I know. I heard about it online.
And so we did it. A few people did it. I thought everybody would do the shoey.
A decent amount did.
But so afterwards, the only downside of it was I had to put my foot back in the shoe.
Yeah, that's part of it, man.
Is that part of it?
That's part of the pain. I don't know if you saw, there's a video I put up recently. I actually talked to Jason Kelsey at training camp and asked him if he would do it. He was very open to it.
Okay.
So I don't know when it's going to happen. I feel like a post-Super Bowl shoey has to happen. He was very excited. But the thing with a shoey is supposed to be a celebration. You know, you're not supposed to just do it all the time. Some people do the shoeys every weekend. You know, that's like it's a cultural thing for a big celebration. So I think a post Super Bowl shoey is coming next year.
All right. Do any of the bars in Australia take advantage of that, or like special shoey cocktails?
You know what's
or
fun?
does it always have to be beer?
This is the funny thing. Australian bars are pretty strict.
Really?
Like, I don't think I could get away with doing a shoey in Australia. Like, you might, but like a lot of places you're getting kicked out. In America, they don't care what you do. Seriously. Like, there's been bars, I'll just get the shoe out, do the shoey in the bar, and security don't even look at you. Where are we?
Do you have a favorite beer?
Foster's.
Okay.
Oh, really?
I can't believe that.
No way.
Yeah, man.
That was like
Even
if you're an
we
American
know.
and you say Budweiser, you know, but like Philly's a great beer town.
Yeah.
There are a lot of really cool beers in this city, and so if you want to try a bunch, you can.
I'm probably going to do that tonight. Like, not with you. I know you're trying to ask me out, but I've come to Philly to meet the women of Philly, not you, Nick.
I know.
So
Like,
thank you for the invite, though.
I know 2 women.
You know 2 your mum and your sister. Congrats, guys. That's so cool. That's very exciting for you.
Are you single, by the way?
I am single. I'm an Australian in America, like in WWE. Are you kidding me? This is the greatest thing ever.
Listen,
you had it with just the accent.
Yeah,
It's a trick. It's a trick.
It's a panty dropper. Yeah.
You could look like me and talk like you, and you would get chicks.
Come on, man. We don't go that far. There's limits to the accent. There's some ugly blokes in Australia who couldn't do anything here. But like, I'm sure you could get better than what you're doing now. You know, you could get to a 4 or a 5 if you had the accent.
It could help. It could help.
To a 4 or a 5.
That gives you 6 more slots.
You know, because Casey was telling me before, man, he gets 10s. You know, he gets 2 3s and a 4. That's sick. Good for you, man.
Wait, wasn't there a group of guys years ago going around, and was it the Australian accent?
They were faking.
In Westchester.
So I have a quick story about that. So I've been to the States a few times before. I was dating this girl who went to ECU.
Okay.
I went to a frat party. And I went off to play beer pong and have a good time, and she's off talking to some bloke.
Yeah.
I'm not too stressed. So then I walk over and she goes, Matt, oh my God, you got to meet this guy. He's from Australia. And I was like, no way, mate. How's it going? And the look of death in this guy's eyes when he had to say to me, I'm not actually from Australia. And he ran off. This bloke was putting on an Australian accent to get with this girl. And then somehow there's one Australian at this random frat party who's come and called him out, and he had to leave.
Grayson, it was in the paper and they were doing a survey of women, and they found the Australian accent the absolute sexiest. And so
I'm trying to get a green card, so I'm going to use it to my advantage, you know?
Yeah, and so these dudes were going around and they were pretending that they had the accent. So it's
They would
probably
like
pretty
go out
common.
on the weekend and they would put on the accent
Yeah.
at the
Wow,
bars
you know,
or parties.
American girls, they're very smart, aren't they?
Yeah.
So with the MMA and with how long did you train? Who did you train with? Is it something that I mean, do you follow? Is there any? I mean, you've got the world by the proverbial balls with the wrestling right now, but is that something that even remotely interests you?
Yeah, I did it for about 6 years. I'm a huge UFC fan. I'm still a big fan. You know, I get to as many of the fights as I can. I trained with Rob Whittaker, who was the previous UFC middleweight champion.
Right,
so like, I trained with him when I was like 18, 19, but it just wasn't for me. You know, there was something missing, and when I started doing the wrestling, I was like, this is what I want to do.
Clicked.
It's just like a certain amount of entertainment value. They're like, this was for me. So as much as I still enjoy the training and that type of thing. It's just I'm doing what I love now, and this is the dream.
I read that you broke your leg earlier this year.
I did.
Was
yeah.
that a work-related injury?
Yeah.
Or?
So
Okay.
I did an elbow drop through the announce table at NXT. It was actually my last NXT match before I got drafted to SmackDown, and I snapped my fibula in half, which was terrible, but it actually gave me the opportunity to do the talk show. like not many people know that the first few talk shows I did, I actually had my boot on because my leg was still broken.
Wow.
But because I can talk so good and I look so good, I think I'm the first wrestler to debut with a broken leg, like and get TV time with a broken leg.
When that happens, when an injury like that happens, how quickly does this go to,
So it's weird. You've obviously got the adrenaline stuff. So when I did it, I knew something was kind of wrong, but I kept going. And then I have my move that I do where I dive into the ring, do a roll into a stunner. And when I dove, like my leg just wasn't there. It was probably the worst pain I've ever had in my life. Dragged myself backstage. And it's a very emotional kind of situation because you can see like we need to be healthy for what we do. So it's like that kind of stress of like, can I keep doing what I'm doing? You don't know how serious the injury is at the time, and somehow the doctor said, it's okay, you've just broken your leg, which I thought was a really bad thing. But apparently not. Apparently breaking your leg is good because that was 6 to 8 weeks compared to ligaments and things like that where you're out that 8 to 10 months.
Is there a backup plan you have? I mean, because you guys just destroy your bodies. I mean, you're professionals. You know what you're doing, but anything can happen in that ring.
Well, I was very smart. Like, I started training a little bit later than everyone else because I went and got a degree. You won't believe this, but I'm a former high school teacher. So I always wanted to do that.
History and English?
History and English. So I wanted to have. So you're the guy that does the research.
I do the research.
Steve's the good guy.
I know about yourself.
I'm the dork.
So I always wanted to have a backup plan because, as you can say, you just never know. But now that I'm in the wrestling, like there's so many opportunities. Like if the wrestling doesn't exist, I'd be a great commentator. I'd be a great interviewer. I love coaching, being a teacher. So I'd love to go down to NXT and coach the next generation. So I think there's a lot of avenues in wrestling, even if you're not wrestling anymore. And you see so many legends now who give back afterwards by doing the coaching, doing the announcing, doing all these cool little things and still being around for the next gen.
Well, it's the obvious progression because you talk about The Rock, Cena, these guys who, and we say it countless times, you guys have a skill set that just makes you totally applicable to movies, to acting. Is that something that you're looking at now, or are you saying, no, this is all in on this, we'll keep going, and if that happens down the road, or would you court something now if it came your way?
Obviously, if there's opportunities, you've got to take them. But for right now, my goals are in WWE. Like, I haven't achieved anything that I want to achieve yet.
Right.
Despite being on SmackDown, I want to win championships. I want to headline WrestleMania. I want to do all those things. So that's the focus. But if Margot Robbie sends me a message like, "Hey, I need someone for the Barbie 2," I'm not turning down Margot Robbie. You got to take the opportunities when they come.
And she owes you too. She's
we're both former Australians. Like we're pretty close.
With WrestleMania, what is going to be your role? Who are you fighting? What's going on when that comes to town to the link?
Well,
or do we know yet?
No idea yet. We still got a long way to go. The road to WrestleMania hasn't even started, but that's the exciting thing about what WrestleMania is. Tickets go on sale tomorrow.
Yeah.
People are going to buy these tickets. They don't even know the card, but that's because WrestleMania always delivers.
Yeah,
it does.
Every single time. And you have so many guys at the top of their game right now. You got someone like Cody Rhodes who's in Philly right now.
Yeah.
Doing the best work of his entire career. What could he be doing? Roman Reigns, the champion for over 1,000 days. What's he going to be doing at WrestleMania? There's so many questions that haven't even really started to be answered yet. But I think Grayson Waller is going to be part of that in some way.
It appears to be the case, yeah.
The production at these events is it's incredible. Does do those pyrotechnics ever catch you off guard? Like you don't know when stuff explodes at these events, man.
Backstage, there's like a red light that will start going off if you're backstage, so you can kind of know, there's pyro about to happen.
I wondered about that.
But when you're getting ready for a match, you're focused. You might be going out in 10 minutes, and you're just like shadow boxing or whatever else. Then all of a sudden, you don't notice the red light. And yeah, it's terrifying. I'm not lying. I think that's why I don't have pyro because I feel like I might react being out there. I don't know how they do it.
No, it is distracting, but it's got to be so cool. I mean, you're there, and that many thousands of people are hanging on what you're doing. And you talk about the mic aspect of it. Do you ever is it hard to not get lost in the moment and go, Mother of God, I can't believe I'm here?
For me, no.
Yeah.
Because this is what I'm supposed to do. I look at it as work now when I go out there. And when I went out there with John Cena in the O2 Arena in London, that's 20,000 sold out, loud as can be. But I felt like I've been there before because I work hard for this. I've been there in my brain before. So I'm not going to be the person who goes out there and gets caught up looking around like, oh, wow, this is too big for me.
Yeah.
This is as big as it should be for me. I should be in these positions. I should be in front of those crowds.
I love it, yeah.
And that's who I am.
Speaking of England, you recently, or at least in June, had visited England and had called it a mediocre version of Australia. Do you want to expand on that at all?
It's true, it is. It's like Imagine if like Australia didn't have the really nice beaches, if the hot women didn't have access to dental care, and if the beers were just a little bit less. Like that's basically what England is. Like it was cool to be there, but I'm like, oh, this is just like if my country was terrible.
All right, insult our country.
Oh, dude, you don't want me to start in America, man. I'm traveling around now, so I get to see. Like, I was in Detroit recently. Like, what an absolute hole that place is. Like, people get excited for travel, and I just feel like I'm traveling hole to hole. Like, everywhere I go, I'm just like,
you're like a proctologist.
I think you got the video up. I went to New York City, man.
Yeah.
For such a famous place, that place stinks.
It does.
It does.
Literally
literally
smells.
stepping over people on the ground.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I was just like, why would people live? And it's like I have to pay thousands to live here.
Yeah.
Like I live in Florida. That's a beautiful place. Like the rent's not as bad as New York. Like why would I spend money to live in New York of all places when I could go live in Florida? Very rare I say nice things. Yesterday, I had a great time in Philly yesterday. I walked around for about half an hour. Went around the city. Had a great time.
Excellent.
Had a great time. So I have
happy to hear
only
that.
positive things.
Well, we made up for December when you had a horrible time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was freezing, man. I was like, I don't know how I feel about this place, but yeah.
Well, WrestleMania 40 at the Link is going to be in April, which is beautiful in Philadelphia that time of year, April 6th and 7th. The tickets are on sale tomorrow at Ticketmaster.com. Grayson, we are so glad you came by here today, man. It's great to meet you.
You're welcome. You guys needed the Grayson Waller rub, so I came on here to, give you guys a bit of clout. But I'm telling you guys, WrestleMania, if you've never seen wrestling live, this is the time to see it. On TV, it's great, but live, especially in Lincoln Financial Field, I'm sure we're going to have Jalen Hurts there bringing out the Lombardi Trophy too. Hopefully he comes out for an entrance with me. We'll have Jason Kelsey doing shoeys. It's going to be a big celebration, WrestleMania next year.
It's going to be huge. No,
Tickets
absolutely.
on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m. Ticketmaster.com. Let's hear it for Grayson Waller, guys. Thank you, boys. Thank you, sir. All right, we are going to take a break. We'll come back in just a second. Stay with us, friend.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Vincenza, can you maybe recite a couple of the menu items in Italian? I'd love to hear you speak in Italian.
Pappardelle bolognese.
The pasta bolognese.
Yeah.
It already tastes better.
It does.
Say SpaghettiOs.
No way.
Some nice spaghetti-o.
I like it.
Can you do me a favor? It says here, Jenny is born in Albania. I'd be curious to hear what that accent's like.
Hi, Jenny. Good morning.
Hi, I'm sorry. I'm driving. 1 second, please.
That's okay. 1 second, please.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning. So you're born in Albania?
Yes, I am, and I was.
Okay.
And then I moved to Greece when I was 20. I lived there for a good 7 years.
Where's Shakira from? Is she Colombian?
Shakira. Oh.
She has a sexy
yes,
accent.
Yes, and I look like her a little.
Good for you.
I want that bathtub photo too.
Jenny, what is your
compliment?
What is your real name though?
Yes, my name is not Jenny. It's Nejmia.
Najia.
It's a pleasure listening to you speak.
Yeah, thanks, Jenny. We appreciate it.
No, thank you. When I worked for a year, we live in Springfield. Go Delco.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh, let's get
Classic
for some
Delco.
pizza.
She has a classic Delco
That's
accent.
right. Yeah. I'll take you out for some water ice.
She's got to come in and visit us. Can you come in the studio sometime?
Oh, that would be amazing.
All right. Well, hang on. We'll get your information. We'll tell you how to do that. Okay.
Okay. Thank you so
Hold on
much.
just a second. No problem.
We need to get a lot of
accent, Kim.
And I think it should just be exclusively women with sexy accents.
Yeah. But get a lot of different accents in there sometimes.
We should get like
United Nations Day.
International Day. Yeah.
Exactly.
I like it.
Our next guest is back in town. We love having him here in our studio. He's going to be at Helium Comedy Club tonight and then through the weekend. You know him, of course, from years at Saturday Night Live and a gazillion different movies. And from this particular clip, please welcome John Lovitz to the show.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wonderful to see you again, sir. Welcome back. Really. Oh, yeah. This is a picture. Did you post this recently? What is this from? We saw they put this up on our monitor earlier. It's you in sunglasses, and you look.
That's in Hawaii, at the Royal Hawaiian.
Oh.
I was very happy.
Oh,
I love Hawaii, and I'm laying on the beach. So I just took a picture. And
Well, you brought your dog with you today. That's pretty. You travel with your dog?
Yeah, his
often?
name's Jerry Bruckheimer III.
Jerry
Yeah,
Bruckheimer.
you saw him. If I was on Celebrity Apprentice, he was on that, and then he was on the show Animals. I did an intro to it's a cartoon on HBO, and they go, "Come back. We want to film your intro, and we want Jerry to be in it." I bring him everywhere. It's his great company.
Traveling with him? Do you have to make any special accommodations or?
Well, when I fly, I had to get him a pilot's license.
Get him an actual pilot's license.
Yeah, so they go. I go. He's the backup pilot.
Oh, wow.
Like, all right, and then he sits up with the pilots.
So he gets to go. He gets cockpit access.
Yes.
Wow.
But he's
that's
small
amazing.
enough; he can go right under the seat, right? Is that? Do you have to pay for that,
Well,
or is he a carry-on? Oh, okay.
I'm not allowed to talk.
Okay, I see. I see.
Let's just say accommodations have
Let's
been
just
made.
say I have a deal with the government. I can
Is
tell
he a
you, but then
TSA?
I'd have to kill you. I'm not allowed to say it.
Has it been, John, 27 years since?
Oh, there he is.
Oh, my God, that's hilarious.
Him and Arnold Schwarzenegger making a face. Oh, that's a great
That's
picture.
hilarious.
Yeah, his underbite. So you see Arnold there doing it. Yeah.
Are you friends with Arnold?
Yes.
Cool. You know what?
You know what? That's such a good story.
Well, I met him on SNL years ago. And I've just met him over the years. He always teases me. He teases his friends if he likes you. He goes, like I was on Celebrity Apprentice. He goes, "John, have you ever seen a gym from the inside?"
Athletics and the world of sports. You worked with Conor McGregor on a project.
It was it was like four like sketches,
right,
to sell this horse race called Pegasus. It was in Florida. It was like the richest purse ever in the history of horse racing, like $12 million. So they hired. The idea was the Conor goes, "I'm great and I can do anything. I'm going to be a jockey," and I was played his trainer
for him to become a jockey.
Yeah, and he's a really nice guy. He's really funny.
Yeah.
And charming, yeah. And I said, and I really meant this. I said, you know what? You could be an actor.
I love this.
He'd never done anything, and every question he had was like spot on. His instincts were just spot on.
Will you shut up?
Sorry. Oh, that League of Their Own.
I love that clip.
You know what happened? We're shooting that movie. It's not ADD, but you playing it. We're shooting that movie, and the cow kept moving. We're in a farm in Indiana, so I would stop. Like if you're doing a movie outside, and all of a sudden there's a plane, they always go plane, stop. You know?
Right.
So the cow was like really loud, so I would stop. And so Penny, after the third time, Penny yells at me, "Why are you stopping?" I go, "Because the cow." She goes, "Well, tell it to shut up. I can do that." She goes, "Yeah." I go, "All right, fine." I was like, she's yelling at me. The cow kept interrupting the scene. So it did it again. And then I was and I just like let it have it. And then
Will you shut up?
I have to tell you one funny thing, and I know we're going to wrap up in a second. I was watching.
my fault.
I was watching your interview with Larry King. And we got to meet Larry King, and
yeah, he's a nice man.
He's very
funny.
nice, but a wizened, kind of like a gargoyle. He was hunched over. In that interview,
Well, he's in his 80s.
I know, but you're sitting there across the table, and it looks like he's waiting for you to cut his steak. It's what it looks like.
Well, he had a heart problem, so he's got really, really thin. You know,
He looks really thin. Yeah,
he's very
he was thin to
yeah.
begin with,
but he's sharp as a tack.
Yeah,
you know.
yeah.
It's kind of hard to see because 30 years ago you see him and he's like, "Hi, how are you?" You know, and he's like healthy. You know, you get older and you age.
Yeah.
I was just Dustin Hoffman. He just had I was just there. He had a surprise 80th birthday party.
Yeah.
And you see him, you go, "You're 80." He seems like he's I just turned. Well, not sexty.
Sexty.
Yeah, but people, "You're sexty," and I go, "Thank you." I mean, you wouldn't look. It's like shocking, and he's,
How good he
doesn't-
looks, Hoffman, or
Well, yeah, he's got all the hair and he's got all the energy, and you don't.
It's just-
he doesn't
it's the
seem
luck of the draw.
When you think of 80, and you go like,
Yeah.
you think of a guy like hobbling. He's like, "Hi, how are you gonna say? What's new?" You know.
Look at friggin' Clint Eastwood. Bob
Oh,
around.
there's. Oh, you keep throwing. I don't get it. This is radio, and you keep throwing up pictures. Or do people watching this online?
They
And you
can,
didn't
but
tell
this-
me?
Yeah, no, this is a top flight operation. It's just a good point of reference, but that's Larry kind of hunched over there, and you're actually looking
Yeah,
like-
Larry's looking at me going, "I want to eat what he's eating." Looks like he wants looking at me going, "I'll eat him."
It was
he looks
an interesting
hungry. He's like,
dynamic.
"I'm gonna eat." This interview is over. I'm taking a bite out of his neck. Look at all that fat. He doesn't need it.
It is great to see you, John. Thanks for coming by again.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me.
You bet. John Lovitz. And the last birthday is novelist Danielle Steele.
Oh, my God. Another one who ruled the world for a while.
Yeah. What were some of the...
Oh, they're all titles like A Love Forgotten, Swept on the Wind.
Yeah.
Eat My Butt.
I don't think she had
That's
that
when
one.
she got her. She started to lose it there a little bit. Suck my ass.
Suck my
That's when her contract renegotiation wasn't going well.
Suck my ass. A novel by Danielle Steele.
New to the bookshelves, a novel by Danielle Steele. Suck my ass. His name was Lance Trace. She was Velma.
She sucked his ass.
And eventually she sucked his ass. There, I saved you $2.
But her books were made into countless mini-series with people like Joan Collins and, does she still write?
I don't know. She's 70 years old today, so happy birthday. Yesterday, I'd mentioned that there was something personal and slightly embarrassing that I might share with you guys, a little story. In the long and short of it, I got busted spanking it the other night.
Oh, man.
All right, where and when?
Trust me, I'm going to give you the full story.
Were you standing up on your bed? Or?
I was bouncing on one leg in the shower. No. So let me set the stage here. So this is
It was cheer practice.
This is Friday. I played a golf outing that day right after work. Hung out for the after events and hosted that, and then came home and of course at the end of the golf outing, having a few beers, relaxing, getting comfortable. Go home, continue to have a few beers.
All right.
And my wife and I sleep in different bedrooms because of our sleeping habits are so completely polar opposite of each other.
The same.
She likes TV on. I can't sleep with the TV on. I like a fan on. She doesn't like the fan on. Blah, 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 so on.
We should sleep together.
I know you and I should sleep together. And maybe we do this together. I don't know. So I'm feeling, feeling kind of antsy.
Oh, man.
I know. Shut up, Kay.
Well, she's not going to appreciate this, but I know what you're looking to do is you need something to sort of help you nod off.
Yes, and well, I was going to nod off anyway, but I felt like rubbing one out.
Okay.
So anyway, and part of my defense is that look,
you have two hands.
To actually attempt the act with her would have been futile. No. I'd had enough drinks. I was tired. Physically, it wasn't going to happen unless you just let me lay there and be a zombie for a while and you do my business. And that's no fun for both of us. It's just fun for me.
In many ways, you're being a more conscientious husband.
Can you be my lawyer, please?
Because you are. So, we wouldn't put her through that.
But listen, so this gets really good.
All right.
Okay. So I popped my laptop up in bed.
Your laptop literally on your lap or on the nightstand next to you?
On the bed. Sitting on the bed next to me.
Excellent.
And what?
Do you prop it up like on a pillow or anything like
He
that?
just said it's on the bed, yeah.
No, I know.
It's on the bed. I didn't put it up on a pillow.
Okay.
But why? Do you use the pillow method just to raise it to eye level a little bit more?
Yeah. I don't want to hurt my neck.
Okay, so
I sleep with a wedge pillow, so I'm good.
So anyhow, and I put my headphones on.
Wow, you're setting the mood.
There's your fatal flaw.
Yep.
I know. Well, listen.
There's the mistake.
He doesn't want to miss the dialogue.
No, my son's bedroom is right next to mine.
Oh.
I'm being
You are being courteous.
I'm being courteous.
I'm going to jump in here for a second, and you're telling the story, and I apologize. Do you run the risk of, unbeknownst to yourself, making sounds that you're now not aware of because you're wearing headphones?
Dude, I'm not a noisy jerk.
No, you just can't hear anything else.
Oh my God, I'm awesome. I'm so good. I know exactly what I want.
What you
I'm the king!
What you can hear is somebody opening the door.
Exactly.
Thank you. And what you also can't perceive is if the room is dark and the hallway is dark.
MMR.
All right, thank you very much, Kath. So the Media 12U Little League team is making a run at it, man.
It sure is.
Had a tough break last night, but they continue on. Next game is Saturday, and we actually have the coach of the team on the line. Please welcome Mr. Tom Bradley to our program. Hey, Tom, good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys?
We're doing all right, man. So, listen, real quick, with the breakdown of how this tournament is playing out, what does a team have to do to get to the final championships in the next few games?
Well, we got to clean up some defensive stuff. We didn't play well last night defensively. We can usually hit. A lot of games we've won. They get double-digit hits every game, and that's usually our MO is play solid defense and hit the ball a lot. But last night, their pitcher, credit to him, he did a good job and kept our lefties off the bases and stuff. And we have a couple big left-handed hitters that can really smash the ball. But you got to get a better approach, two-strike approach, trying to drive into the gaps rather than trying to hit home runs.
Right.
Yeah. So it's pretty wild because, the media team is at that whole tournament is the closest thing to having a home field advantage. You know what I mean? Like it's just a few hour drive and you could hear that in the game last night. There was definitely Delco definitely showed up last night.
Yeah, there was a good crowd. They said it was estimated at 15,000 people. Largest crowd we've ever played in front of. It was great. It was a great atmosphere, great for baseball. It was a close game. I just think that the kids got a little bit tight, but some of them settled down, and some of them, like our pitcher Austin Crowley, he was just grooving and stuff. He was doing really good, and things that the moment then it wasn't too big for him, and a couple other kids were a little bit nervous and stuff and tried to do a little too much, and it's a tough thing to handle and stuff, trying to keep them in tune and trying to coach the game. And
yeah, I mean, Tom's the so this has always been something that's been on the radar. It's been covered, but it seems over the past decade that it's just grown exponentially, and you have all these eyes on it. You have these younger players who are not specific, don't have the complete skill set yet to handle that attention. What do you do? What are the things you do to instill in them the confidence and the focus? Because it's a lot to handle.
Yeah, we just try and keep talking them up, tell them to stay in the game, stay in the moment. Do your job. Don't try and win the thing with one swing and you're down 10 runs. Your kids try and hit like a 10-run homer. It's not going to happen.
Have you tried using the Gene Hackman speech from Hoosiers? Don't let their fancy uniforms.
Yeah, you just try and keep them in the moment. Say, stay in between the lines. Don't look at the stands. Don't look at anything. I literally told them, I said, this is a home game at Media Little League, and it was a good crowd. If they could have calmed down a little bit more, we might have been able to, get another hit or two or one or two less errors. We had a lot of errors. We had 4 errors. They only credit us on 2 errors, but there was I expect our fielders to make these plays and stuff, and we definitely we missed a good opportunity of winning the game. But we'll be back. We'll get back there Saturday afternoon at 2:00 and get out there and do our best. And I think you just got to keep moving on. It's a great thing about baseball is there's always another game. Even when this is all over, these kids, a lot of these kids, most of them are all going to be playing at the next level, which is like the big field. They move to the big field, and there'll be games there and stuff. They'll play fall ball, and you don't want them thinking this is the end of the line.
Right. It's over.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, Tom, I went to college down the road from Williamsport. I went to Bucknell, which is right off of Route 15 as well. And I remember visiting that compound when I was in college, and it was cool. It was really neat to see. But what it's become over the last 30 years really is fascinating. It's a gorgeous place, but it's really huge at this point. Like the number of fields that they have, the Major League Baseball is going to be there on Sunday night. The Phils are going to play the Nats, which is crazy. So is that daunting for the kids? Is it cool? Is it a combination of all of it?
Well, it's a lot bigger than like our league, like Media Little League, as far as the complex. So you really have to travel a lot, and it's all built on a hill. Like it's not like it's land. I was talking to Texas coach, and he said, "I'm a flatlander." He says, "This is crazy walking up and down these hills, but you literally have to go, really far to go to the batting cages, and then you have to go to a warm-up field, a practice field, and then you have to get back up into the stadium." It was a lot of walking. I'm definitely getting my steps in and getting a workout in.
The experience itself is really cool for these kids, but also, like, what do they get outfitted with? I know that, like, Adidas is a huge sponsor, so they're getting a bunch of Adidas gear. Do they get, like, new bats and helmets and gloves and all that stuff, too?
Yeah, so Adidas outfitted them with bat bags. They got elbow pads. They got batting gloves. They got spikes.
Nice.
All new uniforms. Easton supplied them with brand new bats, like $350 bats. I think they are. They're really nice. I think Rawlings gave them some gloves. Each got a glove this year. Wow. They got a lot of stuff. They got all new stuff. I mean, the gloves, they can't really use the gloves because they're not broken in. But other than that, everything else they've been using, we got 2 new catcher sets, the catcher's gear, but it's pretty cool. I mean, and all the stuff looks good, and it was like Christmas in August here when the first day we arrived. They just went from one place to the next getting all this stuff.
So you mentioned the bats, and I wanted to ask about are they even going to be able to use those bats next year when they go up the next level up?
No. So the next level, they have to use new bats and stuff.
Yeah, I found all this stuff out. And listen, and Tom, you and I are close in age together. But like when I played baseball growing up, everybody used you had team helmets, team bats. The only thing that was yours that you showed up with was your baseball glove and if you had cleats, your cleats. Right. But now everybody has their own bat. And I found out the hard way that you buy your son a bat that's pretty expensive, and then the very next year that bat cannot be used in the league, and you're like, well, why did I just spend all that money on that equipment? So it's pretty funny that that they're going to be able to use these bats in this tournament, and then that'll be it for them.
Yeah, I mean, like a lot of them have younger siblings who can use them. Yeah. But we broke 3 bats up here, right? Practice it between here and Bristol when we were in Bristol. Literally broke them in half just by pounding and pounding and pounding the ball. We do a lot of batting practice, and those bats break. I mean, they're done. To get a new one.
So, Tom, I want to ask.
I'm not buying them.
No,
I know,
don't do that. Yeah.
I want to ask about your experience as a coach, heading into this thing, because I know that you coached my. I'm pretty sure that you were the coach of my nephew's team. His name is Owen. And
yes.
you guys came across that juggernaut that was the Taney Dragons. I was at that game that you guys lost, and I know you won't say it, but I will. The umpire ruined that game, but it was still cool to watch Monet Davis play, and so I thought that team with the talent you had on that squad. You got a guy that was on that squad that is currently, I believe, in the Guardians farm system right now. Your son, my nephew Owen, another guy named Max. That was a team that I thought was primed to make it to Williamsport. How does this?
That was a really good. It was a really good team. As 10-year-olds, they won district, section, states, and the Mid-Atlantic. They went up to Cranston, Rhode Island, and won that. So as 12-year-olds, they were expected to do really well. And the kids found out that this team we were playing, this Taney Dragons, nobody really knew about them, and they had a girl pitcher, and they're like, they have a girl pitching? I'm like, you better watch out, because if they have a girl, I'm sure she's good.
Yeah.
And she came in and she started, dotting the strike zone up, and she was doing good. But we ended up getting to her. We had 3 home runs off of her, and we knocked her out of the game, and we got to their next pitcher and stuff. But we just made too many mistakes. I think. I mean, I don't want to say anything about the umpires, because we had like 3 or 4 errors, and errors are things that change the game. And just like the game last night, errors changed that game. We had 0 earned runs. I mean, they didn't score any earned runs. If we make those plays, which I expect these kids to make the plays, we're at a level where a ground ball coming right to you, you should make that play. But just didn't happen, and it's going to happen. It's not like you're going to make those plays every time.
So, Tom, you guys, you had the loss, so you're now in the, one more loss. It's double elimination. You guys are out. How many straight games you have to win to take the whole thing now?
I'm not real. I don't really focus on that. I really literally just found out that it was the time of the game is 2:00. I'm just worrying about the next game. I know if we win that, we'll play Sunday. I'm not really sure where the bracket goes after that.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to stay focused on the job at hand.
The old one game at a time. Yeah.
Today we got practice and we got batting cages, and that's our schedule for today. Is we got to concentrate on that, put the work in, do what you can to get better today, and tomorrow we'll do the same thing, and then Saturday will be here and it'll be game day. But I try not to let them think about the game or who we're playing against, any of that stuff, because we don't know who we're playing against. We play against a loser of a game today, but just stay in the moment. Stay in the moment. Pre-pitch planning. If you're out there in the field, if there's a runner on, know what you got to do if the ball's hit to you, and and keep it simple. And that's the way we've been going all year, and it's been working pretty good.
Tom, do you have a full-time job outside of doing this?
I do.
Well, then you got to know what your schedule's going to be because you got to take off work, I would imagine.
Yeah, we do epoxy flooring, and I run all like the crews and everything, so they're a little bit overwhelmed without me there. But
Tom works with one of my best friends, by the way.
So did you say you said epoxy flooring? Could some of that epoxy end up on bats? If you,
Yeah.
Just saying, possibly.
Hey Tom.
I didn't.
No.
Don't worry about it. At this point in the tournament, can they rename the losers bracket? Because that's just harsh, man. When the kids got and I saw it this morning, and it's like the game 3 loser is going to play the game 4 loser, and I felt bad for these kids at
They
this
should
point.
go with unloved.
Yeah, they actually call it the elimination bracket.
Okay.
That's better.
Not on ESPN, man.
ESPN is using the harsh
Game 3 loser versus game 5 loser.
That seems tragic.
Yeah.
All right. Well, listen, Tom, we want to. It's great talking to you. We wish you guys the best, and it seems like you've got obviously the right attitude. You just play the next game, and you play it as focused as you can, and hopefully things come out in your favor. And we're pulling for you. All right, man.
Thank you. I appreciate that, guys.
Absolutely. All right, Tom Bradley, guys, the media team coach, and they're going to play on Saturday.
Guys,
and that is going to be, like you said, he just found out it's at 2 o'clock.
He's
And
really
we're still
plugged
waiting
in.
to find out who it is. Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
I mean, that's it's funny because all my years of Little League, I had one coach that seemed really like on Tom's level that dialed in, but for the most part, it was just it was almost like, hey, it's a weekend thing to do, and that was it.
Hey, what is Monet Davis up to nowadays?
You know what? So she should be going into her senior year of college.
Wow.
I feel like she went into basketball.
She made it. Oh, okay. So a little checkup on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm curious. I mean, they were, obviously was she on the cover of Sports Illustrated?
She was.
She might have been.
They really. she was something
Got
else.
the big
but
push.
I'm curious, and only the tiniest percentage of people that are even flourishing as kids go on to make a career out of it.
And that's it. We were talking about that thing about somebody thinks they're good at something, and when do you support, and when do you say maybe not for you? And in sports, you don't know it as they're progressing along if they're going to hit that point where it really kicks in. We were talking about junior high earlier,
right?
It's got to be tough.
She was doing a little broadcasting for ESPN at the Little League World Series. Monet was, and I don't think she's doing any this year, but she did some for the DC Grays. She did some work for Major League Baseball Network, so she continues to be around the sport.
What was it? Was it a New York team? I remember there was actually it was like a 22-year-old guy from Honduras or something who is passing. Eventually, they discovered he was like 14.
There were some international teams,
right? He was married.
Yeah, the Puerto Rican kids were, had been in the Major League Baseball for 14 years.
Marissa's got an update on Monet Davis.
Yeah, some cool stuff on the internet I found. So she goes to Hampton University. She transitioned into softball, which I wonder if that was, forced because she can't play baseball at the school, but she talked about there. And then I actually just saw that she is interning for the Dodgers this past summer.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, it sounds like, as Nick was saying with the broadcasting, she's staying in the industry, which is pretty cool.
That'd be
and
cool.
a Springside graduate. My alma mater.
Your tiny little school.
My tiny little school.
Wow, that's awesome. Nice.
Welcome.
Is that what they say when you show up at Springside?
Welcome.
All right,
You're going to have a good time at this school. It's the most popular school in the Shire.
Oh, no.
And there's Marissa.
Oh, God. All right. Well, we have a little time to play with here, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So
Playtime.
We didn't talk about what we were going to do.
Well, we just didn't anticipate.
After we spoke to the coach.
It's a problem when you're so explosively entertaining that you're not good at time management.
It happens.
Can I say something that's struck me as really shocking yesterday is that kids that are entering college right now are going to be the class of 2027. And I can't wrap my mind around the fact that it's 2023 and they will be graduating in 2027. I don't know. It's just mind-boggling.
That year
Yes.
is just so far advanced.
I was supposed to graduate college in 1997, and that didn't happen. It was a few years
15 years later.
3, 4, whatever. Think
about when
the fact that it's 30 years after that blows my mind.
Think about when you were a kid and you thought about the year 1923. Yes. And we're at 2023.
Oh, I love.
You know what I mean?
I love science fiction movies where they, and this fake sci-fi history, and then there was the Fifth World War. It was 1978.
Right.
Yeah, that thing that was going around, and I said it on air last week. If Back to the Future were to come out tomorrow, it would take place in 1993.
Right.
That's 30 years ago.
Yeah. We still don't have hoverboards.
What the hell?
Well, they called them hoverboards.
but
Oh, yeah, you're right.
But they weren't.
I was actually riding on mine yesterday.
Were you?
We still, we have 3 of them. We have 3 glides was the product name.
Right.
And we still have them, and they're sitting in our kind of front room, and every now and then I'll pop on that thing and ride around the house.
Do you know what's really popular with those things? What they'll do is they have I'm sure you've seen it. It's a little rig with a front wheel, and it hooks over the hoverboard, the glide board.
Yeah.
And it becomes like a little steerable
cart.
car. Yeah.
Go ahead.
But I was going to say the uni or what's the single?
The one wheel.
The one wheel. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now that's what I'd like to get.
My neighbor has
God, they're
one.
expensive though.
Jace has one of them.
They're like $2,500, right?
Yeah. You bought one?
No. His grandfather bought it for him and all of his cousins, so it's kept at the shore house and they ride it. But this year, Jace has taken to it. He's pretty good on it now.
Okay.
They look great.
Yeah. The hoverboard. There's a guy who is he is a nationally and perhaps internationally competitive
worldly known good guy.
What's that? Cornhole player.
Okay.
And he's got half arms and half legs, and that's how he travels. He travels around on those hoverboards.
Are you kidding?
Half arms and half legs. What do you mean?
I don't want to say that he doesn't have any arms or any legs, but
He's an amputee.
No, he was born that. He was born that way. So
Okay.
I mean, his arms cut off at the elbows, his legs cut off at the knees.
Well,
So
that
it's not
just never developed, right?
Right. But that's how he travels. But he's also he is a worldly known good guy. No, but he's like a champion cornhole player.
So his way of just getting around in general.
There he is, Case.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Rose.
His way of getting around in general is on on one of those hoverboard
On
things.
a hoverboard thing.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
You know what?
Yeah.
I don't like this guy, and I'll tell you why. He makes me feel inferior. He is doing exemplary cornhole playing, and you're right, Case, just about the elbows. And he's down on the floor, and he's God bless. I mean,
yeah,
it's astonishing.
And dude, he's automatic when it comes to cornhole. It's insane watching this guy play.
I told you guys there was that weird game I told you about called Tech Ball.
Wait.
That I saw where it's like a table tennis. I didn't tell you guys about that?
No.
Table tennis with your feet only?
Yeah, with your feet.
Dude, how?
I did tell you about that,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
I don't know if you told me about it or if I just saw it.
Not only that, I saw amputees playing that. Yeah. But they were using prosthetics.
Really?
Rag 'em.
Rackball.
Ragdoll.
Rag 'em.
No, it's called Tech
Rag 'em. Ragdoll.
Okay, we have the video of this now, and I want you guys to see this game because it was Rochelle and I were at a restaurant getting a bite to eat. And we were eating at the bar, and the Ocho was on, and so this thing comes on. And we're like, what the hell is this?
So this is foot ping pong?
It's kind of like that, and almost volleyball too. Yeah, and you can use your head, and there are. It's kind of like volleyball in that you can have you can hit the ball 3 times on one side. You know what I mean?
And you don't need a lot of room for this.
You need a fair amount of room because you're kicking this ball all over.
These guys are doing it in the bathroom.
But I was watching these guys do this, and you got to be pretty damn agile.
Yeah, this is no sport for me.
I mean, they were doing roundhouse kicks. Slamming them down,
By the way, Preston, 2 or 3 of the dudes we were looking at are not in good shape.
Yeah, but the ones I was watching were the professional ones.
Oh,
And
okay.
they were going crazy with it. So anyhow,
Okay, so maybe the table itself is just called the tech, and because it looks like you could play
Rag 'em.
rackball if you want. No, it looks like you could play pickleball on it. You could play dodgeball on it.
Rag 'em.
on that table,
Yeah, we were watching in the.
You could fold clothing on it too.
it's like and that's
tennis.
generally what ends up happening.
Yeah.
No, but it's like a curved table tennis, ping pong table.
Yeah.
But anyhow, I thought I told you guys.
You did not.
Okay, so
Why are you holding out on us?
liar whore, liar whore, you know it.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. Oh yeah, it's De Niro's birthday.
Yeah.
It's my birthday.
liar whore, and you know it.
Rag 'em.
Please stop calling me.
Rag 'em.
I was how does tech ball take off? Like, how does that? And like, the person that invented it, are they like millionaires?
Are
now?
we saying take off? It's caught some
Look at this.
traction.
Yeah.
This guy is missing a leg and he's doing this.
And he's look, he's using his crutches to get up in the air, his entire body off of it. And
There is a guy who is a billiards champion who has no head.
What? That's
It is
crazy.
amazing.
I think we have an interview with them.
Just a little spurting thing at the top of his neck.
Yeah, just a little. All right. Dude, that's gross. Anyway, I don't even know how we got here.
Hoverboards.
Hoverboard.
How did we get to hoverboard?
Kathy's one wheel.
Back
college.
to the Future.
Back to the Future.
2013.
Age difference. We were killing time because we
93.
wrapped up with Tom too early.
We couldn't think of anything to talk about, so we talked about that.
Escape from
And
New
we
York.
still have 7 or 8 minutes to talk about something.
We do.
By the way, Escape from New York was set in 1997.
Oh my God.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that was after an essentially an apocalypse.
Right. So
Yeah.
then Manhattan's overrun. We'll look at 2001, A Space Odyssey.
Yeah.
A lot of that didn't happen yet.
Somebody was texting in saying the guy was not born that way, Casey.
He wasn't. Okay. Maybe I missed that part of
Lady
it.
Gaga was.
Yeah, because looking at his the cornhole player, he doesn't have appendages. He doesn't have hands and fingers.
Right.
So
I don't know. Maybe he was electrocuted, and sometimes that happens.
Let's make something up.
Let's make up information that everyone will not check.
Something up.
He was attacked by rabbits.
And he's blind.
Yeah.
What was that? Oh, the mountain climber. And he's blind.
And he's gay.
Blind.
I meant blind. How possibly would being gay impact your ability to climb a mountain?
Do you remember when I was trying to talk about a family that I knew that had lice? And I said I knew a family that had AIDS.
How did your brain get there?
We all like, we're like, how do you jump from?
Wow.
I know a family that has
coming up or something, or
I know a family that has leprosy. I mean bed bugs.
Somebody texted and said I was watching the Ocho and saw rock skipping, and I thought it was fake.
Yeah.
They do competitive rock skipping.
I guess so.
We have to, and you've suggested this over the years. Pick one of these weird sub-Ocho sports. Or even one that we can start
and see if we
get
can
good at it.
Actually excel.
Right. But of course, if it's something we design, Glocky was.
Yeah, that was.
I don't think that existed.
Hockey on a glide on a hoverboard. Here's information on that guy, Casey. Dayton Weber is his name.
Okay.
He was given a 3% chance to live when he was born, or I'm sorry, he had his limbs amputated as a 10-month-old.
Oh my God!
So he's an amputee.
Okay, all right.
But to save his life, and look at him now, dude. He's a professional cornhole player, and
they're
probably making a great living.
It's astonishing, and the pluck, the moxie to do that.
Yeah. By the way, the Rock River Stone skipping champion is Dave Omer, who's from Erie, Pennsylvania.
Hey!
Preston, read why his rocks are special.
Why his rocks are special? They come from Lake Erie.
Okay.
That's what it says.
That makes sense.
I'm a solid.
What's your secret?
I'm a solid rock skipper.
Me too.
How many you got in you?
Oh, man. Given the right water conditions and the right stone, you can do like 30 of them.
Let me ask you something. Do you consider?
Especially at the end when it goes.
I was going to ask you. Do you those are hard to count.
They are.
You got to go in slow
So
motion.
you should, yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, a large portion of my vacation in Montauk consists of rock skipping ever since I was a kid.
Yeah.
Because the sound most days is pretty calm, so it's perfect. And for whatever reason, the beaches have these flat rocks that you
That's
can.
the North Shore. Yeah.
That's what you're doing when you're there. So Jace claims to have skipped a rock 12 times.
It's possible.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, really?
Yeah, absolutely.
I was
Absolutely.
Oh.
Did you hear what we just said? At the end, you get the.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm not a great rock skipper. I can get like my most is probably like 5.
All right.
By the way, anybody skipping rocks at any point in time, if you're doing it for a little bit, there is no way that you will ever go without uttering the phrase, "Ooh, that's a good one."
Like 100 times.
Especially when you find.
Oh, that's a good one.
The perfect skipping rock.
Hey, good job.
Yeah.
88 is the record?
Yeah.
Wow.
Whoa.
Okay.
Eric Lindros's number.
Yeah.
Ooh, I can't believe he's calling
Kurt Mountain Man Steiner.
Yeah.
Is the guy who did that in 2013.
You have to do that on.
I never thought Eric Lindros would be calling my phone.
Man.
And it was in Pennsylvania. He did it in the Allegheny National Forest. Okay. This must be a haven for rock skippers.
You know where you are right now. You know you're the stream of consciousness. Now.
I am the stream of consciousness. We're all the stream of consciousness right now. When we went to Sweden and went up to Norway, we were at a fjord. And we walked
a fjord,
and we went down to the water and kind of had a rock skipping competition, and we judged it on criteria of number of skips, but style as well.
Okay,
and your throwing style. I have video of that somewhere.
So for me, the thing to do would be what I always sought to do was to get the largest distance between skips, like
that's pretty cool. Yeah. And for a while as a kid, too, I would try to see the largest stone I could actually make skip, one that took two hands to lift.
Right,
and see
like
if you
a
could throw it
boulder.
and have it at least jump once.
You ever try discus?
No. Always wanted to. I couldn't
wanna
do it
do
now.
that.
My shoulders, I'd be afraid that I would hurt myself.
I want to do that. I want to do a javelin after crushing it with the shot put.
Yes.
But no, I would love to try a javelin as well.
We could make that happen.
Yeah. You know what else? I've been thinking about this. I want to
You want to fly? Javelin.
I want to fly. I just want to fly. No, I want to challenge myself to see
arm wrestling
in, I don't even know, maybe like a month's time or 2 months' time, how far I can kick a field goal from.
Okay.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Do you think I could do like 30 yards?
I went on the
I bet you
vet,
could.
the field of the vet, Casey. The Phillies used to have open houses, and so you could go out, but it was during Eagle season. And I went out on the field at the vet, and I kicked a 35-yard field goal.
Wow. Wait, how old were you?
I don't know, 15, 16?
Like soccer years.
Soccer years,
Okay.
yeah. And so, I mean, I wasn't kicking from the 35-yard line, which is like a 53-yard field goal or whatever. The distance was 35 yards, but I felt pretty damn proud of that.
How deep is the end zone? Is it 15 or
10.
It's 10 yards?
Yeah.
All right, so at the vet during an Eagles game, I kicked a field goal.
Did you? Did you?
Yeah, but it was from it had to have been from the 10-yard line. So it was a 20-yard total field goal.
Was it a radio station thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
And Cousin Ed was the announcer. He announced my name, which is pretty funny.
They always did that at halftime.
Yeah.
They haven't been doing that lately, have they, Marissa?
And I went out and practiced.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Do you think you could take on Gus, the field goal kicking?
No, I did not take him on. But I went out and practiced that a little bit just because I didn't want to look like a total idiot.
No, and it's very cool when you can put it between the.
And I caught it just right, and that was it. You know.
So when you see these guys kicking field goals, and I'm not talking about like 50-yarders, just the 25-yarders, just little chip shots. It doesn't look like they're putting any effort into it whatsoever.
It doesn't, but they are.
I have to, and how do they muster up that torque?
Dude, it's like watching the professional golfers hit it 350 yards. They're swinging harder, but I mean with like a 9-iron hitting it 175 yards and going, you look like you're barely swinging the club.
Yeah,
it's insane.
The formula is very easy. It's the torque of the dork.
Yes, plus the heat in the meat
and the angle of the dangle, and then you'll get
the dangle is my favorite part.
We should do some of these things.
Preston and see field games.
Yeah, field games, absolutely. Well, in school, right? When school wraps up, what do they have?
That's usually at the end, field day.
Field day. So we have our own sorority. We can do whatever we want.
Oh, dude.
Did you love field day?
Yes.
Every kid loved field day.
Lived for the obstacle course.
You were the champion, right?
I was the champion. I still have the trophy, and I'll send.
You lived it during drunk day one year. Remember that?
Yeah, but all it is running through some tires, and then you slide through a refrigerator box and whatever.
Do you know
else.
we had the squares that the NFL uses, the ropes,
the ladder.
And that was cool, and I rocked that sucker.
Oh, I'm really where can we have this?
In the hall.
What, field day?
Yeah.
She wants it.
We could do that.
We could do it in the back parking lot where that guy was shot.
Oh, see, I was thinking
Where's a good plot?
Casey.
What's your favorite place in a parking lot where someone was shot?
Yeah. The basketball court.
Yeah, that's a good part.
Yeah.
No, I was thinking like a group of people,
like bigger than just us.
Okay.
You mean make it like a We
have
Are
an
the
event.
World?
Have an
yeah,
event.
have an event.
Like an
You know what-
Olympic type event.
You know what they have actually would also be fun is I forget the name of it, but it's a 5K where you go through bounce houses.
Uh-huh.
I did it one year in Atlantic City. It was a blast. It was so
Wait a
much
minute.
fun.
The entire 5K?
Correct. I mean, you run in between the different like
'cause
things.
5 miles or 5 kilometers
sorry.
of
Yeah,
bounce
5
houses.
No, 5K, right?
Yeah, but I was saying
Oh.
just in a bounce house for all 5
No, like
kilometers.
it's like no. I mean, it is like that's what you're doing. You're that's it.
You're saying you run between the house. There's a distance between the
yeah,
houses.
but they're not just like the bounce houses where you're jumping. It's like the obstacle course ones.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
By the way, bounce houses for adults, they're fun for about 5 minutes.
Yeah,
and then
fine.
it's,
And then you
it's
get
work.
tired. 37 seconds. I'm out.
I know, less than
timed
5. But I mean, it was a blast, and they had like the photographers there. I mean, some great pictures came out of the event.
Oh,
and you did it? You ran it?
Yeah, I
and
did.
You enjoyed it?
This was years ago. I did it with a couple of girlfriends. Yeah, it was so much fun. But that would be cool.
Yeah,
like kind of like a field day type thing.
You know, Kathy, the thing that was never delivered on was the massive
Yeah.
slip and slide.
It didn't happen. Did not happen. What do you think back when you were a kid that you could do no problem that you would actually like have a really really tough problem now?
Everything?
And I'm specifically thinking about monkey bars. I used to be able to rock the monkey bars like nobody's business, and now.
You remember you'd skip a bar?
Oh, yeah,
do that big
I
monkey.
could do it.
I was great. You
Yeah.
could do it now?
I just did it recently, yeah.
Oh, I couldn't do that.
no,
There
me
was a-
neither.
yeah.
I would destroy my
My
shoulders.
shoulder would rip in half. You know what's
A few
one?
years ago, I could do a bunch of pull-ups, but since injuring my shoulder, there's no way
No,
I'd
you
try
didn't
again.
say finish it injured because yes, I'd be injured when I did.
okay.
Yeah,
without
Yeah.
injury.
Oh,
Yeah.
Without injury.
Need I remind you that I skipped to an injury?
That's right.
Yeah.
Literally skipping down the hole.
That's right, you
It
did.
was competitive skipping. I had a good time.
I'm a skipper.
You know what? The one thing, this is not field day, having to do with field day, but the one thing that I miss, which I really, really wish I could do, and I know I could do it, get up, be completely fine if it wasn't for my shoulder, but water skiing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I used to do that a lot. That
And
was
like
so much fun.
I have chances to do it, but I think about it, I'm like, it's gonna tear my shoulder
What's
apart.
the worst part of now? Water skiing's a ton of fun.
It is.
What's the
Oh,
one?
the enema that you get when you fall in the water.
Exactly.
sometimes.
I was
Yeah.
thinking all of it.
Years and years and years ago, when the X Games were in town, me and Casey and Steve went down to Delaware River, and I think Dave Fairman went with us, and they had me go wakeboarding.
Wakeboarding.
You remember that?
Yes.
So,
I remember.
Kathy, I hadn't been water skiing in a decade plus. And so it took me forever, and I eventually got up on the wakeboard. And once you're up, it's great.
Yeah.
No problem. Just
Yeah.
getting out of the
Getting up.
water if you hadn't done it in a long
That
time is a hard
filthy
time.
river water.
So we wakeboarded for a while. We come back. I go to get in my car.
Mm-hmm.
I could not grip the steering wheel.
I couldn't shut the car door. I couldn't
I
tie my
had to
shoes.
drive home with my palms open. My hands because I hadn't used them for anything like that.
Yep, I couldn't tie my shoes afterwards, and I had similar sensation after rock climbing for the first time.
Oh my!
Because you use when you're a novice rock climber, you tend to use your hands and forearms more than you should. You really should be lifting with your legs.
I'll tell you what would, and it crippled me the first time I did it, but I think it would literally be lethal this time is when I did all those push-ups.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Did
forget
500
it.
of them.
Yeah.
Mind you, when I did this, isn't like this was like 18 years ago. I mean, like I was a younger man.
Yeah.
Like
You didn't have any gray hair back then.
none. I don't think I'd grown a beard at that point.
You did not.
Wow. By the way, Marissa sent me. Thank you, Marissa. I was going to put this in the City Beat, but we never got to City Beat this week. The world's largest bounce house is opening tomorrow, and it's at the Navy Yard.
Yes.
Yeah, I
This
saw
has
that.
long been not rumored, but it's been in the works.
It will be here for 4 weekends starting tomorrow.
How large?
It's 32 feet tall at its highest point, covers an area of 16,000 square feet, and it is the world's largest bounce house. And I think there's other things that are going on there as well. But it says inside you'll find giant slides, ball pits, climbing towers, and basketball hoops alongside fun-friendly, oversized characters of various colors, shapes, and sizes.
It's opening tomorrow?
Yep. At the center of this dreamland is a custom-built stage where the resident DJ cranks out some music.
We're
And
looking
they
at-
also have games, competitions, They play music tailored to each group. Everyone's invited to enjoy the experience, and there are sessions organized by age, ranging from tiny tots to adult-only sessions as well. That's pretty cool.
Can we send someone over?
I don't know.
To do it?
It opens tomorrow.
We'll talk about that.
Yeah, we should probably do that.
It says Sports Slam also is an addition to the experience. It brings a whole new dimension to an already action-packed day out with customized sports arena filled with goals, nets, hoops, and balls of every shape and size that you can imagine. There's also special zones for climbing and a battle zone where you can compete against your family and friends in a competition to see who can stay on the podium the longest.
Casey, you almost had your head ripped off on that bouncy thing we had at the camp out for hunger.
I mean, listen, it put me out of commission for a while, and on the heels of that, Steve, I was like, I can't do stuff like that anymore. Like
it was your realization.
It was my realization that, like, because honestly, like, I had to get like X-ray guided spinal injections. You know, people don't know this, but like, dude, it effed me up. Like that happened on a Tuesday. Yeah. Tuesday was fine. Wednesday was like, that's a little weird, and then Thursday I was like, my freaking neck, and then like right after Christmas, I had to go to the hospital to get X-ray guided. That didn't work.
I remember.
Flash forward to your deathbed. My back still hurts.
Oh my God.
This giant bounce house looks like a lose your child nightmare.
Oh, yeah. It's huge.
Yeah, it looks pretty awesome.
Yeah, and if you've got a little one, but fortunately they're going to have like sessions, so maybe it'll be.
And I wonder if it's like in kind of cut into sections or
it appears to be. Well,
you know what I mean? Like you do this one, then you move.
Dude, you guys, you really, and Kath, I know you go down the shore quite a bit, but they have these amazing
in the water, in the
bounce houses in the water. There's one in Ocean City, and then my kids like the one in Stone Harbor better.
There's one in Margate.
Oh, there's one in Margate too?
Yeah, I believe the one in Margate is the biggest, and then Ocean City, and then the Stone Harbor one is a little bit smaller, but still fun.
These are floating large bounce houses.
And you can use them as slides, and, and all kinds of stuff. So the water gets in there. And
do they have that thing where you jump on it and launch the other person?
No, I want to do that.
That's pretty fun, like a giant bag.
Right, yeah.
I know what you're talking about. Those are awesome.
There's a couple of things I need to do before I retire from all physical activities. The bag thing, and then that giant water slide thing that launches you.
I asked my doctor, and he told me to retire from all physical activity.
Well, because I don't know if I could get through that slide. Like that would be one of the things we were talking about cliff jumping the other day, and how you just go and don't think about it. Like I think I would get up there and still be thinking about it and not be able to go.
He'll just push you.
I'll just push you.
I don't know.
I have a feeling I'd be great at cliff diving, but there's really no place to try that around.
All right, well, this has been the stream of consciousness.
Yes,
we got to wrap it up. It was kind of, I didn't even realize it because we didn't know anything that we were going to talk about.
No, I'm sure it's hard as you, the listener, to discern that.
Yeah, right. All right, why don't we take a break and we'll come back with a more organized segment. It's called The Bizarre File, so stay with us. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
The door slam shut.
Oh my
no. And then I'm like, man.
Oh, who was that?
Oh my God.
It's got to be Will.
No, I knew it was her because of how loudly the door closed.
Oh man, you're a jerk.
So
why is he a jerk? Why is he a jerk?
I don't know. Why was
He's
she
in
mad?
his own
well, hang
room.
on. It gets even better. Okay. So
I'm on her side.
So I
Team Rochelle.
Apparently.
Oh no.
So like I said, a door opens. I have this bright monitor on. I didn't turn the brightness down on the monitor at all. So it's blinding me, essentially. I can't see anything.
When you have a bright light source
in a dark room.
Makes everything around darker.
Apparently,
the whole family.
I guess I had sensed maybe something in the room was going on, and I locked eyes with my wife.
Oh, wow.
Unbeknownst to me, I guess I looked towards the door, and I didn't slow down for a second.
So now you're eye contact.
And so apparently I make eye contact for a second or two, and then I go right back to the monitor again.
But you didn't really...
As if, don't bother me now.
You're throwing off my tempo.
But you didn't really make eye contact with her. You didn't see.
But she, to her...
I was looking into the void of darkness.
Right, into darkness.
I don't even remember looking away.
But
But apparently I did.
Oh, man.
And... that was bad.
That's upsetting.
So
from her perspective. However, if the roles were reversed, The male mind says, okay, go with this. I'd like to
Jump
join
in
you.
and help you out a little bit?
The female mind, to stereotype, is hurt and rejected.
And that's kind of what I got.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of like you couldn't, it was like you couldn't come and get me.
You looked right at me.
And you looked right at me. We locked eyes. But at that point, in defending myself, I'm like, now, wait a minute. I'm like, I swear to God I didn't see you. And just lock eyes and then go back to what I was doing. There's no way. I would have stopped and gone, you got me, you know.
Did you go to bed afterwards? Like you went to sleep?
Well, I went in and I went into the bedroom and I'm like, I guess you caught me.
By the way, I lost the garage remote.
So you
And is that you knew she was mad then at that point?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, the door was slammed with enough.
We went and we had a short conversation and I was like, well, this isn't going to be resolved tonight. So
Okay.
I'm going to bed. Yeah.
no.
And I kind of chuckled and she didn't like that very much. And then I guess she didn't like the fact that I was looking at an image. I was watching videos to help this along.
What was the subject matter?
Why is that important?
Because I want to see if we're cycling together. Can I guess?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to say there was a chain of events that might have led. I'm going to go with MILF.
I'm going MILF too. I'm going amateur MILF.
No, I'll just tell you, it was what you would call cougar and kitten.
Okay.
It was Lesbos. It was girl on girl.
Hot Lesbos.
Cougar and kitten. So that hot Lesbos. I've had that happen. My wife thought it was hilarious because I know I look like an idiot, specifically because
she busted you.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It was hilarious.
Yeah. And so we're same thing, Preston. Separate bedrooms, the whole thing. Claire likes to sleep in Death Valley. I like to sleep as humans sleep, with the modicum of airflow. So, and so she's coming in to put fresh linens in my jar, and I was watching what I was using on the PS3 at the time. So in one hand the video controller, and in the other hand my controller.
Right. So you can jump to your favorite parts if you need to.
Exactly.
Real quick, yeah.
I know that I looked so stupid. I would never want to see what I look like when I'm doing that because I don't like the way I look right now not doing it.
No man would look good doing that.
Oh my God.
But anyhow, it's funny because the only one that I shared this story with was Casey, and I led with, well, I got busted spanking. And he goes, dude, I get busted all the time.
All the time. In fact, it usually goes the other way. I get mad at her, like, dude, you knew I was up here doing that. You know.
Now let's welcome our former Swedish intern. She's checking in from Gothenburg, Sweden. This is Antonina. Antonina, how you doing?
I'm good. What about you?
Well, we're warming up to the can that you gave me. How do you pronounce this stuff, by the way?
Surströmming.
Say that again.
Surströmming.
There's no way you can do that.
Surströmming.
Yeah, awesome.
All right, Surströmming. Now,
Surströmming.
now, Antonina brought me this stuff. She said that we have to open this in the studio. Have you yourself opened a can of this before, Antonina?
I haven't.
Well, then why are we doing it? No! You have an authentic Swede who's... see, he was lulled by your... he's like, so Antonina says, and Antonina says this, and so we're figuring, well, she's done it before.
Right.
It's something she's done. It's going to be good on-air stuff. It turns out you've never done it.
You said, by the way, that when I open this, it kind of sprays out, and I have to be careful, right?
Yeah. Do you have glasses on?
We have goggles that we're wearing. So, Steve, hold this. All right here. Nick, hold this over that in case we get a spray.
Shielding it.
All right.
Okay.
Wait a second. You guys have your helmet gagging already. You got your puke buckets ready?
Yeah. Well, they're behind us here.
Right behind us.
I may need it right here because, listen, the smell of anything dead flesh rotting will make me vomit.
And if you vomit, I might vomit.
Oh, so you're a chain vomiter.
Well, guess what? We're going to daisy chain then because I am as well.
I really do hope somebody throws up, but not me.
All right. And Bill really needs to be in here for this.
I know, but he won't. He won't do it.
Oh, God.
Okay, I don't know.
I am scared crapless.
The durian fruit smell.
I know.
Yeah.
And we're about to dive.
Everyone has to take a
Wait.
big, what do you say? Breathe in, like.
Oh, yeah.
All right, no, we will. We will.
Inhale.
We will
Okay.
inhale.
Kathy's high.
All right, I'm going to
Hold it down low.
I'm going to start to open this.
Okay. All right.
All right, here we go. I'm doing it slowly so it
Okay.
doesn't explode. But I'm going to bring the mic down here. Here we go. Hang on, here we go. Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right. Oh, God! It's spraying everywhere.
Did it get on the floor?
No, but it's like a Viking, an excited
Behind you,
Viking.
Preston. Behind
Are
you.
you going to throw up? Oh my God.
He's gagging.
Have you guys breathed in yet?
Yes. I can't do this.
Thank God I can't smell it.
This is the worst thing ever. Oh my God. Oh my God. Please stop it. Can we end? We have to end the
he's
segment.
Oh my God. I can't even smell it.
This is Casey. Don't ever come over here.
Move this.
Don't
Move
move
this.
No. Oh God,
I'm
Preston.
getting it.
No.
I'm getting it
No.
now.
No.
It's horrible.
Terrible.
Are you going?
This is so. Oh my God, it's getting worse. It's getting.
You know what? I'm now nostalgic for the durian fruit.
I can't. This is the.
Preston is throwing up.
I can't work here.
He's gonna go. You remember Preston? Preston almost vomited when we drank mother's milk.
I can't work here.
I can. It's not even the smell that's making me gag. It's Preston gagging.
What are they doing down at Ben? Come over here.
God. No, I'm not gonna come over there.
Come on over.
I'm gonna work it.
All right.
He hasn't even opened it all.
All right. So I'm gonna do it. All right. I'm gonna complete it.
No, don't!
Dude, it's.
I don't think you
I'm
need
doing it.
Look at my eyes.
Stop it, dude! Stop!
You sprayed it all over the studio.
Shot in the face!
Oh, I got shot in the face.
Literally just shot.
It's like a Viking.
I'm so glad I'm over.
Why did you do that?
Because it's the Viking way, Nick.
It's on Nick's beard. It's
on?
stuck in Nick's beard.
God.
Oh my God.
Jesus Christ.
It's on your hat.
Okay, I can't.
We made a commitment.
I can.
Smell.
I already did.
Okay.
I already did.
Because I'm not breathing out of my nose right now. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do
All
it.
right.
I can't. I've
Do you
already
want me to
gagged
open it with the top?
No, don't
I'll
open
do
it
it
anymore. Don't open
I
it
swear
anymore.
to God, I'll do it.
Don't open it anymore, dude.
No.
I need a bath.
Don't open it anymore.
I think Nick needs to go home.
I can't believe.
Do you know what this smells like?
Sorry.
Awesome,
All right,
right?
I'm gonna say it. A really old hooker.
She smells better.
Oh my God. I'm bizarrely enough. I'm
love
okay.
old hookers.
The durian might be a little worse for me than this.
Impressive. Steve, when you open that again and I watch it spray,
Oh my God.
sprayed all over you.
I got it in the face, man.
Casey, it's stuck in Nick's
Somebody
beard.
get him a tissue or something.
No,
for
you
Christ's
need
sake.
to go. You
I
need
got
to
the baby wipes.
go sanitize your face.
It's like a
somewhere.
bad porn movie.
Look, there are people on the other side of the glass that are holding stuff up to their noses.
Oh, you guys can smell it?
All right.
Connor, can you smell it?
Wet them. Connor, can you wet it?
Yeah, wet it, Connor.
I need.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
Chuck came down the hall. He's covering his nose.
We have to leave this studio.
No, I think we're okay.
I don't think so.
All right, you guys
You
can
got
leave.
stuff shoved in your nose, dude.
Listen.
You can smell it in my
Man
office.
up.
I came prepared, guys.
Preston, everybody. I'm too far gone. You can leave. I'll handle it. There's no hope for me, but save yourselves.
Seriously.
All right. Get it off my head.
Wait,
Dude.
Chuck, you can smell it down
You can
the
smell it in
hall.
you can smell it in my office. Yeah.
Are you kidding?
And our doors are shut.
Yeah, don't open the door.
So let's get this out of here then.
We've been.
Are we getting this out of here?
We're under quarantine now. What did you say,
She
Antonina?
wants to eat it.
No.
Who is eating it?
All right, give me a fork. Give me a fork. Let's get this done.
Give me a gun.
Give me a fork.
'Cause I want to
Hurry up.
die.
Give Steve a fork.
Give me a fork. I'll goddamn eat this, but I want it out of here after I do that.
Hold on, I'm getting a fork.
I have a fork, too.
Give me something. I'm not going to lick it off the can.
Why not? Oh, God.
Yeah.
There you go. I got a fork for you, buddy.
All right. This is.
Do it like the Vikings. Take it with the finger. Just shove it in.
Do it like a Viking?
This
Oh, it smells so bad.
I want you. All right.
This is so much worse than I'd anticipated.
What?
It to be.
Oh my.
And it's popular.
Lord.
Preston, you're sweating.
Oh, it's stringy. Ah!
I can't believe you're eating it.
Preston, watch Steve eat it.
Oh, God. I can't even walk.
Oh, it's dripping off the
I'm in
floor.
horror.
Steve, I can't believe you're going to do this.
All right.
Well, you know.
Don't, I might throw up just from you eating it.
My nose is running.
Oh, my God.
I feel like. Oh, God.
Oh my God, he ate it! He ate it! and now he's slamming water. I need a tissue. My nose is running.
My nose is running.
All right, so you want to know what it's like?
You see this booger hanging out of my nose?
Oh, yes. This whole thing is so disgusting.
It's like having the devil finish in your mouth.
Oh, my God.
Kind of salty, right?
Oh.
Yes, insanely salty.
God. Oh, my God.
Listen to you laughing, you malicious Swede, you. All right.
What are we going to do? Like, what are we going to do?
We got to get it out of here now.
Gotta get it out of here.
We got to get it out of here
Don't
now.
you have like a small
Give me some
shot
gloves.
glasses so you can take a shot?
WMMR.
All right, we got another shot of the beef. Let's take it.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, we're going to dive right into stories, and we'll start with this one. Let's see. The Allegheny Cat is a follow-up story, and I put it in the bizarre file because it was just a really terrible but strange thing that happened. The Allegheny County Fire Marshal's Office said Monday morning that the home that exploded on Saturday in Plum was having hot water tank issues.
So, have you guys seen this footage from the? It's from a.
I didn't see. I heard about it.
It looks again. It looks like a movie special effect.
Yes, it does. The fire marshal has not concluded that this was the cause of the explosion. It was in the basement. The agency said it would look into the information along with any and all other possibilities during the process that may explain what occurred. The fire marshal retains custody of the properties of the 3 houses destroyed in the explosion and ensuing fire.
Watch, Kathy.
It's an ongoing investigation.
Oh, my gosh.
People's Gas says replacing a hot water heater doesn't require a permit or the utility company's permission. The company recommends homeowners hire a qualified professional who can check that all home gas appliances are being installed, maintained, and used properly. 5 people died in that, by the way.
My dad replaced our hot water heater growing up in our house. Even like when you get a new stove, like having that attached, I'm like, yeah, no, because they ask you, do you want installation or do you want to do it? No, thanks.
Please. I don't trust unless it's somebody you can trust. But yeah, you never want anything like that. I mean, it just got decimated.
A large portion of Sayreville, New Jersey was left without power for several hours after a bird dropped a fish on a transformer.
This has happened before, actually.
The
transformer?
The transformer then exploded, causing the outrage. The fish has been, by the local police department, has been named Gilligan, by the way. And they said Gilligan was a hardworking family man. He was a father of thousands of children. As for the bird, the department reported that the suspect was last seen flying south. Anyone who saw anything fishy is encouraged to contact Detective John Silver.
Have you ever seen a pelican disgorge fish and food from its gullet?
Yeah.
It's
Disgorge?
like expel,
No.
They'll fly along and they'll just basically
scoop
vomit.
Oh.
So they'll go down and scoop up fish. They're the big, obviously, that pelican sack under their beaks there.
Yeah.
But while they're flying, they will also get rid of.
Oh, I didn't know. No,
Yeah.
I've never seen that.
Oh,
That's
it's wild to
disgusting.
see. Yeah.
Okay. A Queensland, Australia couple have been charged after allegedly engaging in a series of sex acts involving dogs.
What?
Come on.
And
This is your second story.
And this is a couple doing this together. Crystal May Hoare.
You got to be kidding me.
Hoare.
Well, that sounds about right. Yeah.
And J. Wade Venstra are charged with 5 counts, and the police will allege that the incidents, which they also allege involved 2 dogs, were captured on video.
What? And the other thing was captured on video.
Well, that was a security video. The guy saw.
Oh, they were doing this for their own. They were recording.
This couple was, yeah. Following their arrest, the couple were granted bail.
It was an Insta moment.
Being held at a watch house facility as of Monday. They remain in bail.
You know that the things the most common in Instagram. You'd have pictures of your food, your feet at the beach, and then you making love to your pets.
Individuals found guilty face potential prison sentence of up to 7 years.
I'm glad the sentences are stiff for this.
Here's the lighter story. A Utah mother had her hands full when she was called for jury duty and couldn't find a babysitter. Tori Scow is a mother of triplets.
Oh, man.
And caught some of her family's day in court on camera. She took her little kids, her toddlers, to jury duty because she had no other choice.
Right.
She said, I just knew it was going to be a crap show, so that's why I'm going to film some of this. At times, her children screamed, drowned out the judge's questions to jurors. She said, I fed them more snacks than they've ever had in their entire life to keep them quiet.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you over the baby screaming. You were talking about pause attraction.
Video shows her children continued to cry in the courtroom despite the snacks. And to borrow Scow's phrase, the day did, in fact, become a crap show because she had to perform consecutive diaper changes in the parking lot of the courtroom.
They become a lot more, things like this used to be able to get you out of jury duty.
After 2.5 hours, they were dismissed from jury duty, much to Scow's delight. Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't immediately just send her home when she showed up.
Yeah, she's a new mother with triplets.
Yeah. A man is suspected of breaking into a church and cooking chicken nuggets that did not belong to him on Saturday.
Dear Jesus, make these taste good.
Daniel Jason Coleman was booked into the Utah County Jail for a third-degree felony charge of burglary. A bystander had noticed Coleman entering a meeting house of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Latter-day Nuggets.
The bystander told police that the man was wandering through neighborhoods in the area looking into cars and backyards.
We're going to get some good chicken nuggets around here. Have you tried the church?
When Provo police officers arrived at the church, they found Coleman searching through cabinets inside of a kitchen and placing a bag of frozen chicken nuggets back inside of the fridge, and he had removed 3 to 4 chicken nuggets from a microwave and was eating them at the time.
I'd like some chicken fingers, please. Well, you're going to want to go to the synagogue.
After placing Coleman into custody without issue, he admitted to police he had indeed taken the nuggets from the fridge and eaten them.
Go in peace.
And so he was busted for burglary. All right, and then finally we'll end with this story. Let me see what's a good... Oh, yeah, okay. Let me go. I was going to end with that story. Now I'm going to end with this story. In Portland, Oregon, and I don't have a follow-up as to how this ended, an employee at City Fleet Services maintenance shop was impaled in the stomach Friday afternoon by a long wrecking bar that went completely through the body.
So a wrecking bar, like
I don't know what that is.
If it's like they'll put it on the front of almost like a tank-looking thing, and they'll tear through a wall.
Officials say that the employee was rushed to the trauma center across the street.
Wrecking bar.
Their wreck bar. And there's the status is unknown. Transport to the hospital was done by walking the gurney across the street as the bar was too long to allow the gurney to be placed in the back of the transporting ambulance. Multiple plans were established to cut the length of the pole if directed by the surgical staff, but I didn't get a follow-up. I don't know what ended up happening to this guy. So he was alive at the time, and all he could say was rag him the entire time. So.
If it's what I'm thinking,
kind of looks like a crowbar.
It was like
it's a large crowbar, like a 3-footer or 2.5 feet long. If this is correct.
It looks like a crowbar.
It's good for wrecking.
And rack ball.
Hence the name, and that is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, we'll take a break. We have prizes to give away when we return in form of the lesson question. We'll see what your knowledge of today's program has been when we get back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
There are look on the counter. There are splatter patterns here. Do you see this?
Yes.
And we gotta clean this up.
I'm gonna put this in this baggie now.
Thank you. Thank God.
Now.
Stuck on Nick's beer.
I can't believe we did this. This smell is going to linger in here for a month.
I know.
All right, it is in the baggie. I'm sealing it up.
We should try to light matches.
Listen to her laugh.
We should have done this in Bill's office.
It still would have made it down here.
Yeah, it would have been. It would have been better, Steve.
Would have been better than this.
How do you seal this, Preston?
Oh, Marissa's starting to spray
Fine.
the
Blue and red make
Febreze.
purple.
Hang on a second. I think you got it. Steve. Oh, no, wait. Here we go.
Holy God Almighty!
That's inhuman.
I cannot listen, and I'm telling everyone listening to this, we are not even remotely kidding.
Oh my God!
It is. It instantly flushed the entire studio with an incredibly powerful, salty, pungent stink.
I can't. I have no words to describe that as far as to give you an idea of what it didn't smell like rotting, like like a dead fish out in the sun or anything like that. It's something. It's far more foul. And there's some on this microphone.
It's sprayed
It's right there. Oh.
Listen, here's the deal.
We're in the studio.
We had to open it a little bit more. Did I know it was going to explode in my face? No, I did not know that.
At its best, it smelled like rotten tuna fish.
All right, so
it's worse
if you need to clear up, I'll
At
clean
its
this.
best.
But we got to get this out of here.
All right, we do, and we got to go live on Fox here in a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Are we going to take a break and come back, or
Let's do this now.
I'm going to come around there so we can. So hang on, clean up.
I think we need to take a break and come back in like a day or so.
Right here.
This is awful.
I think we just earned some vacation.
All right, everyone, let me. I'll take it for you here.
I'm absolutely
doing?
shocked
Just remember.
that I didn't puke. I came really close
You were
several times.
gagging big time.
Oh my God. Okay. Thank you, I guess, Antonina.
All right, so when that conversation was wrapping up, Nick, you went, oh.
A didgeridoo is a brass instrument.
It is?
Yeah.
Oh.
There are some brass instruments made out of wood, like the alphorn, the cornet, the serpent, and the didgeridoo.
I know what the serpent is, but I've never heard
Coronets are made out of?
But
cornet. I don't know that one, Steve.
I don't think it's a coronet. I think, it's a cornet. It looks like something.
Never heard of that.
And there were
No, neither
also
have I.
texts coming through that said that a lot of high school marching band instruments now are made out of plastic, which is way cheaper.
Pickles.
Yeah, I would have been.
Is that Notre Dame?
Let's hear Run Around Sue, everybody.
I'm not really playing anything.
Sure you are.
I would imagine like maybe clarinets and things like that are made out of a plastic. My recorder is made out of a
There you go.
Yeah.
That's made out of ivory from
No, it's not.
illegally poached elephants.
Right. And a one and a two and a.
Hey!
They don't have drums, they just have hands. The
How do you
hand
make
line.
Now, Preston, are the drums made out of brass?
The drum shells are made out of wood usually, but they have a metal
detector.
No. Believe we are ready. Is everyone prepared for the ritual?
Yes.
We are.
Let us
right.
begin.
Welcome, all here today who seek rebirth, to this most sacred celestial event, the solar eclipse. In attendance today are the Council of Elders, being the overlords and lawgivers. They are myself, High Priest Steve, High Priest Preston, High Priest Casey, High Priest Nick, High Priestess Kathy, and High Priestess Marissa. Hi. And as it was in the ancient times and as decreed by the sacred book, we are joined by semi-naked, semi-virgins, provided by Coven Club Risque. Council of Elders, please provide the proper responses as I read from the sacred text. O mighty sun, known to the ancient Romans as Sol, you are so big.
You are so big.
You are so bright.
You are so bright.
You are very hot.
You are very hot.
Crazy hot.
Crazy hot.
I would not touch you.
I would not touch you.
I'm not stupid.
I'm not stupid.
And although you appear close to us, you are very, very far away.
Duh.
Now, High Priest Preston, would you please join me on my side of the altar where the one microphone with reverb is and prepare us for the cleansing ritual?
As it was in the time before time, the cleansing ritual was meant to appease the sun during its time of eclipse, to offer unto it something so stupid, so pathetic, that it would never be able to bring itself to destroy us. In a moment, the Council of Elders and the semi-naked, semi-virgins will surround the Well of Rebirth, which in many ways resembles the toilet we used for St. Patrick's Day. At this time, the chant of the Ancient One shall be performed, and a baby will be brought forth and bathed in the purifying waters. In many ways, this baby will resemble the doll that High Priest Steve accidentally purchased off of Amazon in the time of darkness. Let us begin to begin again.
And so we have gathered at the Well of Rebirth, as it was done in the dark time of the ancient time, before time, in accordance with hammer time. We begin the chant of the Ancient Ones. She'll be coming around the mountain
when she comes.
She'll be coming around the mountain
when she comes.
She'll be coming around the mountain.
She'll be coming around the mountain.
She'll be coming around the mountain
when she comes.
High Priestess Kathy, will you now come forward and place the baby in the Well of Rebirth?
Bricka bracka firecracker zis boom ba. Solar eclipse. Solar eclipse.
Ra, ra, ra.
It is done!
I'm born anew.
It is.
Do you feel it?
I feel cleansed and rebirthed, Steve.
I feel burnt and a little constipated, but I still feel great. I liked how our semi-clad semi-virgin started to burst into dance.
Yes, it was wonderful. At the last moment, at the completion, we had dancing here in the studio. All of us wearing our robes, our cultish robes.
I was impressed, honestly.
It was great. I feel
Kathy,
ready.
You were very good, Kathy.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Oh my God! All right, so it is. Hopefully, you joined along at our along in the office, dressed as a druid for our special druid cleansing ritual. Since this is a Kathy-centric conversation, we just wanted to point out the fact that it's her birthday and we've got a special birthday present for you, Kathy. If everybody is ready, we're gonna get something special in here for you, Kathy. Remember how you said you wanted to just not even acknowledge it? Ferris Bueller, you're my hero. It's Foo Fighters on 93.3 WMMR. It's everything that rocks. It's 18 minutes after 10 on this Thursday morning. Steve, you wanted to mention the event coming up on
Thank you
Monday.
very much. Yes, thank you, Preston. It's the 6th annual Dining Out for the Dogs. It's Monday. It's at the White Dog locations in Wayne, Haverford, and Glen Mills. It's a dining out event. You go have a meal, and a percentage of the money raised, in some of the cases 100%, going to benefit Alpha Bravo Canine. It's the only organization that actually trains dogs for veterans who are suffering post-traumatic stress or any other sort of lingering brain injuries or conditions. You know, it can be debilitating. And so Jen Green, who runs the whole organization, acquires the dogs, trains them, and then gives them to the veterans gratis. Takes a lot to get that done. So it's Monday. A number of the Beasley family members, on-air personalities, will be at various locations. I'll be at Glen Mills. And we invite you to come out. There's going to be puppy kissing booths and all sorts of, the big thing, obviously, the gourmet flight of hot dogs, the Coney Island hot dog, Southwestern dog, white dog, and backyard dog. You guys tried some yesterday. What'd you think?
Yummy, yummy.
Yeah, it's awesome stuff. So, again, all the information's at PrestonandSteve.com, and it is dining out for the dogs. It is Monday evening, and love to see you out and about.
Excellent. Real quick, before we do the thank yous and all that stuff, we received a package. And it was sent to the Sharts and Crafts department.
And I made you wait
WMMR.
to open it on air.
Steve's like, you want to open this on the air? I'm like, all right, this could be anything.
Yeah.
So let me dive into this box. It's a decent sized box. Let's see what we get. I don't want to cut myself and pull a Casey here.
No.
Came close to it there for a second. All right, let's see. I don't know who it's from. I don't know what we're getting.
This is an unboxing.
I know.
Let's unbox this.
I do watch unboxing videos now.
Dude, I watched the coolest one yesterday.
What was it?
Bob Dodge got a sword. It came in like an actual wood box. I was like, that's pretty cool.
That is pretty cool.
All right, so this is something that's homemade. It looks like, oh, wow. This is pretty neat. Okay, hold on. Let me find out who this is from.
yeah.
I'll tell you what it is. This is from Jessica Will from JCKC Design. Preston says, I know you must, Preston and Steve Show, I know you must hear us all the time, but I have to tell you how great you guys are. I'm a full-time stay-at-home mom with 2 wonderfully insane toddlers, and I also run my own business. So my life is hectic and kind of lonely. Most of my work is done after bedtime and while I'm alone. I never feel alone. I'm an avid podcaster and always want to text in to respond to the show, but it's 1 a.m. and no one's there. I can often be heard laughing to myself. My husband will ask what happened with my quote-unquote co-workers that day, meaning you guys, and I'll crack myself up as I try to tell a story. You guys keep me company.
Oh, that's awesome.
And saying through the long nights provided levity in a heavy world, which is appreciated. I wanted to make something for your Sharts and Crafts section, and my interchangeable signs seemed appropriate. You can switch out the tiles whenever you want to change it up without taking up a lot of space. The hardest part was only making these ones. I have a huge list on my phone because I kept thinking more Preston and Steve catchphrases. And if you ever want more, just let me know. I've got the biggest craft show of the year coming up this weekend in Collingswood, New Jersey, so wish me luck. And then she says, P.S., I know you hate it, but I have a TikTok video of me making this for you if you'd like to watch.
I want to see that.
Yeah, me too. I don't hate it.
No.
I'm just not on TikTok.
No, you're more a porn guy.
I don't dabble in TikTok. So this is the sign.
Oh, I love it.
Oh, wow.
That's you can actually. So it says the noticer.
You change these out. You change these little tiles out. So there's one that says our Preston and Steve logo, and there's one with the MMR logo, and in the middle, it says the noticer, and it's got a little bowler hat and mustache, and it says noticing things so you don't have to.
You know, you could put that behind you and then swap out the.
Each time I'm a character.
Yeah.
So she sent all these other tiles. Ooh, they smell nice too.
Cocaine.
It's wood. No, not like cocaine. So she has Gadzooks.
Yes.
Have a glappy day, Nick. Good morning to see you.
Yeah.
Backer inners. No backer inners. I didn't know what that was.
Yeah.
So that's about parking.
Yes.
And it's got the little
She's good.
prohibition symbol. We have Good Morning It for the Good Morning to see you. The Connoisseur because it's Friday and we like to eat. This one says JSI and it's got a little a mortarboard hat.
Just saying Institute.
And it says enjoy the sprawling campus while learning things that aren't really important. And then no sad bro, it's Friday.
That's excellent.
These are phenomenal.
That's excellent.
This may not even go in the Sharts and Crafts section. This may go right here in the studio.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, thank you so much, Jessica. That's wonderful. Jessica Will from JCKC Design Company. Well, I'm glad we opened that on
Yes. A lot of fun.
Nice. Send your Sharts and Crafts stuffs here at the Preston and Steve Show. We have a little section that we keep them in. Homemade items from you to us. And that's very sweet.
And if any of you make breakfast pizza.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't had that in a long time. All right. Thank you so much to our guests. Rory, Cheddar Whiz.
We're not done the show yet. Yeah, we still have the lesson question.
I
Music
thought we
news.
were done.
No, we got a whole show.
I haven't done
Music
music news.
Lesson question.
We have 2 more interviews and we have a contest.
Oh my God.
You got.
I was wondering why Pierre didn't come walking.
Yeah.
And I clapped along with you. I was like, yes. Thank you. For
I just thought he was randomly thanking Rory.
Yeah, I just want to thank him.
Okay, here we go.
Still more show.
Damn. All right, we're going to give away
We'll make it quick.
family.
It's actually Thursday, though.
Family 4-pack of tickets to Elmwood Park Zoo. And the question we will go with this is, hang on just a second here. What is the latest addition to the Just Saying Institute? Since we mentioned that via Jessica's sign here, 215-263-WMMR. What is the latest addition to the Just Saying Institute? I will tell you, it's a school.
Yes.
That is a new addition to the Just Saying Institute. Whose school is it and what type of school is it? 215-263-WMMR. Call right now. Come on.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, we'll get the stories now. What's going on, Steve?
Well, former Arrow star Stephen Amell was seen on the SAG-AFTRA picket line just weeks after saying he disagreed with it. Amell clarified his earlier statement, saying, "Shut up."
Hey!
Billy Porter is back to slamming Harry Styles for being the first man featured in a dress on a Vogue cover, saying it was a stunt for Styles, while it is a lifestyle for Porter. Porter believes the magazine can still do right by him and has extended an olive branch by calling Anna Wintour a bitch.
Wow.
Oh, my God.
Which is true. And finally, Selena Gomez and her friend and kidney donor, Francia Reza, have been seen socializing a lot lately, putting rumors of a feud to rest. Gomez says Reza is absolutely everything she wants in a second kidney. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All righty. We are going to see if you know what the latest addition to the Just Saying Institute is. And like I said, it's a school. But we need to know whose school is it and what type of school it is. 215-263 WMMR. And we will go to Bill, see if we can get an answer. Hey, Bill, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
All right, Bill, what is the latest addition to the Just Saying Institute?
Stallone Institute of Grammar?
No.
He heard it. He just forgot.
I gotta go with the answer, so incorrect. No. We will go to Sean. Hey, Sean.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Yo, buddy. All right, what's the latest addition to the Just Saying Institute?
I thought it was a statue of Dr. Mike and Dr. Moik.
No, it's not Dr. Moik.
Although that was.
But I had said it's a school.
Right. But, so they've listened.
Thank you, Sean. I appreciate you listening, bud, but we're looking for a more specific answer. All right, well, we'll wait for another call to get in. In the meantime, we can do music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
I got a bunch of things in music news. We're going to start with one of the obvious things. Bruce Springsteen called off the 2 shows that he was supposed to play with the E Street Band this weekend at Citizens Bank Park due to illness. But the shows were postponed, not canceled. That means tickets are going to be held for these performances for future dates. So hang on to your tickets. The tour's September schedule is busy, though. I read an article that was conjecturing when it might happen. There are a few days off in between shows. The exception is the gap between Columbus, Ohio, September 21st, and Washington, D.C., September 29th. But the Phils are home, and they're playing through that stretch. And then the only September 25th is a day off, which in any case wouldn't be enough time to set up and break down the stadium as a concert venue.
Have we heard what is it? We assume COVID or what does he have? Do we know?
No.
No clue. Well, and the stage was set up.
Yes,
so like it
ready
was
to
a
go.
very last minute postponement. What's his next date like from today on? When does he play next?
It would be the next second performance, right?
No, but I'm saying, like, I wonder if there's time, if he's like, hey, I feel better tomorrow. Like, I wonder if there's time to put it in before he moves to a different
I don't
city.
know. I don't know what the next dates are, Kath, but there was just that block that was open. Now, October.
He can put it in. That sometimes the difficulty is pulling it back out again, Preston.
October, he's got plenty of open dates. He's off the entire month, but the Phils don't have any scheduled dates either. But if the Phils were guaranteed to not play any postseason playoff games, they could make that happen. But
could you set the precedent?
They've got a chance right now
of having a regular Phillies game have a halftime show that lasts 4 hours.
Okay, I'm open.
Yeah. Is that possible?
They won't want to put up a concert stage if the Phillies have any chance of making the playoffs because it just does such damage to the turf anyway.
Yep.
So after that, it starts getting colder for outdoor shows, and that leaves two possibilities. The show could be moved from Citizens Bank Park across the street to Lincoln Financial Field, maybe in that open window in September, but that seems unlikely. The most likely best guess scenario sometime in 2024.
May I recommend?
That sucks.
We're going to have a tent set up for Camp Out for Hunger.
Bruce?
Yeah.
We'll make room for you. All right, let's see if somebody knows the answer to the question. What is the latest addition to the Just Saying Institute? We're going to go to David, see if we can get the answer. David, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, David, what's the answer, bud?
It was the Rocky or Rambo School of Journalism.
It is actually, it's not. Sorry, David. I mean, you heard it, but I've got to go with the correct answer, and we're going to go next to Rick. Hey, Rick.
Hey, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. All right, what is it, Rick?
The Stallone School for Journalism and Communication.
Yeah, yes. The Stallone School of Journalism is correct. Hang on.
In a video game.
Yeah, we're playing Zelda somehow or another. All right, and we're going to set him up with a 4-pack of tickets to Elmwood Park Zoo. Visit Elmwood Park Zoo this week and save up to $6 on weekday admission after 2 p.m. And tickets available at elmwoodparkzoo.org, or you can purchase in person at the gate.
Is that the Ocarina of Time?
No, it sounds like the original Zelda. By the way, I saw a car the other day that had license plate that said Hyrule. I thought that was really cool with the Zelda logo on a sticker as well.
I don't know Zelda that much.
That was the Hyrule was the kingdom.
Yeah.
So cool. All right, Case, I'm going to need my
music news again.
My sounds back again, please. Coldplay is now at the center of a lawsuit over a contract with the band's former manager, Dave Holmes. According to Variety, a rep for Coldplay confirmed that the band and Holmes split a year ago after working together for over 2 decades, and there were no additional details at this time, but sources told Variety that the lawsuit is a contractual dispute. Coldplay continues to be managed by Phil Harvey, Mandy Frost, and Arlene Moon, who all worked with Holmes for years in the past.
That's not the guy from MTV, is it?
I don't know.
Remember that guy, Dave Holmes? Like, he won that video contest?
Yeah, he became a VJ.
A VJ?
I'd be surprised if it was, but that'd be pretty cool.
I didn't know that. Wow. Previously lost 1990s Ozfest film will get its day at the acclaimed Academy Museum. The special screening is going to take place this Friday in the David Geffen Theater in Los Angeles. It's titled We Sold Our Souls for Rock and Roll. The documentary was produced by Sharon Osbourne, and although he did tweet about it, there was no mention of Ozzy attending it. But director Penelope Spheris, who also worked on Wayne's World and The Decline of Western Civilization, will take part in the presentation.
So he's footage of him recently. He's getting around. He's using a cane. He has the Parkinson's.
Yep.
So, but he seems mobile.
Good.
Mobile-ish.
We talked about this earlier in the Just Saying Institute, but The Wall from Pink Floyd has been a part of a scientific discovery. Researchers created it from reconstituted brain waves of people listening to the song. Another Brick in the Wall, Part 1. This is the first time that researchers have reconstructed a recognizable song solely from brain recordings. They got data directly from people's brains while they were listening to this song. They analyzed that, and they essentially decoded it, and it came out playing music. It's pretty wild.
What you listen to then is what essentially their brain was processing as they were listening to that music.
Yeah.
Kathy explained it to us earlier, but it's weird.
I'm wondering how, if they can do this, how mind reading might eventually be
that you could literally read someone's thoughts.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Ultimately, the research team hopes that their findings will lead to more natural speech from brain-machine interfaces that aid communication with people who are locked in by paralysis and unable to talk. So they actually are hoping that at some point, people who have maybe ALS or who have other conditions that don't allow them to speak, but they are aware, can actually communicate via just thinking about what they want to say.
So take someone who has a stroke.
Yeah.
Their ability to process language or decipher language, in that case, that wouldn't work for them because their brain is
maybe so
processing in a different way. Correct?
Might be. Yeah. That makes sense. Anyhow, well, we have a little clip of it. This is what it sounds like. It's pretty wild. This is the original.
Just a brick in the wall.
That's what people heard, and while they were recording their brain waves, this is what it interpreted
Here's
to.
the recreated version.
You can hear the rhythm of it. And there it was. Pretty amazing stuff.
It is.
And then finally, Taylor Swift has grown into one of the biggest superstars on the planet, and a new Arizona State University course is digging in on what psychologists can learn from her career. The course, called Psychology of Taylor Swift, Advanced Topics of Social Psychology, is being offered this fall and will be taught by PhD student Alexandra Wormley.
What parent is going to love to pay for that?
She said the course is basically using Taylor Swift as a semester-long example of different phenomena: gossip, relationships, revenge, emphasizing that the class is not a seminar on how much we like or dislike her. We want to be able to learn about the psychology. She added that she will be connecting themes from Swift's various albums to psychology, giving 2017's Reputation as an example. She said Taylor's sixth album, Reputation, is her comeback after disappearing from the spotlight due to conflicts with Kim Kardashian and Kanye West. She enacts her revenge on them and the broader media landscape by dropping an incredibly successful album along with a stadium tour, she explained. And the students know this, but do they know why we like revenge? Do they know how we enact revenge? Social psychology can tell us that. So they're using Taylor as the example, but they'll dive deeper into psychology-themed
I took a course called the Zeitgeist of Falco. And it was amazing.
I would imagine. It was deeper than people realize.
Very much.
And that's it. Now we can take a break. And when we come back, we'll be able to wrap up the program. So stay with us because we'll get the letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize when we return. All right?
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Oh my God. We actually brought Chuck E. Cheese in for Kathy's birthday.
Getting Chuck E. Cheese tickets thrown at
By the way, this is TV commercial Chuck E. Cheese.
That's right. Really?
Yeah.
This is
the TV commercial.
Chuck E. Cheese. Here you go, Kathy. We have a medal for you.
Wow.
We have a special sippy cup for you.
Everyone is happy
That is
look at
correct.
this. Kathy. A
what is
party
this?
pack.
Party pack.
Mazes, balloons,
Glasses,
whistles,
Slinky,
a specula.
a Twizzler.
Yeah, very nice.
A specula.
I don't know. It looked like it.
Oh my
And now we have also.
Did Pancake have anything to do with this?
No, well, maybe.
We can't reveal our secrets.
Oh, okay, sorry. Oh, Pancake's here.
Crown. We have a crown that she's going to put on. Chucky is actually bowing down to Kathy because it is her birthday today. She is the birthday girl.
And who made the cake? You guys put all my favorite things on the cake.
Casey had the cake made.
Here, put it in front of Kathy so
All right.
she can look at everything. And
Okay.
And tell us what all you
Darth
see.
Vader,
Yep.
space, boogies, ew, possums, seagulls, camping, Star Trek,
Yeah.
a disgusting injury on the foot,
an open wound.
an open wounds, comics, and I know it's Sarah. Oh, because she's my number one. Number one on my
This
list.
is your cake of hate.
Wait,
It's a
there's-
hate cake.
Then, and look just to the bottom right-hand corner of Sarah
Did I miss
Jessica
one?
Parker. What's that? Just
Oh, butthole.
a butthole.
This is your cake. Your hate cake.
Yes. I'm just glad you got my age right on it. Thank you. 29.
I'm just thrilled we have Chuck E. Cheese in
We
the
actually
studio.
have the real Chuck E. Cheese. Now, we have to do something, which is apparently it's the Chuck E. Cheese promise,
Yes.
right?
Okay.
Here we go. You ready? This is the Chuck E. Cheese promise. Here it is.
Our birthday stars must perform the Chuck E. Cheese Party Promise. Now raise your hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I state your name.
Very funny. Do hereby promise to being the star of my birthday at Chuck E. Cheese's.
To be my star at church at Chuck E. Cheese's.
I will have fun, play games, win tickets, and party hard.
I will have fun, win tickets, party hardy, play hard.
In other words, have the best day of my life.
In other words, have the best day of my life.
I promise to laugh, smile, sing, dance, clap, jump, hug, high five, and be silly for the rest of the day and not let anything get me down. And if I frown, I will legally change my name to Dr. Droopyface and move away to a cabin in the mountains where I will operate an ostrich farm and sing songs about cats from outer space. Okay.
He got
You don't have to repeat that last part. Just say, let's party!
Let's party!
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you today's official Chuck E. Cheese's birthday stars!
Kathy Romano.
Kathy, do you want to do the dance with Chuck E. Cheese?
Okay, what's the dance?
Well, you
Sure.
just have to follow him. That's all.
All right, is there
Ready?
music that we play with this?
Yep, this is it right here.
All right, so here we go with the music now.
Put your hands in the air as you jump up and down.
Okay.
Then you bop side to side. Then you turn around. Then give yourself
They're doing everything you hear the song says to do, so
Just give yourself a high five.
clapping hands.
Then you step really high and stomp your feet on the ground. And you wiggle like a worm, wiggle all over town. Then give yourself a high five. It's amazing. Give yourself a high five.
She's doing it.
We do the happy dance for whoever it pleases.
That's the whip and nay-nay.
Everyone is happy when we go to Chuck E. Cheese's now.
Everybody wave your hands.
To the left, to the left, to the right. Everybody.
Oh, he's doing the opposite side. Normally facing the crowd.
Wave your hands. To the left, to the left, to the right.
Lift your tongue.
To the left, left, and to the right.
Drop your pants.
To the left, to the left, to the right. Everybody. To the left, left, and to the right. What's your neighbor? To the left, to the left, to the right.
There you go.
Everybody. To the left, left, and to the right. Everybody now free.
And that's the happy dance for Kathy's birthday this morning.
How can you not find that fun? And I'm still upset that they're reducing the animatronic characters. I always loved that band.
I know you did. You were definitely a
I
fan.
mean, well, Chucky and I need to talk after this.
I would like to see Kathy eat the butthole on the
Honestly, in some cultures, that means you're going to have good luck for the rest of the year.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Just cut the butthole out and eat it.
Any shirts, it's fine, whatever.
Cut the butthole out now and eat it. Cut the butthole out now and eat it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just give you a spoon.
I mean, yeah, at this point, it really doesn't make a difference.
Yeah.
I'll eat them.
She's going to eat a say it.
Eat the butthole or eat the snot. Eat the butthole or eat the snot.
I'd rather
Eat the snot?
No, the butthole.
Eat the snot now instead of the butthole.
Do you want me to?
The songs are easy to write, right?
Yeah. Do you want me to take a scoop of the butthole for you?
Yeah.
Do I mean, okay.
Yeah, scoop the butthole out.
I'll scoop it. You
got it?
Yeah, let her scoop it.
Let me scoop the butthole.
And it was at that point when I scooped the butthole.
Yes.
What?
Ian
How did
McKellen.
Magneto get here?
It was at that moment I scooped the butthole.
All right, so Kathy is now
Cutting the butthole out.
cutting the butthole out.
At the age of 39, Kathy scooped her first butthole.
And let's get video of her eating the butthole. And there it is.
Yes! Tarantula.
That was very special. Tarantula, yes. All right.
This is very wonderful. Any of these kind of party things with Chucky here and everything.
Are these pictures edible?
Yeah.
Why?
Yes, they are.
Yeah, they're made
They
of
should be.
asbestos.
Why, does it feel weird in your mouth? There might be a film on top of it.
Yeah, sure is.
No, the texture is just different than what you're used to.
No,
Like kind of choke you different?
it's completely edible.
Here, try the snot.
Oh. How's that butthole feeling?
Yep, tastes
All right.
delicious.
That's wonderful. Rachel Ray also has birthday today. Rach is
She keeps going.
49, and that show continues. I can't believe that.
I was just watching the end of it last night, yesterday in the office, and that's an Oprah production.
Mm-hmm.
Rachel Ray?
Yeah, Rachel Ray's an Oprah Discovery.
Did she kind of come from Oprah's show?
I think so.
No, she
didn't?
was on Food Network first.
Oh, okay.
And then Oprah realized she loved her.
Okay.
And then kind of took her under her wing and then created this show for her and all that stuff. But she was on Food Network well before she got on Oprah's radar.
Okay.
She had this show called 1 Minute Meals. I used to watch it. It was not 1 Minute Meals.
Yummo.
30-minute meals.
1 minute.
It's an old microwave.
What is this?
Program
It's hot water. More hot water, please. This is delish. What is this? Glass of milk. Delish.
How long did it take you to make that?
1 minute.
It was actually about 41 seconds.
Right. We ballpark it. Man is admitted to punching his girlfriend in the face after she turned down his marriage proposal. Andre Pavel had splashed out an engagement ring, a bunch of flowers to surprise Andrea Nagy with the at her workplace.
With the at her workplace.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, pig Latin there.
But when she replied no, he lost his temper and he hit her in the face.
Would you make me the happiest man on earth? No.
Knocked her to the ground, left her with significant injuries.
No.
After being arrested, Pavel, who has no previous convictions, told police officers that he was upset by the rejection.
I was a little upset.
Now the defendant has been banned from contacting his victim for a year after pleading guilty to assault by beating.
But maybe she'll think it over now that he's beaten her.
The Justice Center heard Pavel and Ms. Nagy had been in an intense relationship for 3 months.
And Petty. One of my favorite guitar riffs at there. That's a driving song, without question.
I love that video. We were talking about videos earlier?
Yeah.
Fun video.
Running Down a Dream on MMR. It is 10:45. It's a Thursday morning on the cusp of a Friday.
You know what it is.
There'd be no sad bro.
It's no sad bro right now.
Yeah, man. Today has been a fun radio program. We've had a lot of great people on the show. We are going to start with thanking, and I can do this for real now, Rory, the Cheddar Wing. Rory Ehrlich and his mom, Aaron, were on, and we only got to chat with him for a little bit because it was via Zoom and something messed up with the audio, but it was too bad. But he won the Mullet National Championship.
How cool.
He's going to buy 3 alpacas for him and his sister. And they're having a party to go get wings on Monday. And where's that going to be, Nick?
Ole Tavern.
Ole Tavern.
Because that was the 2 things he wanted if he won. He wanted to take his family out for wings and buy his sister an alpaca.
Yep.
Is that like a camel?
Like a llama.
Like a llama. Yeah.
He's going to really buy one of them?
Yeah,
they live on a farm.
Oh, I was going to go, where the hell is he going to
Isn't that great?
All right, okay.
Also, thank you to Grayson Waller.
Yeah.
Dude, he was funny as hell.
And he was great. He made a video for Rory.
Yeah, he did. And so he's going to be a part of WrestleMania 40, which is going to be in April. 2 nights, by the way, at the Link, and tickets go on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m. via Ticketmaster. And then finally, we had Coach Tom Bradley, coach of the Media Little League team, on their quest to become the World Series champions. And they lost last night. Next game is on Saturday. So
they can do it.
They got to win all the next the few games. So go get them, boys. It was nice to have them on. How you doing, Pierre?
Good.
Awesome.
Yeah, very good. Crazy days. With the Bruce
Yeah, with
thing.
Bruce.
Yeah. I mean, Kathy, you were talking about it, but that show got postponed 6 hours before it was to start.
Yeah.
So we learned it about 1:30. It was supposed to start at 7:30. 7:45 is when he was taking the stage normally.
People were there. Like
they
already
were
in the parking
tailgating.
lot.
A lot of people tailgating. A lot of people in motion going there or just getting ready to go there. And you think about the logistics of, of a say a TLA show, which is pretty basic, and then you go up to an arena show. Then you go to a stadium show. They have to bring trucks in to start setting those up 3 to 4 to 5 days, depending on the how elaborate the staging is, and it's a massive production to build those stages, and then the crew and the parking people and the vendors. I can't imagine the logistics in shutting it down.
Well, and Pierre, a few people who were down there in the parking lot waiting to be let in said they heard some sort of sound check. They didn't hear Bruce and they didn't hear his voice, but there was some sort of sound check that was taking place. So that would make you think that they went up to obviously the very last minute and then were like, we can't do it.
I wonder how expensive it is to shut something down like that, because it's the amount of work that you were just talking about. Like, it's no small thing to ever postpone a show for anything big or small, but
he must either be really sick or have no voice because they would do anything that they could to get that show and tomorrow night's show in.
Well, he's also a guy that is of that old show business, school of thought. The show must go on. He's not someone like Axl Rose that would just cancel because he's got a hangover or something. So he's somebody that really is committed to the show, and so that to me makes me think it might be COVID. I have no knowledge that that's accurate, but if it was something like that, which is making a slight resurgence, although not dangerous levels. Nope. But if it's that, it could be that he's got a 12 to 13, 14-piece band now, the E Street Band, and all these horns and extra singers and stuff. He wouldn't want to possibly infect the band. He also goes out into the public and high-fives people and shakes hands and does all this running around. Sometimes even if you get COVID, you're not that ill, but you still can't go around people for a while. I don't know. I do not know at all that that's what happened. Hopefully it's nothing more serious, but who knows?
Yeah. So, no word yet on what the story is.
But, last night we had a kind of a fun going away party. The station threw the company threw a big going away party for John DeBella down at the Hard Rock, and a lot of us were down there. And I was talking with Kevin Gunn, the Bruce Authority, and he goes, well, we've got the show from, I think it was March 16th, when Bruce did the entire arena show, which was 2.5 to 3 hours, I guess. And he goes, I think we should run it on Friday. And I go, I think that's a good idea. Because if you think about it, for those who might have wanted to go, like if we started at 8 o'clock on a Friday night, it runs till 11 or something, that would be kind of cool.
That is cool.
So
does Bill think that's a good idea?
Well,
we're going to find out.
We put it out there publicly now. But Bill, if you're listening, what do you think about this idea? We have the entire concert, and it's
Pierre to Bill's office. Pierre to Bill's office.
It's really good quality, and it was, and if what was so fun about being at that show, he loves this town, and he's going Philly, and am I in Philadelphia? This is my home away from home. He does all these great Philly references. You cannot mistake his love of the city and the crowd reaction back to him. So it would just be kind of cool.
Maybe.
Tapers
alert. Maybe.
We're going to send a committee, me, down to Bill's office, please, and ask him what he thinks about that.
Okay. All right.
I do like that idea.
It should be fun.
Maybe tomorrow we'll have an update on that.
Maybe we will.
All right. Shall we do the letter?
Yes.
All right.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, and the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
A as in adult.
All right, and we have one more letter to go, and we'll give away a pair of premium tickets for night number 1 of WWE WrestleMania 40, Saturday, April 6th, Lincoln Financial Field. You can witness your favorite superstars from Monday Night Raw and Friday Night SmackDown. Undisputed WWE Universal Champion Roman Reigns, Brock Lesnar, Cody Rhodes, Bianca Belair, and World Heavyweight Champion Seth freaking Rollins and Becky Lynch. Tickets for both nights, April 6th and 7th, go on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m. via Ticketmaster. Wednesday's pre-sale. Oh, that's already past that. Don't worry about it.
What's nice?
What's up on your program?
That guy's middle name really frickin'?
That's what it says here. It says Seth frickin' Rollins.
It's on his birth certificate. His
Must
parents
be.
wanted it that way.
Must be.
On the program, we'll have more Sublime with Rome and Slightly Stupid tickets. That's coming up Sunday in Camden. We've got great workforce blocks. It's Queen, it's the Black Keys, and today would have been, or would be, the last day in history of rock and roll of the Woodstock concert. It was, what's today, the 17th? It was the 15th, 16th, and 17th in 1969 at Max Yasgur's farm. So we got a whole bunch of cool Woodstock stuff.
Cool.
And we will play a nice big block of Woodstock.
Excellent.
Yeah.
All right. Thank
Peace
you.
and love.
All who traveled here. I would like to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by Duncan. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. And tomorrow, being a No Sad Bro Friday, comedian Bo Johnson will be in our studio, and I'm sure we'll find many other things to do with you as we play in the morning once again. That's it. We're done. Rage on and have a great day. And we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.